Okay, we are back. It's been a couple days. I had a couple things going on, and we already have a zombie. Okay, I was not expecting that. This young lady must have been here right at the end of the last episode. I did not notice her then. Fate would have it, I got my weapons right here. Wasn't expecting to need them. Let's see, where do I want to lead this corpse? Let's lead her a little ways away from my base, shall we? Maybe into the pile with the rest of them over here. Funny thing is, I feel like I don't move any slower in combat stance right now, despite having a fractured foot and a splint. Hello, Hassan. Yeah. No, I swear I didn't crash it. It just took flight unexpectedly. And I had to deal with the consequences after it decided to take flight for no apparent reason. Okay, so put my weapon back for the moment. I don't usually carry around my heavy weapons. The hammer would have been perfectly fine, but I'm not going to put my weapons right in front of me and expect me not to use them now. So as much as I wanted to have this fracture healed before the April planting season, I don't think that's going to happen. I've got a bunch of charcoal in the van here. I'm going to get rid of that and put it in the charcoal bin here. Second now, did I just let that chicken expire for no reason? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I had hoped that I would be able to use the rotten chicken as bait, but for some reason it seems like you can't use certain types of meat for bait regardless. I mean, that's rather silly. I'm pretty sure you'll catch something if you throw a wad of chicken into the ocean. Maybe not too much, but something. There are fish that will eat something. They'll eat way worse than just chicken. Whatever. Let's chalk that up to an omission. Alright, so we are going to need to... First we should get a seed count. That's a good thing we can do right now. It is March 29th and we've got a lot of crops to plant tomorrow. So it's good to know exactly how many crops to plant. April is the biggest month by far in the Build 42 growing seasons. So we want to take a look through the stash of all the seeds we've collected and see what we're dealing with there. Here is my seed box here. Now, most of them I've already got organized into plastic bags that I've named by the month that they're best to plant in. If we pull my April bag out here, you can see I've got a whole bunch of them. Let's start by putting anything that is not sorted that I can add to stacks. So basil can go in there. Free kale. How about that is a lot of seeds I haven't organized yet. I think that's actually my entire Muldrow collection right there. Strawberries. Tobacco. I'm going to plant it. I can't promise I'll actually harvest it, but I'll plant the tobacco. I actually have a theory on that. So right now, if you're not familiar, tobacco is broken. It's got a 6-month growing time, but there's only 5 months that it's valid to be growing in. So right now, if you just plant it, I don't think you can ever harvest it. But I have a whole bunch of bags of fertilizer. I want to see if I can actually fertilize it. If I fertilize it once every stage, is that enough to actually subtract an entire month from its growing period? I don't think it is. What else can we add to the seed collection here? Parsley and potato. Oregano. Lettuce. Kale. Now, kale is really good. Kale is fantastic. I've never even eaten it in real life, but in Project Zomboid, kale is a crop that you can harvest multiple times, and it has a very long growing period. So if you plant it, I'm about to be the first valid month to plant it is April. I'm about to plant it, and it is going to be harvested. These 10 kale crops are going to be harvested many times. So that's a good thing. Kale is something I will actually eat frequently, as opposed to some of these things I'm just planting because I have the seeds. I'm not really expecting to get anything out of them. But kale I will actually, yeah, definitely. Cucumber? No. See, this is why I like to have my seeds organized long before the planting season comes around. And you know, some of these seeds I don't. I'm just gonna have to go outside and start sorting them manually. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So let me gather up all of my seed bags here, and then I'm gonna grab my October seed bag is a hiking backpack. I have an entire hiking backpack dedicated to that. So now the unsorted seeds I'll put right in my regular inventory here. This is where I originally fell and got the fracture. I'm going to be very careful around these stairs for the time being. Okay. Well, first things first, let's get the seeds sorted out here. We've got a bunch of crap on the floor here because the zombies actually broke a couple of my compost bins. Okay, so I've got 7 bags of compost at the moment. 17 sacks allocated for compost. That's good to know. Flax, hemp, hops, rye, and wheat. And barley, of course. Barley, flax, hemp, rye, and wheat. Those are October crops. I think that's all of them. I've got a lot for next October. That's a long ways away, but I've got plenty when the time comes. 700 wheat seeds. Yeah, some of those are gonna be milled as opposed to actually planted. Ain't nobody planting 700 wheat fields. We're a little bit past the age of precision agriculture in bulk. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this October container away. And now we will sort through the rest of our seeds here. So I do not have any carrots. That's the only crop from March that I have set aside. The April should already be organized. So let's consolidate the May seeds next. Some pumpkin, sunflower, chamomile. We got cilantro. We got lots of corn. We got some cucumbers. Watermelon and zucchini. So those are May plants right there. So I put them in the plastic bag labeled for May planting. And then we've got June. That's bell pepper, habanero, jalapeno, and tomato. July, sweet potatoes and turnips. That's all I got at the moment. August. I don't think there's anything that's actually optimal to plant in August. I don't think. But, and then I think garlic. Garlic and wild garlic are the only September plots. So that leaves me with cabbage. Oh no, I did have some habanero here, so that needs to go. Cabbage, hops, lemongrass, mint, sugar beets. Now, the lemongrass seeds that I have right here, this is lemongrass. I've already planted some. So I could use the seeds that I have to fill in some of these gaps that zombies walked over. I could do that. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to prevent zombies from walking over the crops. Not going to be very easy since I chose to put my refrigerator's generator on that side. We'll have to deal with that as we can. But yeah, I mean, lemongrass is one of those crops that you can just, once you get to the earliest planting season, which is March, you can just start planting it most of the year. We have not had rain in quite a while, so we've got a bunch of empty buckets here. Go ahead and fill this up. This is one of those large wooden buckets that can fill a bunch of, 20 liters worth. So we're just going to sow the lemongrass. 1, 2, 3, and then we got a fourth. Let's dig a furrow here. Okay, so we still got a little bit of a gap, and they're now going to be growing uneven, but that's fine. At some point, I will get to the point where I no longer need lemongrass. Especially well, I don't think you have to dry lemongrass, so I don't think that's a problem. But drying crops right now is it's not happening. The infrastructure for drying crops and leather has just been completely destroyed by the latest update, so that's not happening. Cabbage and sugar beets are the only things that I'm not exactly sure what the planting season is. So what I'm going to do is dig a furrow. I only really need to dig one, and then just right click on it, and when you go to the seed list of what to sow, cabbages is a April plant, so I can add that to April. Mint is also April, and so is sugar beet. It's basically cabbage, mint, sugar beet. Those are seeds I did not have before. So now I have them. We have an even more diverse selection of crops for April, which is just another day or two here. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. Yeah. Two days, because today's the 29th, 30th, and then I think March has the 31st. Yeah. So all three of these go in here, and then I already put away the October seed bag because I did a goof. So let me pick up all these seed bags here. And let's go pull out the October seed bag. We'll toss the hops in there, and that will be all of our seeds sorted out. Barley, flax, hemp, hops, rye. I haven't yet figured out how much of those wheat seeds I'm going to mill into flour, but it'll be quite a few. All right, and the rest of the bags full of seeds go in here for now. Well, actually, let me get a total count. Now that I've sorted the April seeds, we have a lot. And actually, this is one of the reasons that I do my crops in rows of 10. It's not very good to prevent diseases from spreading, but it is very good in terms of just, planning out crop planting based on getting seed packets. Because there's 5 seeds to a packet. And also buckets. A full bucket waters 5 crop plots. So that's why my buckets out here are placed in sets of 2. When they fill up with rainwater, that is basically 5 crop plots watered to full per bucket. So 10 crop plots equals 2 buckets. If you need to water them to full, which you should only need to do that right after you plant them. But anyway, first let's just decide what we want to plant more than a single row of. Definitely, I feel like potatoes are really good for that, because potatoes, they have a really, really, really long shelf life compared to everything else in this game. For comparison, we've survived for 8 months, 23 days, and we are still finding potatoes that are only stale instead of rotten. How, I'm not entirely sure, but potatoes in this game last a long time. So, definitely planting 20 of potatoes. Spinach is good. Spinach is really good. I remember that being one of the good ones. It's not quite as good as kale. Kale is the best crop in my opinion. If you're just looking for nutrition, sustenance, kale has a relatively quick growing phase. You can harvest the same plant repeatedly, and it's got a long growing season. Like you'll plant these 10 kale seeds. We'll harvest each of those plants multiple times. So I'm just going to do one row for each of these first groups. So basil, broccoli, cabbage, comfrey, green peas, kale, lettuce, mint, and oregano. I think I'm only going to do five of each, despite having 20 oregano seeds. They're herbs, and herbs have to be dried now, and the method by which we dry plants is extremely inefficient and buggy, so we can't really rely on that very much. So I'm just going to plant 5 of those. So far that makes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 80 plantings. I think we have room for that so far, but then we get to the potatoes, the radishes. Let's start making a list here. Before I can't rely on my mental memory for this, so what we've got highlighted here are 7 rows of 10. And then here's 1 row of 5 plus 5. And then parsley, that is also a herb. Parsley and sage, those are herbs. So we're going to make that 2 rows of 5 by 5, because we're only going to plant 5 sage and 5 parsley. Thyme. Let's do these 5 thyme seeds along with spinach. Yeah. We're gonna do that. Okay, so in fact, I'm gonna explicitly write down which ones we're gonna do 5 of. That's gonna be mint, oregano, parsley, sage, spinach, and thyme. So that is, this is a total of 6 rows because each of them are 5, and so 5 plus 5 is 10. So I'm sorry, this is 3 rows. Mental math is bad. So we've got 7 rows of 10, and then we've got 3 rows of 5 by 5. Now, what are we going to plant multiple of? I really don't know if I want to do more than a single row of tobacco, especially considering I talked about this before. Tobacco is probably going to die. We'll do a single row of tobacco. Also, sugar beets. Sugar beets. As far as I understand it, sugar beets are literally just a placeholder crop. You cannot eat them. You cannot cook them. Well, okay, you can technically eat them, but even if you cook them, they will give you nothing but unhappiness when you eat them, and you cannot add them to any recipe. So you can force yourself to eat them. The sugar beets basically are as useless as a rotting crop right now. So in 42.7, when I harvested a whole bunch of sugar beets, I literally just, after I figured out I couldn't do anything with them, all of them went straight into the composter. Um, and then I'm questioning whether to even plant them. I'll do 10 sugar beet, I guess. So this is we're moving on to the next set of rows. So we'll do, let's decide what we want to do 20s of. I'm going to do 20 strawberries, 20 potatoes. Those are the only ones I'm going to do 20s of. And then radishes are okay. Really nothing special about them. Their nutrition value is really small. Okay, so these 4 right here, the radishes, the leftover spinach, 10 sugar beets, 10 tobacco. Those are the only ones that are not already in the tens. So a total of 11 rows of 10. 3 rows of 5 plus 5. And then 2 rows of 20, which makes a total of 4. So in total, we're looking at 18 rows. That's 180 crops. So we need 18 rows. We already have some. I'm going to get some more plastic bags to sort these. That will make this a little easier. We should have plastic bags at the top of this stack here. So we have 3 categories: rows of 10, rows of 5, and rows of 20, or 2 rows of 10, which is 20s. I'll just consolidate that down to 2. We'll have full rows and half rows. Okay, full rows, half rows. Get a drink and head on outside to take our measurements here. Some of the half rows I might just plant in between the existing plants that got walked all over by zombies here. It doesn't make sense to keep widening things too much farther. Alright, so basil, broccoli, full row. Cabbage. We're going to do a full row, but we've got extra seeds. comfrey, green peas, kale, lettuce. Spinach, all but 5. Strawberry, all but 6. Potatoes, pretty much half of these. Oops, a couple too many, there we go. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is 13 full rows, basically. So I'm going to put that in the name of the bag. 13 full rows. Now for the half rows. Mint, oregano, parsley, sage, spinach, thyme. You know, let's count how many missing crop plots I have from... up here we had a couple diseases. In the middle here we got a couple of just crops that died for no reason. And then we had zombies just walk all over the rest, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could plant 5 here. Let's just go ahead and do that. The ones we want to do multiples of 5 on, let's just plant them in these missing spots and see how far that gets us. They'll go fine right next to the herbs anyway. Let's do, yeah, let's start with mint. Why not? Well, I'm not going to sow them yet. We're 2 days early. I think you can sow them 1 day early, but no, you want to do the first day of the month. That's when I like to do it. So these 5 crop plots are now allocated. Okay, there's another 5 allocated, and you know what? Yeah, there's another 5 here. We actually have, after we replaced some of the lemongrass, we have exactly 15 crop plots in these first 5 rows available. So there's 3 of our multiples of 5 taken care of. So 3 of these can be allocated as replacement crops. But furthermore, we've got 4 spots open here. Plus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we can... Yeah, we've got enough room. So if we just plant these ones that we intend to plant as, you know, just multiples of 5, yeah, we can plant those as replacements. No need to continually expand the garden when we've got good open spaces right here. Okay, so that's 4 rows of 5. And then we just need 2 more. Okay, there's another 5, so then we just need 1 more after that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that means this entire plastic bag is no longer going to be half rows. This is just replacement crops. I'll call them April replacements. Oh, too long. So I can leave that plastic bag there. And that is all the crop plots allocated for that. We've got 3 crop plots left over. Probably a couple things that I have extra here. Could just do cabbages. Now the problem with cabbages are cabbages I like to keep in a specific place next to other crops that are sensitive to their water levels. I like to keep track of what's sensitive. Cabbages I think are somewhat sensitive compared to other crops. So that means I'll just fill in the blanks with strawberries are also sensitive. Parsley, that's fine. So that's 3 extra parsley seeds for this plastic bag here. And then we will dig out the remaining open plots here. Okay, so that takes care of all of the existing crop plot rows. Now we've got empty rows here, I think a total of 8. Let me double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 7. Okay, only 7. So we got some expanding to do. Do I want to just start on the other side? I could do that. In fact, that is probably the most sensible thing to do. So let's determine how many of these in this plastic bag we want to allocate for the existing, what's on this side. We need to select 70. Let's do comfrey, basil, green peas, potato. So that is 20, 34. That is 50. We need 20 more. Most of what's remaining here is stuff that I actually kind of want to protect better. So I might actually do some better protection for the next row of gardens that I do. I guess we could do... Yeah, let's do tobacco. That's fine. Tobacco and maybe just another row of tobacco. I'll do 2 rows of tobacco so that we have a control group and an experimental group. Oh wait, I never even allocated any sugar beets. Okay, yeah, we'll do sugar beets. Okay, so the seeds in my backpack at the moment, that's what we're going to plant in these existing rows. And then this plastic bag here, that's April. This one right here is a remaining 25, 5 rows, 6, 7, another 7 rows. So we've got 7 rows that exist. So now we have our total. We need to make 7 more rows. So this is our second garden, 7 full rows thereof. Okay. Now, you can pick that up. I'm gonna leave this one here. These April replacements. Those are basically, they've already got their crop plots dug. They're ready to go as soon as it's April 1st. Now I'm going to put back the leftover April crops. And then I'm going to go and get one more plastic bag for the ones allocated up there. And here we go. So as soon as our muscle strain from the existing crop plots goes away, we'll continue digging some more of those. In the meantime, something that does not give us muscle strain is collecting dirt, which is exactly what we'll do next. Alright, I need to find out where I put all the rest of my sacks. I believe some of them are free for compost. Actually, I should probably empty the compost bins right now. I should have done that a while ago. In the trunk of this vehicle, we've got garbage bags full of sacks, exactly 18 of them. Reason I separate them into bags of 18 is because 18 stacks of gravel or sand constitutes a full military backpack. So those garbage bags full of sacks are basically for construction purposes. Now the bags in here are all for compost. I should have. Let's get the sacks out of here. 17. That's going to be 10 out of one of these and then 10 out of the other. I'm going to move the compost bins after I finish emptying them. So I also have other remaining leftover sacks in this bag, or this bin here next to my kiln. Just going to grab like half of these. And then make it an even number. So we got 40 sacks right now. We've only got 3 compost bins at the moment, so we're only actually going to need 30 of those. The leftover 10 are just in case we have any compost that rises to the top afterwards. I'll explain that when I get to it. So first we'll start using the sacks we have to empty the compost out of here. If I can do that while sitting, that would be great, because I don't want to be lifting too much while I'm got a fractured foot. Nope, can't do it while sitting. Okay, that's all right. You know what would make this easier? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a key binding to drop what is in my main hand. Right now I have a key binding to drop what is in my secondary hand. It's a key that doesn't even exist on the keyboard, F15. I am going to make Shift F15. Shift F15 will drop the item in the primary hand now. So that's Shift plus the little corner button on my mouse here. See, I'm doing it that way because I don't want to ever accidentally drop my I don't want to ever drop my primary weapon accidentally. Yeah, he is. The Clippy is very evil. If you've have you ever watched any videos by Lewis Rossman? He's a very interesting influencer type of gentleman, and he is involved in a right to own movement. Basically, the Clippy phenomenon is a public display of advocacy for right to own, right to ownership for what you purchased. I don't want to. So you know the more acceptable industry term for that is consumer advocacy. Consumer advocacy. I hate the word consumer. I really do. Well, I would gladly go with that as long as I don't have any more Corvette incidents. No, no guarantees that I won't crash or just unexpectedly take flight again. Okay, so I have noticed something very interesting. It looks like compost bins are finally operating the way they used to in Build 41. Um, in Build 41, the way it worked was if you fill a bin of compost and it gets to 100%, the remaining items that have not composted yet would just refill it as soon as you emptied it. It didn't work that way for a little while in Build 42. It looks like it does now. And thankfully, believe it or not, Bloody, the Corvette was not actually damaged, as far as I could tell. And one of the easiest ways to tell was the fact that I had 100% quality headlights. So if there had been any damage to the front of the vehicle, those headlights would have, sustained a little bit of damage. But there was nothing. The headlights are almost like a canary in the coal mine for hood or engine damage, and nothing. So the front was good. I cannot guarantee that the rest of it is 100%. The way it landed looked like it could have taken a hit from behind. But I haven't been keeping track of that very well because I have not fixed its trunk yet. I've not done a trunk repair. I mean, the Corvette is not like a hauler, so I've not really done any work to make it so that it can haul more. The 30 room in the trunk is already more than I've really needed for the most part when using that vehicle. So basically all I'm doing is emptying these as soon as they refill and dropping the bag on the ground with my lovely new drop primary item e-binding. This is leading to quite a few more than I was expecting from just these two bins. We're probably going to have I was expecting 20. I'm thinking we might have at least 25. Possibly. I mean, it is also a realistic thing. There are rural roads out there that just have lots of nothing in between locations. Now, another aggravating factor to that situation was the fact that we were near the roundabout with the country club. There was a country club directly to the north of us, and that basically there's a whole lot of nothing between the golf course and the forest surrounding it. So not only was it just not occupied, what was there was basically useless to us. Okay, 23 compost bags, and then there is 8% remaining. 8% is going to be 3 crop plots, I think, because that's going to be like each time it uses 2.5%. I think. I'm going to compost the lemongrass that I planted. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. Now, as fate would have it, I have over here another leftover bag. So I'm actually going to grab that and compost the last one. Because I really like, doing composting in groups, if that makes sense. So we got that one, we got that one, we got that one. Here's this one. and that just leaves us with a very small amount left over. I'm actually going to dump that out. I can't, never mind. You cannot dump compost? Really? Huh. I thought you could dump compost. Now that, I feel like that's an incomplete feature. Right now, if you have a sack, you can only empty dirt, gravel, and sand. You should be able to empty, I've known this for a long time with animal feed. You should be able to empty that, but you can't, so I've just been having to deal with it. You know what? I'm just gonna put the rest of the compost on this one lemongrass right here. If you double compost some crops, they're really sensitive. But lemongrass is a crop I don't really care about, so it's fine. Alright, so that is the rest of our compost emptied out of these bins. Now on top of all that, I have a whole nother compost bin back here in the animal, the Holstein pen. So, what I think I'm going to do next is 14 sacks. That's probably more than I need. Now the fun thing about hiking trails, at least in the current implementation of the game, randomly generated trees. See, like all these trees right here, just in this area where my headlights are shining. None of these trees here were there at the beginning of the game. These are all randomly growing trees. The random growth mechanic kicks in around August and continues until December. So what you're looking at here is an accurate representation of the distribution of trees. For some godforsaken reason, they show up a lot more often on open dirt and sand than they do on grass. And if you think about the hiking trails that are already in this game, or just, the dirt roads, there's a lot of dirt roads and hiking trails that are there by December of 1993, just, 7 months into the game, or 6 months, I can't remember exactly. I don't math very well. That's basically trees blocking your vehicular movement. And, you could get like little walls of those blocking your footpathing as well. Forcing you to go through them and potentially scratch yourself. I always hate doing that. There's a reason I pointed it out in that little adventure video. So I'm going to see how many of these compost bags I can fit in the trunk here. Probably not all of them. It's 115 encumbrance worth. Yeah. Oh no. I can't forget that. That's the game's through line right there. 3, 2. Yeah, almost all of them. Okay. So I'm gonna cut the engine. It is bedtime. We'll get a sleep in, and then as our overnight activity, we'll empty the final compost bin up there. Storage wall for all the things that we've run out of room to store things. That's probably the biggest, most important thing, is getting a second storage area put together. Basically, what I'll do is I'll just kind of FIFO things, first in, first out, so that there's a bunch of stuff on the lower level already, but none of the boxes are full. Full boxes of stuff will be moved to the second floor. So, I mean, if you think about it, if a box is full, that really means that I'm just not using the stuff that's in it very actively. So that means it can safely go to the second floor without being too inconvenient. Speaking of inconvenient, these corpses are being very inconvenient. I don't think it's going to worsen my foot fracture to drag a corpse. I don't think. We're about to find out. I'm gonna make a grave somewhere here. Got my trusty little shovel. Yeah, possibly. It's funny you mentioned a cellar. I mean, I could move my bar upstairs. That is one thing that I could definitely do. But if I moved my bar upstairs, that would open up a lot of storage space for more stacks of boxes. I didn't really consider doing that, but I could. Yes, yeah, 100%. That is part of the reason I'm moving so slowly. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, you can still see an ever so slight limp, but it's almost gone. It's almost gone. We are down to like 2 ambient pain, so we are like very close to being done with the fracture. I don't remember exactly when I got it. It was, wait a minute, I took a screenshot of it, I think. Give me a second. While she buries the corpse, nothing else to do. Pictures, screenshots. No. Was it this one? No, this is for the thumbnail itself. Not this one. Yes, okay, Fracture 1. So it was March 20th that I sustained the fracture initially. So it is now March 30th. So that's roughly a 10-day heal time, roughly. I mean, I'm assuming that the game has mechanics that would make the fracture worse, like sprinting, but I don't know that for sure. That could be just me misremembering that 7 Days to Die has that kind of mechanic. I could just be conflating the games in my head. Oh, I thought I had looted this one. She had an empty M9 magazine on her. Neat. I don't even know if I have a pair of white stockings. Okay, now I do. Let's get this corpse into the bin. And we've got a couple more, actually. Pulling them all the way over there is not an inviting prospect. Yeah, I mean, mods were not really streamlined very well for earlier builds than that. And mods were a big draw for the game, so a lot of people would never want to play the earlier games because there's no mods. This lady had a broken skirt. Yeah, they both have broken skirts. Funny thing is, I could repair them. That is now my privilege as a tailor level 8. I could repair these skirts, and you know what? I'm gonna just because I can. Like I have not yet gone past the fascination with being able to repair clothing. Let's go ahead and get these corpses into their resting place. Oops! Don't sit on them, please. Does walk to work? Yes, it does. That means I can fast forward. Excellent. This is a little more tolerable. Oh, Britta's is very good, yes. Well, okay, it is very good, but it is also, I think Britta's needs a little bit better balancing. In my B41 travels, I found that Vanilla Extended was really, really good. I liked that a little better than Britta's. But for all I know, I mean, Britta's is an ongoing work. Maybe they have balanced it better. But I remember Britta's just introducing so many things that it was hard to find. I would find a gun and then never find ammo for it because there were so many different calibers. Alright, there's all the corpses that have showed up recently. Put to rest. You can put 5 corpses in a single grave. What did I do with my mop? Seem to remember putting it somewhere around the general area over here. Mop. No, okay. Did I leave it outside, perhaps? I might have actually left it in one of these vehicles. Not that one. Not that one. I'll find it later. It's alright. That is already our our midnight activities taken over and done with. So we'll get another sleep there, we'll wake up, and we will continue work on our second garden area. I'm down to just 1 pane. That might be... I want to say that the fracture will be done healing tomorrow. That would put a fracture at exactly 10 days to heal. Which is, I guess I'm okay with that. I was expecting it to be 2 weeks. So I'm okay with anything that's less than that. Moo. Alright, we've already got the sacks on us, so we are just emptying and then refilling. Bring them back 4 at a time. That feels good. Yes, water is. Think of water in this game as a steel wall that you cannot break. Now our ratio of compost is 2 bags for 20 crop plot. So just like with the buckets, just like the buckets of water. I'm going to put 2 bags between the 20, or I'm sorry, 5 bags between the every 20. I'm sure, I've never heard of them, but I'm sure it's been done. Challenge achievements short of longevity aren't really impressive to me. Because remember, I got my brain fart there. Zomboid is not a horde shooter. Trying to make it one, it just doesn't make sense to me. Fundamentally, it lacks a lot of the fun interactivity that makes a horde shooter interesting. So if you play sprinters on insane population, it sounds to me like you want to be playing a horde shooter, and you're not. This is not a horde shooter. It does not have. Where are the dodges? Where are the parries? Where the this game does not have the the fundamental melee infrastructure to support sprinters and, you know, extreme populations. Because I mean, if there are sprinters, I need to be able to dodge. That's like that's my personal requirement. If there was a dodge feature in this game where, you know, a sprinter lunged at me and I could sidestep them, as opposed to just, you know, turning and sprinting myself, turning and running is not compelling gameplay for, you know, high octane melee combat. It really isn't. I went in depth on this in my review of Sons of the Forest. Sons of the Forest is a great game, but the melee combat is lackluster, to say the least. Because, I mean, the funniest part about that game is you, the player, has no ability to dodge, juke, jive, whatever. The NPCs do. The basic cannibal NPCs in that game. You swing your weapon at them, they got a pretty good chance of just doing a little sidestep and getting out of the way and then coming back with a parry. And it's just like, why can't I do that? What the fuck is going on? That's bad game design. And this game has nothing. This game has a random chance to push back a zombie if it grabs you. That's it. There's nothing else to support something that would make sprinters compelling gameplay to me. But maybe it's just a me thing. I'm sure people have fun doing it. It's not for me, pal. I don't do that. If I want to play a horde shooter, I just go over to Darktide. Custom traits mod added traits like evasive, letting you dodge. So is that it? But is that also is that a manual dodge, or is that just a chance to happen? Chance to happen if grabbed. I don't like leaving. Dodging is a skill thing. I don't like leaving skills to random chance. I really don't. I mean, you know, this game already does it, but I don't like it. For clout of a little audience. Makes sense, I guess. I mean, you know, people want to make it into a competition. How long can I survive with the most oppressive settings in this game? I'm sure it's fun. Sure it's fun for some folks. So we got a bag of animal feed. These wooden troughs are supposed to just be food. So I can actually tell when they are getting empty. Like this one. These guys are actually empty on food. Crap, I did not notice that. I have an animal trailer back here. There should be a bunch of animal feed in the back. Not that one. This one, yeah, six bags of animal feed. And I don't have room for any of them. How about we use this lovely vehicle right in front of us? I'm overdue another vehicle for transporting crap here. Right, that's my fundamental criticism of trying to make it a competitive one-upsmanship on how you can survive with the most incredible sprinter settings. It's like, you know, don't get me wrong, I would kind of be interested to see that in a game like this if it could support it. But then it, you know, it starts getting closer to like a bullet hell sort of game, or like a God forbid, a platformer. Because, like, you know, there are top-down games that are like horde shooters of a sort. I'm not very familiar with them because I don't play them very much, but if this game became something like that and it had all the right tools for it, I guess I could be interested in that. I just don't think that the tool set in the game right now is very supportive of that kind of stuff. Definitely not as is. Alright, let's get y'all some food. Some of them are going to eat right away because they actually just ran out of food. Yeah, something like that. Definitely very much likely. There's a lot of eggs in there. That's all right. I've already got a full freezer of eggs. I don't need any more right now. In fact, most of those eggs will probably go into the composter at some point here. So one of the reasons that I'm doing 1 animal bag of feed per trough, there's a couple reasons for that. It's mostly to keep track of how many bags that each of them have, and also to basically just to empty the feed bags. You cannot manually empty them. You have to let all the animals eat the feed, and then you can turn around after they've emptied the feed. You get a sack, an empty sack. That is more material to work with. All right, the cows are fed. Some leftover grass cuttings I'll give to the chickens. Ooh, I think we have a live chicken, or a chick was born, hatched rather. Leghorn chick. So it is possible. It is possible. I never had it happen down in Muldrow. The rooster went around and fertilized the hens for weeks, and not a single one of them hatched an actual chick. Maybe it's because it's finally spring. Actually, I think I have a cousin as well. I forget how old my cousins are on my mom's side. I think the youngest two are 12 and 13, in which case this game's been in development for... Yeah, it's been 13 years. Yep. Same here. That's pretty funny. Alright, let's get these belts out. That is full. Should have known there was a reason that I'm putting stuff on top of the, on top of this crate instead of inside of it. Alright, you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to take off the splint and see what happens. Here goes nothing. I have a feeling this is... I'm just going to take this right back on... put it right back on, rather. Yep, it still counts as a fracture. Even though I think it's almost healed, it doesn't give you any indication, like on the screen there. Visually, it does not give you any indication how close it is to being healed. That being said, it is definitely got a little bit of time left. Like a total supercut, probably. It'll probably be a supercut series. I mean, like, I might do, like, an introductory overview and then a supercut, but, the Corvette video that I made earlier today before I started this stream, that's actually my first general attempt at a supercut. I did not, do it the way I would be doing it on my main channel. On my main channel, I would do, like, you know, full frontal voiceover narration. Like, I would be the storyteller, telling a story. I decided not to do that just yet because, well, one, I don't have the interesting infrastructure for it yet. I wanted to have a recording place in my apartment set up. Just turning on the camera while I'm sitting in my recliner doesn't feel right for my main channel. I was supposed to empty this stuff. Okay. You know, despite being splinted, I think it's safe to run now. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, make sure that it's not making things worse. No longer hobbling, and I'm able to run, so it's not completely healed, but it is close enough to not suffer. And then an empty M9 magazine. I'm up to 56 empty M9 magazines. Yeah, absolutely. What I really wish is that first aid was an ongoing thing for for healing a break or something. Actually, you know what? So there are poultices you can make. I can't remember if one of these was meant for making breaks heal faster. If there was, I've completely missed the opportunity to use it. Now, not necessarily as a bad thing, because you would have to go foraging for those materials, since I don't have any right now. And then going foraging while I have a fracture, not doing that, because if a zombie pops out at me, I need to be mobile. I need to be very foot mobile. So, yeah, let's go ahead and clean out our inventory, and then we will get to work. We'll get to work on the crop plot building. Small form lumber and small form lumber. Still looking around for that mop. I know I left it somewhere, but I could not for the life of me tell you where. Oh. I forgot all about this. This trailer right here is full of parts that needs to go down to the mechanics workshop. I'll just bring the trailer down now. This is my not quite as good trailer, if that makes sense. It has 124 encumbrance in the back. The other one has 130. So, is that extra 6 encumbrance going to make that? No, it's not going to make that big of a difference, but it's just it's a mental thing. Oops. You know what? I'm just going to leave it at the front because it's got a bunch of sports car stuff in it. I should probably just sort through these bags now while they're right in front of me. So I do actually have a couple light bars. Good to know. Oh yeah. Music, it can hype you up. Just be careful with it. Don't get too hyped. It is possible. I have learned through Barb's sacrifice. I have learned that it is possible to get too hyped. So right now I'm keeping all of my engine parts in the this Electromax van. Probably gonna fill up soon though. In fact, there it is. It's full. I also still have no idea what this old brake is. I've never seen this before. An old brake, perfect condition. And it's meant for standard vehicles. I have never seen a vehicle with an old brake, nor have I ever put that in one, so I don't even know what the braking force of it would be. There's another light bar. Sweet, okay. And another perfect performance tire for sports cars. Is that 3? No, there's 2. Okay. So I have 2 performance tires for sports cars that are in perfect condition. None of the tires on my Corvette here are perfect condition, so that's an interesting factoid right there. I'll have to consider that. Alright, so we got that sorted. One engine part left, and then we've got some gas cans to drop off at the garbage, I'm sorry, at the gas station. Keeping an eye for respawns. I did recently patrol the cul-de-sac directly to the south, but the recent patrols don't necessarily mean anything right now. Notice they seem to be on a rolling respawn. Ooh, these 17 small animals, actually, I could actually use those right now. It's nothing but garbage over here. Yeah, nothing but garbage. Saplings and branches I'll actually take. Collecting those for charcoal. Get the tree branches put down over here next to the charcoal burner. We got some broken glass that I picked up from the vehicle repair area. That's going to be for glass making. We don't necessarily need it at the moment. Glass making, we've already leveled quite a bit. That was one of the activities we did while we were waiting to heal. I'm going to move that gas can upstairs. Okay. You know, I have the green arrow pointing this way. I have not done a good job at all of obeying it. The junkyard in this, in Riverside, I cleared it once. That's it. I never really went back in there. Thinking about where I would get dirt from next. Ideally, one would get it, would pick it up from the ground before replacing grass with something else. Ideally. What did I do with my other Spiffo van? Still back here? Yes, it is. Okay. Tell me I left it running. I would laugh pretty hard if I did. Okay, I did not leave it running. The remaining compost bags in the back of this bad boy should probably come out and go on the ground up here. Take 3 and put them over here to complete this pile. Now, so each, as a quick recap for anybody joining, it's 5 bags of compost to fertilize 20 crop plots. These rows are in 10s, so each of these 5 bags is for 2 rows. So these 2 rows are good, these 2 rows are good, and these 2 rows are good. Unfortunately, we've got an odd number. There's a part of me that actually wants to fix that and make it an even number. You know, it would even be easier to do that. I think I'm going to do that, yeah. So what I'm going to do to get ahead of that is grab another 5 bags of compost and put it over there at the intersection of where the new one is going to be with the current one. It's a little hard to see, but basically there's an outer pile outside of the edge here, so this is sand right here. So if I wanted to make another row, basically add a row to this to these 18 rows here, I would just need I need 10 dirt and like 12 sand, no, 14 sand. And I already have the sand, actually. I've been meaning to get rid of the sand that is in the way in that corner back there. So I'm parking this Spiffo van on this side because it has my compost, and the compost is going to be needed when I add the rest of the crop plots on this side. In fact, I will probably go ahead and park the Spiffo van up here in the corner. This is where it'll be most conveniently placed, but also the most out of the way. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that is, all-nighters are definitely the domain of younger people. I'm, still capable of doing all-nighters, but nowhere near as good as I could back in my 20s. Hold on to these garbage bags for now. Now, this broken long metal spearhead, I don't think I can actually smelt it. I'm gonna try really quick. Oh, holy crap! I don't know when they fixed this. For the longest time, you have not been able to smelt something at a furnace if it was fully broken. Now you can. Cool. I'm very okay with that. So this broken long metal spearhead that I think I broke it back in Muldra, and I just forgot to throw it out. Now I don't have to throw it out. I can can smelt it down into steel chunks to be reforged later. Very nice. And the glass can also go up here. Okay, I've got 17 small handles that I picked up somewhere. Back at the gas station, I think it was. Those all go up here. Because I use those every time I rebuild my sword or I rebuild my machete or whatever. Each time rebuilding those costs another small handle, so collecting all those that I built previously is going to be nice. Twine. And then just an animal bone and an empty welding torch. Animal bone can go in over here next to the tailoring area. Whole bunch of fountain cups that need to be refilled with cow milk here. That's what I'm going to do next. The game has been running sufficiently long enough for the cows to have produced some milk here, so that's what we'll do next. I didn't leave this van running, did I? No. Okay. So what I'm going to do, accomplish a couple tasks while I'm in here. I'm going to milk some Holsteins, and then I'm going to pick up all the poo so that I can start filling out the compost bins. I might get a full animal care level just from milking this one cow, because I read the entire animal care book. Not quite, but that was a lot of milk regardless. So much milk that our backpack is full. Before I return, see if the calves need to be fed manually. So that one's alright. That one's alright. How about these lambs? And now to sort through the poo, I'm going to put 10 in each of these garbage bags. 10 encumbrance of poo. Damn, I came away with 19 encumbrance. So close, but not... Oh, there we go. There's the last bit. Perfect. So these two garbage bags now have 10 encumbrance of poo each. Each one encumbrance of a fertilizer item, or a composted item, equals 10% in the bin. And the bins fill up at 100% at a time, so 10 encumbrance is basically a full bin of compost. So all this rotten food as well, that constitutes 2 encumbrance, so we'll see how far we can get with the poo from the other things here. There's one full bag. You are 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. The iconic Rick May and his soldier quotes from Team Fortress. Oh, we've got a fertilized egg. Neat. Multiple. I'm hoping that from all these fertilized eggs, we'll get a few. We'll get a male leghorn, and then I can build a second chicken coop and separate the breeding pens from the regular pens. I could see that. Anything inspired by TF2 is probably going to be okay. You know, for a for a hero shooter, it's got a surprisingly neat backstory. Surprisingly high number of fertilized eggs compared to the literal none that I found back in Muldraugh. Okay, there we go. So here's another bag of stuff to toss into the composter. That means I need to build another composter. Easy enough. I do not yet have a destination for where I want to build the composters. So I'm going to kind of park this van somewhere where it's not necessarily in the way. Easier said than done. I don't necessarily want to rebuild the composters right here because, as you can see, this is where the zombies broke a couple of them, so I'd rather not put them in a place where they're likely to be broken by zombies again. In fact, I need to put some actual defenses over here. I'm almost going to have enough compost for the next round, but not quite. Because I have 25 in this car. That's 5 rows. I'm sorry. No. Sorry. 5 is 2 rows. 25 compost bags is enough for... 5... 20. That's 20 times 5. That's 100 crop plots right there. I already have more compost than I'm going to need for this for April, so we're good on compost. I should have paid closer attention to the ratios on that. So we are good on compost. We don't even have to think about acquiring enough compost for the next planting season, because I already have the compost on this side pre-allocated, and the compost or the crop plots on this side. I'm not going to have 100 on this side. Maybe someday I will, but not yet. So what I can do now is get rid of these extra cups of cow's milk. Why am I limping again? I stopped limping before. Now that's interesting. So I'm down to 0 pain. I want to say the splint or the fracture maybe healed. Maybe now that the fracture healed, maybe it's gone to a different condition. Let's remove this, find out. It's okay, it's fully healed. I thought maybe it would go to like a, I don't know, a sprain or something. That's what it, like it, like just the injury type goes to something less severe. But I'm not going to question it. I'm okay with it. So put back the bandage, replace the sterilized bandages from my Alice kit that I had to use up. And we are going to continue in just a moment here. We've got to do something with this can of gas. I can't remember if that needed to go upstairs or not. Alright, so I'm taking 15 fountain cups of cow's milk with me. That's basically just 3 days of hunger removal. Won't aid me at all in gaining weight, but I don't really need to gain weight right now. I'm at, in fact, I'm still overweight because I did so little physical activity while I was healing. I just rested for several days straight. So in fact, I very much need to lose the weight right now. So that's great. We are free. We are free to do whatever we want now. We don't have to keep worrying about the fracture. So that means I'm going to put my heavy weapons back on. Sword back on the belt. M36 back in its slot. And the M9's back in the double holster. That also means I need my spears outside. Okay, you know what? Since I am focusing on swords anyway, I'm going to put an actual shovel on my back. Usually I like to use the entrenching tool because it fits on your belt. But in this particular case, a back slot is not as important to me. Do I have a full-on shovel? I might not. I don't think I have a full shovel anywhere in my base. I've never needed one. That's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. I could make one, easily. I think I'm going to do that. All right. Thank you, Bloody. Catch you later. Or can I not? Can I not do a forged spade head? Right. So I just need an iron block for that. All I got to do is combine some chunks into a block, and then I can do a spade head. I don't even have any iron chunks right now. I have a billion steel chunks, though, so that's fine. I've been trying to use iron instead of steel where I can, but in this particular case, I just have so much steel that I'm running out of room. Alright, forging a spade head. That means I just need to get a handle for it. I'm assuming it's going to be a large handle. Or large or long, I'm not sure. I'm actually out of large handles over here, so I need to go make another one. Bunch of stuff over here I can use to make one. How about a large branch? Oh no, I was wrong. It's not a large handle, it's a long stick. Cool. That's okay. I made a large handle for not no reason at all. I'll go ahead and put that in storage. Carve a long stick and get this shovel made. Oh right, this crate doesn't count as a surface. That's why I brought this table outside. Randomly, for some reason, some surfaces don't count as crafting surfaces, even though they normally do. Crates normally count, but that one doesn't. Don't know why. I already had a spade head. I forgot about it completely. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Large handle acquired, and this gasoline, I'm going to put it upstairs. I also need, for the generator upstairs, I need some more electrical parts. Literal tons of them down here. Okay. The generator upstairs has not been repaired for quite a while, so doing that next. A little babysitting. Then we'll turn it back on. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, my base design has separate generators for the lights and the fridge. The fridge generator is constantly running, but let's say I don't want to be, you know, I don't need the lights on right now. If I didn't need the lights on, I'd just go upstairs and shut this generator off, because this generator only powers the lights. The other generator's all the way over there. It powers the just the fridge right now. Eventually it'll power the fridge and one freezer. And then I have another generator specifically to power additional freezers. I distribute them like that because that way you do not have to babysit the generators quite as often. If you just have one generator for everything, then its fuel and condition will degrade much faster. So I like to have multiple generators to make it so that I can set it and forget it a little bit longer. Or she uses the other one. Alright, this is back to 100%. The remaining electrical parts I'll leave up here. I'll eventually get a duffel bag to store that stuff in. Or did I already have one? This one is for welding stuff, I think. Yeah. Could just repurpose it. No, that's alright. I can think about the second floor later here. Wood charcoal for one of these bins. Wait a minute, did this one run out of... I think it needs a new light bulb. Or it's no longer in range. That would be interesting if it's no longer in range. Nope, just needs a light bulb. Boom. Okay. Okay, so the duffel bag out here needs a new, needs some more scrap electronics. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a whole bunch of scrap electronics for this duffel bag. Yeah. On the bright side, I have observed a bright side to the fact that a lot of those crops were gotten rid of. That's just that's 15, or actually that is 2 fewer rows that I have to plant for April. I've already pre-allocated 20 crops out of the what we lost to just fill in with April plants. So it's not good that I lost them, but I've found a way to live with it, if that makes sense. Let's see, here we are. I lost track of what I was doing. Couldn't have been that important. No, I'm just getting more electrical parts. Yeah, 530 scrap electronics. Quite a few. Hard to level electrical without getting that much if you don't have any innate talent. It would be amazing if the rain that we're getting right now would continue for the next couple days, because then we've got a... Yes, absolutely. And you know what? This cologne bottle right here on the sink, it's a decoration. It's cool, but I don't want to keep right-clicking on it and having the game assume that I want to drink the cologne. I don't want to drink the cologne, sorry. I'll put it over here where I'm not going to be right-clicking as often. See, any water container that you put on the ground that has a that has liquid in it, you can right-click on it and treat it like a sink. In this case, that one appears above the sink. So if I right-click on it, if I right-click on the sink and try to drink, the cologne bottle is actually in the way, making it actually theoretically possible I could accidentally click and drink cologne. No, thank you. I'd rather preempt that stupid, silly situation that could happen. 22:30, time to sleep. Maybe I was a little preemptive in turning the lights back on, but that's fine. I can turn the infirmary lights off because I'm done healing. Woo! And asleep we go. Sounds like the rain is picking up. Hopefully it continues through through the 31st and into the 1st. Stand by just a moment. Hey, how's it going? Good, how you doing? Well, that was fun. One of my coworkers or from my team, he his computer tried to do an update remotely, and it just now it's a brick. Ay, that's fun. It's just aesthetics. I wish hospital beds made a difference. That would be amazing. Like, you know, when I had the fracture, I would sit in the hospital bed and read a book for a long time while I was letting it recover. But it didn't actually make a functional difference as far as I know. I just kind of did that because, you know, that's why I built the infirmary, for people who need to heal. I would have been perfectly okay with me never being one of those people, but that's how it goes. Let's prepare for tomorrow's operation. Tomorrow's operation is going to be building the next set of crop plots. For that, we're going to need sand. We've already got some sand over here. The 7 sacks of sand over here are pretty much allocated for crafting. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to take the 20 sacks in here, and I'm going to fill those up with sand. Oh yeah, I think it looks great. And to be actually, so the funny thing about the hospital beds, these, in my humble opinion, are some of the best beds in the game because you can pick them up and carry them around, put them down anywhere, without any carpentry skill. I take that for granted because, you know, I get to level 10 carpentry within the first couple of months on any character that I play. But if I was never gonna, you know, for anybody who does not mainline carpentry, These are your beds that can be picked up with zero chance to break. And on top of that, the parts to the bed weigh much less. Each part weighs 15 encumbrance, so an organized person can actually fit an entire hospital bed in their military backpack. It's great. I love it. I actually used that a little bit early on, just as a really easy way to have a place to sleep out in the field. And I just need to pick up some sacks of sand now. I'm not going to bother with... Thankfully, you do not need light to pick up sand. I never really intended for this area to be a sanded lot. I just put down the sand on the ground because I needed to use the sacks for something else at the time. Oh yeah, gurney is it's actually just in the similar vein to the medical bed. The gurney weighs half as much, only 15 encumbrance, and it gives you a average quality of sleep. So a gurney, if you're not interested in needing a good quality of sleep, and you're satisfied with an average quality of sleep, gurney is a great way to get it. Now I cannot see on the other side of this van. I think I've got looks like 6. There's 6. Plots of sand left here. Okay, that is all of the sand from this area. So I'm going to start putting it down in the places where I intend on, well actually it's already 3:40. I'm going to go ahead and sleep and do that tomorrow morning because it's easier to do that when I have daylight. Yeah, gurneys, you can, I think there's a very high percentage chance, almost guaranteed, of them showing up in the back of a ambulance, if an ambulance spawns out in the world. I can turn the lights off for now. Now, one sack of dirt is not going to be quite enough for that. However, the sand, I should have enough. So I'm going to do a sand for like a little ring around here. Now, it doesn't look like there's any sand. It's actually there. You just can't see it yet. The way sand and dirt works when you're putting it in a river or just any body of water, you have to leave and re-enter the map area. So if I were to go like down to the gas station and then come back, that would, I think that's far enough for it to redraw. But that's all the sand we need. Then we want to put 10 units of dirt. We've got 4 right now, so we'll go ahead and put those 4 down. And then see it, sometimes it just shows up like incorrectly like that. But that all goes away when you leave and re-enter the area. It'll look nice just like the rest of these rows when I come back. So I need 1.5 more sacks of dirt for this row. I think I've already started taking dirt from over here, so I can continue doing that. Now, I do want to expand this roadway, and I think this is the side I'm going to expand it on right here. Right? Yeah. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That will take care of the rest of the other side. Look at that, I actually found a worm. I was having trouble finding them earlier. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the freezer, actually. On Barb the Builder, I never found an intact ambulance anywhere in the world. I was kind of baffled by that. On this character, I found 2. Annie Mae has been very lucky in that regard. Alright, we'll put down the rest of the dirt floors here, and then we'll start putting down sand floors for the next garden area. Now, why did that one turn out perfectly? Who knows? I have no idea. So on this side, I want it to be a little bit more defensible, because I'm going to put some slightly more valuable crops on this side. Now, when I say defensible, I don't necessarily mean that I even need a wall or anything. I just want it to be a little bit less easy for a zombie to be able to wander in. That was a mistake I made fundamentally on this side. Because you see, if you think about it, water tiles, if you're going to build a base on the river, a water tile is a free defense, defense. It's untraversable terrain. Nothing in this game can cross this single tile of water right here. Is that a little bit of an exploit on my part? Yeah. But it also, as you can see, it didn't work out. There's still plenty of zombies that came in and then mashed all these crops that I'm currently walking over. So it's not perfect. It works, but it's not perfect. In this particular case, my desire for convenience, which is what led to the driveway going around the back of the base, my desire for convenience eroded my security a little bit. In a perfect world, what I would probably do is have extended this moat all the way down so that most of the crop plot area is inaccessible. Like maybe until you get all the way down to this side, maybe. That feels a little bit overzealous, but I mean, over here I've already started building a this metal floor was actually just to test the generator placement. It didn't work out the way I wanted it to, so this metal floor is basically not needed anymore. I'm probably going to delete it and go get my I'm no longer at the point where welding to remove something is a good idea unless we're talking about like a I can destroy floors. Yes, I can destroy floors. So if I destroy a floor with this sledgehammer, I do believe it will just show up as dirt. Oh, I can't destroy the floor with the sledgehammer. Fascinating. Okay, well, that means I have to weld it. I'll leave the sledgehammer back here. I had to bring it upstairs before because, I had so many tiles that I plastered that didn't come out right. It's kind of dumb. There we go. But yeah, I guess I'll go get my welding kit. Wasn't expecting to need it. Where did I put it? It's no longer in this bag. It's going to be upstairs, maybe, because that's where I was welding last. It was while welding is when I fell. I just toss everything out. I think I just tossed everything out. This propane tank is empty. I can toss it in the trash. All right, I am gonna be doing a little bit of base work then. So I'll turn this on. Maybe a little gate, like a kiddie fence, to prevent myself from falling off. Maybe that's not a bad idea, actually. Ah, there's my welding stuff. Okay. I just chucked it all on the floor right here. That was after the fracture, so I can be forgiven for not being extremely organized with a fresh fracture on my foot. these camping kits I need to do something with. What we're looking at on the floor right here is a tent, a pillow, and a sleeping bag. By their power combined, you can have an average night's sleep protected from the elements anywhere. The combined weight is a little bit iffy. I mean, it's 5 for the sleeping, 5 for the tent, 3 for the sleeping bag, 1 for the pillow. So, I optimally you would carry the tent on the bottom of your backpack. I very rarely do that because, I mean, that's just a bunch of encumbrance for something I'm very unlikely to need. And then so that would mean basically your ninth slot being taken up by the tent, and then 3 plus 1 for the pillow and the sleeping bag. Just something to think about. Sometimes I want to put camping kits in my field vehicles sometimes, but right now the extra space is mostly being taken up with weapons. Alright, so we're going to weld up this floor. Am I going to weld up this floor? What if I turned it into a gated walkway into the next crop area? Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, why not? I need welding experience anyway. That's one of the reasons I was doing welding for the 3rd floor. Let's see, if I wanted to make a fence, wire fence gate perhaps. Yeah, wire fence gate. Is that big? That might be a very big item. I should have plenty of materials for it though. Big wire fence gate. I think this is only 1 wide. Yeah. In which case this would be 4 scrap metal, 3 iron pipes, 2 door hinges. I have been doing nothing but collecting iron pipes. I've not used them for anything yet. And this is actually for the explicit reason I've been collecting them. Because I know that iron pipes, for some reason, are a slightly harder to craft reagent for welding, specifically. So I'm going to grab 3 iron pipes and 4 scrap metal. Oh, I forgot the hinges. Oops. I know I have some more hinges. Actually, I might have used up all of my hinges. In which case, I'll have to make a couple. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple iron chunks out of the iron bin here, transfer them to the metalworking bin here. Metalworking bin that is actually full. Alright, let us make a couple of those lovely hinges here. In order to do that, I'm going to need to turn those chunks into bar quarters. Hang on a second. It's my manager was like, "Did he really call you about his laptop at 11 p.m.?" Yeah, he did. It's all right. I like the guy. He's a good guy. He sometimes takes his instructions a little too literally, though. he he did not need to. Basically, the instructions to update his laptop were like, oh, if this and this didn't finish, call the team by this time, and he didn't mean he needed to stay up until 11 p.m. to call us. That's all right. That's all right. We like the guy. He's good. All right, forging 2 hinges, not 5, just 2. There's 1 and 2. Cancel. Okay, we got our hinges. We are no longer unhinged. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just working on, it is March 31st, so tomorrow is the April planting season beginning. Right now I am building a second, slightly more secure farming area. The one over there, not very secure. We've had some zombies get in and trample stuff. So this one is going to have a wire gate and a couple metal floors so that... Did I just make a very silly mistake? The door is blocked. I can still... Tell me I can still... yeah, I made a very silly mistake. The door opens in this direction. I didn't think that would happen. The door opens in this direction, outwards from where my character is. And because it can't open, I can't reach the tile on the other side of it to start putting the foundation for the garden in. So, I made a silly mistake. I've got to disassemble the, disassemble the gate, right? Can I not disassemble the gate? Really? I made it so secure that even I can't get in. Oh man, the adventures we get up to in this dumb shit. Let's try the sledgehammer. I'm pretty sure the sledgehammer will get it. Sledgehammer, equip in both hands. Right click, destroy. What a waste of materials. Oh, I can't do it. I literally cannot do it. Like I'm clicking on it, but my character's not doing anything. And that's because, technically speaking, she cannot reach the tile. Even though she's right in front of it. Apparently you need to be able to reach the tile that you're trying to click. Something wacky with gates, I guess. It is what it is. Now hold on a second, there's one other thing I haven't tried yet. I can break it this way. In which case I'm not going to waste my sword's durability. I'll just attack it with the sledgehammer. Oh, this is giving her muscle strain. I don't need that right now. I do not need muscle strain right now. We're going to put that back down. We'll come back with an axe or something. I think it counts... The gate there counts as a door. Axes do the most damage against doors. That's the silly stuff we get up to here. Let's get ourselves a refill of water, shall we? So this water dispenser has been broken since 42.11. Okay, so building a floor on a river tile. Basically what that does, any floor, it doesn't matter what kind of floor, like if it's you pour out sand or you pour out gravel, or you use carpentry to build a wooden floor, or metalworking to build a metal floor. Any floor that you build after you destroy the floor afterwards, there's going to be dirt beneath it. So anytime you build, basically building a floor around it would defeat my idea of trying to make it a little bit further out from the driveway. That's not like a hard requirement. If I don't have any success here, then I'm gonna just do that. That's what I'll do if I have to. So this water dispenser has been broken since 42.11 dropped. I'm gonna try picking it up, putting it back down. I still cannot take the bottle anymore. And because I cannot take the bottle, I cannot transfer liquids. Because you can't pour into the target container. So basically, this particular water dispenser is a brick now. There's nothing I can do with it. I'm curious to see, what about this one here? This one does not have a bottle. And if I try to, if I right-click on it, nothing happens. So basically, for some reason, with 42.11, it seems the devs have broken the ability to pick up and put down dispenser bottles. Okay. Okay. Whatever. I mean, I can live without it. It's just... Really, guys? Really? I, it worked perfectly fine, and then you did something and broke it. If that isn't the story of this game's development, I wouldn't know what is. Let's see. We are getting an axe. That's right. Got a little distracted. I thought, oh, let me spend 2 seconds to fix something here, and it couldn't be fixed. So we got this axe right here. We'll use this one. If only there were another way. When even the sledgehammer fails. Speaking of fails, this is taking a surprisingly long amount of time. Pretty sure axes are some of the best damage you can do to a door. But now we've gotten muscle strain from the axe, and we're winded. That's, alright. Just to double check, there's nothing I can disassemble here. Alright, if this doesn't work, and like the next time I'll have 30 seconds, I'm gonna just do something else. There we go, that's what it's supposed to do. Actually got a couple materials back from that. Okay. As we were. We are going to... Done with the axe for now. Let's put down some, sand floors. Alright, I want it to be 2 water tiles away. So that's as far as we're going from that. So here we go. This is the last tile. And then I turn this way for 10 tiles. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's all of the crop plots. Then we need a way around it, so here's 1, 2, and then we're just going to keep going in this direction for a little while. I'm sure I still have quite a bit of sand, actually. And there it is, that's the last of the sand. Okay, so we've emptied all of our bags of sand, and we've emptied all of our dirt. Now we need to go get some dirt and sand. Get these tools out of the way here. Now, for our first run, we're going to need a total of... sorry, 7. We need 7 full rows. So that's at least 70 tiles of dirt. Now that I have a way around, I can rebuild that fence. For that, I just need to get another iron pipe. 3 more scrap metal. I know I have a lot of scrap metal somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it. I'm not out, right? Surely I'm not out. That's the problem with scrap metal. I've only ever had a very small amount stashed here. And the stupidest thing about scrap metal is you cannot make it. As to the extent of my knowledge, you cannot make arbitrarily scrap metal. Ah, okay. I put a lot in here. So this bin is jewelry and other stuff, but then scraps of obscure materials. I for some reason I guess I saw fit to put metal in there as well. So that is another gate we should be able to build now. Let's confirm that. After we refill the welding torch, which we cannot do because our propane tank is out here. No, we are unable to make a gate. That is because we need... Got 2 iron pipes. Where are the rest? We need a total of 5 iron pipes. Iron pipes, rather. Oh, that's because that's a pole fence gate. I want an wire fence gate. Yeah, that's just 3 iron pipes. Well, you know what? Pole fences look cooler. Yeah, we'll do a pole fence instead. Maybe there was a silver lining to have it being forced to break the previous gate. Let's get one more of those hinges, since we're unhinged right now. And then we need 2 more pipes. Okay, since we can now walk to the other side of that tile, we can now make a... Wait a minute, this is only short. Why can we not make a big one? But I got enough iron pipes. Okay, guess I'm short. Yeah. Doofus moment. That's more like it. Alright, now we can put down the metalworking stuff for now. Alright, metalworking stuff into this secondary backpack. I'm going to put that upstairs in its duffel bag. Wash the axe. Put it back down for now. Alright, there is our main backpack, or our secondary backpack rather, is now emptied. We can now go outside and start gathering dirt. Now what I want to do, instead of just straight up picking dirt up from grass tiles, I'm going to scythe the grass first, and then just dump it on the ground after it's been scythed. Then what I'll do is come back later with one of the spiffo vans and load it up with grass, so that we have a bunch of grass set aside to refill the animal feed once the feed bags are empty. Now here's the funniest part of scything grass. As I scythe this, it's going to remove the curb. Because technically speaking, the curb is a part of part of the grass tile there. So we just scythed. We removed a curb, a concrete curb, with a scythe. I'm gonna pick up all the stones and wood and twigs. And I'm also going to come back with the pickaxe. So if you want to get rid of these ugly stumps, that is you need a pickaxe for that specifically. Don't know if there's anything else that will let you do that. And this eventually will be an extension of my main driveway. Eventually, not quite there yet, but when we get to that point. Alright, put the branches and other in the small form lumber bin here. And we picked up a few stones. I don't really have a need for stones at the moment, but when I do, I know where to find them. Alright, so this, where we scythe the grass, that's where we're going to take the dirt from. So I'm just going to go ahead and take all the dirt. If I take too much, so be it. It's fine. Worse things have happened. This is where a two-handed shovel instead of a entrenching tool is actually more of an annoyance than a help. I wanted to carry around the sword, but looks like just leave those there for now. Okay, so I've probably got enough dirt. If I don't, then I'll get more. Let's just get 3 more to top off this sack. A good thing about dirt, if you get too much, you need to take the sack back, you can just empty it. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and take the rest of the sand I set aside for crafting purposes and use it for building for now. Because I'm going to go do tomorrow, most likely, another sand collection operation. That will also replenish the crafting sand. I am not Anakin. I do not hate sand, even though it is, in fact, rough, coarse, and irritating, and does, in fact, get everywhere. It's fine. You know, I am a silly doofus. I wanted the two-handed spade because I wanted to keep the sword on my belt. You just put the sword on my back. It's fine. That works. The spade can now go here-ish. I'll just put it there for now. That's much better. I forgot that swords can go either on your belt or your back. It's great. Alright, so it's kind of hard to see, but the tiles that have sand on them already are traversable. So if you're ever not sure and you're doing an operation like this, use walk to. And even though it shows you're capable of moving on these tiles, trying to do so does nothing. So this is where we start. We'll put 10 dirt in this direction. And thankfully these tiles actually at least partially show up. It looks ugly, but it'll look like the other side there when we leave and re-enter the zone. It's basically these shorelines are calculated when they're first drawn, and they're not updated. So the only way to get them to update is to leave the zone and re-enter. This should be 10, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, okay. So there's no sand on this tile, so it gets a little easier from here. We just want to do another 10. Now, this is the bare minimum. I could actually start digging furrows already if I really wanted to, but we're not down quite to that point yet. It is 1900 on March 31st, and we do not want to plant April crops until April 1st. So let's continue dumping dirt first. Okay, I do not have any sand in that tile. So I'm going to switch to sand here, and I'm going to build, I'm not going to build rows in between. I'm just going to build the outer row here. So this is dirt here. So that means this is a row of sand, and then this here will be a row of dirt. So I'll switch back to dirt and then loop back. I'm sure Indie Stone will nerf this in the future. In my long view, you know, looking ahead of this likely unintended building system here, how would it be, you know, 10 years from now? It would probably look, I hope, something like RimWorld. RimWorld does let you build on water tiles, but you can only build, at least in the vanilla game, you can only build wooden bridges, and then that gives you a low terrain affordance. So on wooden bridges, you can only build wooden structures, which means, you know, you can have your cabin on the lake, you just can't have a cabin on the lake with, you know, steel walls, for example, because steel requires heavy terrain affordance. I do hope Zomboid gets to that level of nuance someday. You would never imagine there's games out there that are far more nuanced than Zomboid, but yep, 100%. RimWorld beats it in every department except for controls. RimWorld is, the player is relatively detached from the controls. You can recruit your pawns and have them fight with manual instruction, but it's nothing compared to this game. Not in the slightest. how much sand do I have left? I have 5 sacks. So that's going to limit my options a little bit here. Let's just focus on the outer edges here. We'll do 5 on each side. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And here's the other outer edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, now the remaining sand that I have, until I'm empty, I'll just start filling in the between rows of crops here. Okay, we're out of sand. We now switch back to dirt, right? Yeah, we got 5 sacks of dirt left. If you're not sure which of these traversable tiles are dirt, right-click and hit dig furrow, and it'll show you where you can dig crop plots. So all of those are already dirt, which means our next row of 10 dirt goes right here. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, okay. Alright, and this is a row of sand, so here's our next dirt row. And then we can get started on the next dirt row, but we are... Oh no, we're out of dirt completely. So we are done with tonight's operations for the most part. Before I go to sleep, the last thing I'm going to do is just start digging some crop plots. Not over here just yet, because this... I'm going to do the crops over here second, since I already have the rows ready for the other part, so... Wait a minute, did I not? I didn't do anything over here, did I? Oh, no. It already filled in. We never even left the zone and it filled in. That's great. I'm okay with that. Right, so we have all the rows we need over here. We're going to start digging up some furrows. Despite being agriculture level 4, this is still going to give me substantial muscle strain, to the point where I'm going to need painkillers to sleep. So my bedtime is 2,230 hours. I am going to take painkillers at about 2210. There's the pain moodle, and it's just going to get worse from there. That's the life we lead now. One of the reasons I do this right before going to sleep, despite having to take painkillers, is the high muscle strain on your hand, and it actually makes you combat ineffective. So if a zombie were to wander up to me right now, I would have to hit it probably 3 times as many times to kill it, because that much muscle strain reduces the damage you do. So I'm actually, relatively speaking, I'm more vulnerable at the moment than I was when I had the fractured foot, because the fractured foot didn't stop me from using my arms to kill a zombie. It just limited my mobility. But the number of hits that it takes to kill a zombie is about second only to your mobility. Painkillers are in. While the painkillers take effect, we'll do one more row. Might be a tad bit late for bed, but I would prefer to get as much done. You know what? We're going to bed now, because if I go any longer, the painkillers might start to wear off. I want to get to bed before they wear off. And the pain will come back when I wake up. But that's all right. Well, she's a tough girl. She can handle it. Her hands are quite adjusted to this at this point. I'm going to use the ambulance as a light source for the moment. Alright, so it is 3 a.m. on April 1st, and we have almost 100 crop plots waiting for us. Let's get started. I'm just going to take the entire contents of this bag of seeds that I set aside for myself. These are all the seeds that are going to be planted here on this side. Done with this plastic bag. I'm going to reposition the van, since I need to start filling in the crop plots that I left open. Start filling in these first. So the rain did stop. However, it rained long enough to give us our buckets. Our buckets are all full now. Oh, that's where I left the... I was looking for the mop. I left it in the back of the ambulance, of all places. Good to know. Neither the first nor last time I'll lose track of something so inconsequential. I did separate the seeds that I'm using as March crop replacements here. So the ones in this bag. Ones in this bag get planted first. Oh, that one's planted. Ah. We're going to start with sage. Sage and thyme have the lowest growth phase. 30 days, rather. Okay, and after that, we're going to do another one that is just 30 days. We'll do thyme. Alright, this first bucket is empty. We'll replace it with some more bucket here. Looks like these buckets did not fill up all the way from the rain. So we've got about 6 liters in each. So I'm going to fill them up the rest of the way here. Because my calculations of the bucket positioning are based on them being full. So, alright, we've got our next 5 crop plots right here. We're going to do... you know, surprisingly, the other herbs here are pretty sensitive to water. Min water is 70 for these guys. Huh. I guess that's not that big of a deal, just something to stay aware of. I'll do oregano next, since that's min water is 60. And generally speaking, I like to keep the plants that are sensitive the low water, the ones that need high amounts of water before they start losing health, those I like to try to keep together, if I can. Because those are the ones that need to be watered more often. So if you group them up, it's easier to keep track of what needs to be prioritized in terms of watering. Alright, I have another 5 and then another 8. I have a drink of milk here. Oh no, I have 5, 5, and 8, so... This is just going to be a patchwork of different crops. It is what it is, I suppose. I'm going to sow the next round, but I'm not going to water them just yet. I'm going to just get them out. Alright, I'm out of water. I'm dropping the buckets. Alright, these ones here are watered. This row needs to get watered, right? No. Unfortunately, thanks to the disorganized nature of this replacement over here, I've missed the ones that I've already watered. Here we go, these two. Okay, and that is the ones I just planted. I've got 5 more to do for the replacements here. For that, I'm only going to need 1 full bucket. So these two, I'll basically just combine them. It'll be a little bit late getting to bed, but that's alright. We've at least got a sensible stopping point for tonight. Get some sleep, and then tomorrow we'll finish up this side and get to work on the next side. These 5 here are going to be spinach. Okay, all done. Bucket on the floor, head to pillow. Since I'm going to be outside all day tomorrow, I'm just going to cut the lights tonight. I could have cut them last night, but oops. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just putting together another whole bunch of crops. We're planting crops basically. It is the April, 1st of April, so we're doing all of our crop planting today. Unfortunately, I do not have any April Fool's jokes planned for today's stream, even though it is April 1st in game. Do I want to compost the crops that I just planted? I'm gonna go without it. They're just herbs. They're not of particular importance. So we are doing all of these rows up here. For that, I'm gonna go ahead and take the big bucket because all of these small buckets here are kind of at unknown capacities. So I'm just gonna take the big buckets, and then I'm gonna take these seeds that we need to plant, which are left in the ambulance here. So all of these are what we're planting in this particular section. Now I have tobacco seeds in here. Tobacco, I don't know how many of y'all are going to know this. It's a little bit of obscure B42 lore. Tobacco is currently, its average time of grow is 180 days. Planting season is April, May, June, July, August. That's 5 months. 180 days is 6 months. It is currently impossible to grow tobacco. You plant it on the first day of its growth season, which is April 1st. It will all fucking die in September because growing seasons are fucking broken. If I sound salty, yes. I once had an entire harvest of tobacco that I babysitted very carefully. And, yeah. I didn't even need tobacco. I just wanted to grow it for the sake of growing it. But what I'm going to try to do with this tobacco is I am going to fertilize it every stage, all 10 of it. So I'm just going to do 10. So even if this doesn't work, it's not quite as much, not as much effort wasted. But I am going to fertilize every single one of them. And just so that I can keep track of where it is, I'll use this row of plots that is directly adjacent to my road here. So this is where our tobacco goes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we water it. A large wooden bucket, which is what I'm currently using, has 20 liters capacity, which is exactly 10 crops watered from 0 to 100. So I do enjoy the wooden buckets for that. If you're just using regular buckets, then it's 2 for 10. Drop this for the moment, and I'm going to get some fertilizer out. Now, I believe fertilizer you can only benefit from adding it once per growth stage, I think. Don't know that for sure. But in any case, I'm going to fertilize it right off the bat. And then after I plant the next row, I'm going to compost it. I do it that way because the compost is already pre-allocated. 5 bags is equal to 20 crop plots, which is why you see 5 bags for every 2 rows. Let's get I'm just going to drop the fertilizer for the moment because the fertilizer is going to be reserved exclusively for the tobacco. Right, fertilizer, as far as I understand, all it really does is make it so that your crops grow a little faster, and it can only be applied once per growth phase. So right, it's seedling now, so it's been applied for that. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it, and when it becomes it gets out of seedling phase, then I'll fertilize it again, and then fertilize it again. If I can somehow get an entire month removed from the total growth time, then we can actually harvest tobacco. I don't know if that's going to be possible, but we'll give it a shot, see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and plant. So this right here, sugar beets, equally useless of a crop, not because it cannot be grown, but because once it is grown, you can't do anything with it. Sugar beets are, unless you're okay with eating food that makes you unhappy, that's all you can do with it. You can eat it, you can cook it, but you cannot add it to any recipes. And even if you cook it, it still makes you unhappy to eat it. So sugar beets, and since no recipes use it, and you cannot add it to evolved recipes, sugar beets are currently 100% useless. I would have rather the devs not even add the seeds to the game yet, if they're not even going to make anything that we can do with it. But they just do what they want to do. We don't have any say. All we can do is yell at them when things seem a little too stupid. And now that I have 20 crop plots sown and watered, I am going to... Oh, okay, interesting. I did not know that you can use sugar beets in traps. What I've been doing, since you apparently can't seem to use it anywhere else. What I've been doing is just I toss it straight into the whatchamacallit, straight into the compost, so that it goes bad and then becomes something that I can use for my real crops. Oh shit, I'm a doofus. I started composting fertilized land as opposed to... how many of those did I do? I think if you pour compost on a crop plot, it actually is a waste of compost. Like, I don't think that's going to come out as composted. Whatever. So that interrupted me. I lost track. What am I at? These three, right? Those three, and then these two. Okay. So I think I only wasted one. That's going to really bother me. Okay, those 6 are done. We're moving up here. Yes, okay. So we are 1 unit of compost short. Whatever. That's all right. I'll go ahead and get started on the next row. Suppose now I can find out. I will find out momentarily if adding compost to a crop plot that doesn't have seeds in it yet, if that even does anything. I don't think it does, but... let's do our... I never even took 10 of the seeds that I wanted to put over here. I never even took those over here. So I'm going to do a quick seed swap here. There's a plastic bag here full of seeds that I'm going to put in the crop plots on this side. Let's put the green peas in here. I'll take the strawberries, put them on the other side. Yeah. So we removed 10 and then added 20, so we should have enough now. So I'll do the potatoes and strawberries next. This row will be all potatoes. Alright, now we gotta water all those. Now these buckets are not entirely full. The previous rain did not last long enough to fill them up. However, I think both of them combined should be enough for these 10 rows here. I think, maybe? Nope, not quite. Okay, that's fine. Oh, some of these paint buckets were actually full. Cool. For some reason, sometimes these buckets will not always top everything off properly. So there will be some left over. Okay, that's good. So we've got one empty bucket now. Is this one over here full? Almost. This one's like 95% full. Weird. But we now have enough for another 2 rows. We're going to do strawberries next. Right, that's 2 empty buckets. And we should have a... Is that a full one right there? That's pretty much full. And then we have another full one in our backpack. So, to recap, it is 2 full regular buckets, 10 liters each. That will fill up a row of 10 crops. I think most of these other buckets are almost empty. What about these 2? Okay, these 2 are actually almost full. That's good. Primary and secondary. And now our last 2 crops for this side are going to be basil and comfrey. Basil is one of those ones that actually needs to be babysitted a little bit. Its minimum water is 80. So I'm going to try to remember that by sowing it all the way at the outer edge here. Try to remember that these are the ones that require extra water. And in fact, because it's so sensitive, I will go ahead and water it before I do the next row. These 2 buckets, I believe, are also going to be partially full. So I'm going to top them off in the river and then do the last row on this side. And this will be comfrey. Or comfrey, I think that's how you pronounce it. This stuff, if I had had some already, you can find it from foraging. If I had had some, I probably could have reduced the amount of time it took for my fracture to heal. I think you can make a poultice, or poultice, some more obscure terms, I'm not sure how to pronounce them, but you can make one of those and it will, I think it increases the recovery rate of broken bones. I'm not 100% on that. It might just be injuries. I like to keep my regular buckets separated from the paint buckets, because regular buckets you can do more with. So the regular buckets can go on this side. Alright, all that's left to do on this side is to get the compost on the ground. So I'm going to check something really quick. So none of these crop rows have compost. So I'm going to be 1 unit short of compost. Whatever. Whatever. I have no way to get more compost at the moment. Well, actually, I think I will have extra. But I will wait until after I've gotten the next section fully composted before I consider that. So we are going to use these 5 bags on this, these 20 potatoes here. Okay, have a good one, Richard. Catch you later. Nice. All right, that's 5 more. 5 more sacks returned to the collection. And there's the strawberries composted. And last but not least, the comfrey and the oregano, or what was the last one? Basil? Yeah, basil. Super sensitive basil. All right. All of the crops on this side have now been composted up. Now the fertilizer I'm going to remove from this military backpack, place it in a nice neat row next to the tobacco here, because the tobacco is what's going to be getting fertilized every growth stage. Let's see if I cannot, if I can't shave an entire month off of it. It would be amazing if I could. But if I can't, then, well, it's not like I'm not worried about any of my other crops dying early, so just the tobacco. That is almost 50 sacks. If you are organized, you can fit a garbage bag with 52 sacks in it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, already got an entrenching tool on my person. So the 27 compost bags in here You know, that's an odd number. I probably don't need an odd number. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and take one of them out and fill in that one missing crop that I forgot to, or that I accidentally failed to hit. Was this one, wasn't it? Or one of, it was at the very edge. Yeah, this sugar beet right here. And I'll just leave this, you know what? I'm also going to experiment a little bit. Since I have a little bit of extra compost, I'm going to experiment with double composting the tobacco. The back two tobacco plants, I'm going to double compost. Now, if you compost a crop too many times, it is guaranteed to die. I have never tried strategically over composting before. I have no idea if that will help or hurt the fact that they need to grow a month faster. It's probably not going to contribute anything meaningful, but I'm going to try. I don't feel like giving up on tobacco. I don't even need it, and I just don't feel like giving up on it. All my tobacco bros out there, I'm doing this for you guys. My smoker bros, as it were. Hey, we finally have some leather done, right? Yay. Now we got another one to dry. It's still technically cold at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The drying rate is 0.7 times, so that means, I don't know, maybe 10 days for that, whatever. I don't care. You could not pay me to care about leather in the current paradigm. The devs really screwed the pooch on that, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion, bro. Let's grab a couple more cups of milk here. So this leather that has been fully processed, I'm going to separate it from the unprocessed stuff here. I believe we have some over here, right? Yeah. Except this bin is full right here. I'm going to remove half of the bundles. So this bin is no longer totally full. My tailoring bins are just constantly getting filled up because I'm going a little nuts with tailoring. It's a really good thing. Directly increases your chances of survival if you ever get grabbed. Not that I ever plan on getting grabbed, but, you know, I don't necessarily have to plan for something like that to happen. So how many? We've got 6 rows instead of 7. I'm just going to rename the bag really quick. So we got 6 full rows. Let me count the rows I actually have already. Might have enough. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I genuinely did not actually plan that, but that's how the cards fell. We have enough dirt. I believe all the rows over here are filled in terms of dirt. Yeah, even though the sand is not complete, we're going to go ahead and plant these, because, I mean, you know, the sooner you get it done, the better. It would be pretty cool to be able to say that I got all of my April plants planted on April 1st. I'd feel pretty good about that. So, for anybody joining, if you're not familiar, I'm not just, you know, this is not necessarily a glitch, what you're looking at here. This is just tiles that have not been redrawn after I put down dirt and sand here. So what I'm doing is I'm digging into dirt tiles that I put down, and some of the tiles between them are sand. They just haven't redrawn properly yet. In order to force a redraw, you have to leave the area and then come back. So this side is going to look just like the other side here, where it's a nice, neat alternating row between dirt and sand. When it's done, it'll look like that. It's kind of partially complete at the moment. And I'm not rushing to complete it right now because it's functional. And I need it functional so that I can get the crops planted so that I can set it and forget it. So even though it looks really janky, this is me engaging with the systems the developers have given to us. I have a feeling this is not operating as intended, but I don't care. They don't communicate their intent with us. They don't communicate with us fucking at all. All they use is their community mods who don't really know what's going on. So, right, this, in my opinion, this is a perfectly valid strategy. It's not like the devs have told us otherwise, have they? So, what I'm doing now is I need to get a bucket so that I can water the crops on the other side. I don't have any buckets on the other side yet. I'm just gonna use the large bucket for the other side. Now, composting is last. In fact, if time does not allow, I'll just do composting as my overnight activity. So I'm going to go ahead and just focus on planting and watering first. All right, that is a large bucket full of water. The large bucket full of water counts for 10 crop plots from 0 to 100. So I'll go ahead and take the seeds out of this bag now, and we're going to get started. So which one of these? Everything over here has a 70 minimum water. The other side has a bit of a mix, but this side is slightly higher priority crops. I like everything over here is going to be. There's a reason I put a gate over here and I didn't on the other side. We'll start with kale. Honestly, kale is probably the best crop in this game, in my opinion. So we're going to do kale first. All right, they're planted. Now to water. All right, the kale done. I'm going to go inside and get myself some water because my canteen has been empty for a while. Bit of a doof on my part. Alright, bucket back into the hand, and let's get that filled up again. I think all of the buckets on the other side are empty at this point. Not 100% sure on that, but I'm not too worried about it at this point. So, kale is best. We're going to do spinach. Spinach is a close second. Lettuce is good, and cabbage is good. Cabbage and lettuce are both good, but you cannot repeatedly harvest them. I don't remember spinach. I don't remember if spinach is. I don't think it is. I think kale is actually going to be the only thing on this side that is a repeat harvest. Right. So yeah, we did, that is kale, spinach. We'll do broccoli, lettuce, cabbage, green peas. Yeah. So we're going to be staying up just a little bit late tonight, but I think we're just barely going to make it. Maybe the last row will be technically planted on April 2nd, but we're going to be very close, and I'm okay with that. The only reason that we couldn't quite get everything on April 1st has mostly been because we've had to refill these water containers a couple times at this point. Oh, you know what? I need to replace the battery on my flashlight anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my flashlight so I can see what I'm doing. But I'm not too worried about actually seeing things. I just want to use up the battery so that I can replace it. I don't like leaving batteries like at 20% capacity. Just use it up entirely so it despawns. Alright, so after we finish filling the buckets, I'm going to take painkillers. Because our girl is in a lot of muscle strain once again from all the planting and stuff, which even being agriculture level 4, not good enough. And then I'm going to go ahead and take painkillers. And that should give enough time for the painkillers to be fully kicked in right as I finish watering these. Hopefully. That's the ideal. If not, it should be close. Basically, you just want to make sure that you get to sleep while the painkillers are in effect, because otherwise that kind of negates the point. The whole point of painkillers is to make it so you can actually sleep. Look at that. That is all of our April crops harvested, and we are like 10 minutes into April 2nd. We were so close. We were so close. I'm just going to say we got almost everything on the first day. That's close enough. Close enough for government work. And this flashlight is literally about to die. I'm just going to leave it running while I sleep. And the cool thing about my base design is I know it so well I can mostly traverse it in the dark here. This quadrant is a little bit less familiar, but once I get through, I know exactly where to go on the back wall. This is my electronics bin where I've got lots of batteries. So I just grab one of those bad boys and then insert it in the flashlight. Boom. And now what we're going to do is get started with composting. I'm just going to move the whole van, use its headlight. Now, why did I drop the bucket? Because it was in my hand, and it's a large item. Large items automatically get dropped if they're in your hand when you get into a vehicle. Alright, equip primary, equip secondary, and then put 3 more in the backpack. Presto, you've got enough compost for 20 crop plots. So there's total of 60 here, so we're just going to have to do this 3 times, and then we are done with the composting business. As fate would have it, it's 4 a.m. and I've gotten 1 row done. I usually like to go to bed at 2230 hours and 0400 hours. So it is actually a perfect time to go back to sleep now. Can we not drop the sack, please? Just put it in the backpack. And asleep we go. So even though we stayed up a little late, our sleep schedule is pretty much intact. I'm happy about it. We're good. Alrighty then. Just 2 more rows to fertilize, or compost rather, and then we can focus on filling in the gaps we'll just go do a sand run. I'll probably work on the driveway after that. I think that is my next task. Because generally speaking, we're doing base work right now. So you may have noticed the music stopped a while ago. That's just a glitch that happens with this game. The devs don't play their own game long enough in any given play session to actually run into problems like this. It's been around since the beginning of B42, and it's going to be around for a very long time. Let's see here. I'm going to put on some... I did Stellaris. I've done Rimworld. What else is a good soundtrack? Ideally, a video game soundtrack, something that won't get copyright struck. Scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. We could do Skies of Arcadia. Problem is, Skies of Arcadia is a big mix of combat and regular music. Let's see here. And there's not very much of that. There used to be a guy on YouTube who did extended cuts of the Skies of Arcadia soundtracks. His channel got nuked, not because of those, but because of a different soundtrack that he did. That was actually one of the major reasons that I abandoned my main channel, because I was doing soundtrack extensions for the longest time there. And seeing somebody else's channel get completely nuked because of that, no, not doing it. I haven't touched my main channel in over 12 years, and I don't intend on touching it again until I'm ready to do better produced content than just the live stream stuff that I do here. This is always going to be my secondary channel here. I can't find anything good right now. Stellaris it is. This'll work. Alright, we are doing these two rows next. Broccoli. Okay, so that is all of the crops on this side, planted, harvested, watered, or sorry, planted, composted, and watered. So now we are going to take our other van, which is our van with all of the sacks in it. And we are going to go get some sand. Probably just one full backpack, really. We do not need too much at the moment. So this is our compost van, so it does need to be kept close to the crops. I'll go ahead and park it here for now. Okay, so there's a full garbage bag of sacks in the back of this trunk. So that is that's the majority of our sacks. Now in the back of this one, we've got 5 bags of 18. I separated them into 18 counts because that is 18 sacks of a building material such as sand or dirt or gravel constitutes a full military backpack when you're organized. So the remaining empty sacks can go in here. This is where I was storing them before. Put away the last of the plastic bags because I'm now done with them. And now we head out to get some sand. I think I'll get 2 full backpacks of it. So that means I just need 2 garbage bags full of those. And then I can hand carry those, so we'll just take the Corvette. Now there may be zombies out here, so I'm going to go ahead and... well, I've already got my sword. So we're equipped. I've even got my firearms. I don't like to discharge the firearms too close to base because it will... Anywhere within drawing distance of the cows, it'll spook the cows. They'll go nuts. Do not want that. So we do just a little ways up the river here. We've got a bunch of sand left over in front of the bait shop, and we've also got a bunch of zombies right here because we've got a lot of respawns at this time of year. Hey! Come out of those trees, would you? I'm not even at a shortage of leather in the slightest, but I'll go ahead and leave their leather coat on the floor. Do not think I need Kentucky Herald for July 6th, do I? I'm actually collecting newspapers at this point. Kentucky Herald, I do need the 6th, okay. So I can delete the 6th. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put these in the, put them in the trunk. So otherwise I will lose track of them and never make use of them again. Probably not the last small group we're going to run into, since this is respawn time. I've killed most of them to the north here, but it looks like they've respawned. I saw somebody in the trees over here in the top center left area of the screen. So we've got several groups on this side. You know what? Since we've got some combat music coming up here, there is a track I've been hankering to try listening to in the middle of Zomboid. It is from RimWorld. It is one of their combat tracks. Probably the most iconic one of it. Seeing as we have a large group. And you know what? Gonna bring them out to us. That's quite a few. This is a bit of a hot spot if you don't keep it clear. And being sick for about 2 weeks with the fracture. Yeah, we let quite a few respawn. What I want to do is make sure that this has not brought anybody up from the angle of approach towards the base. So I'm actually gonna clear my 6 first. Always check 6. Do not ever let yourself get surrounded in every direction. Ooh, caffeine pills on that person. Alright, let's get started. It's killing time. And I believe we're far enough from my base to, we're discharging the firearm a little bit. Get in that pile. Go on, get up. You're harder to target when you're ragdolled. That's more like it. Stragglers, I'll exclusively use firearms on because I am sort of trying to level aiming. I got the book for it, but it is the hardest to get targets for. Come on, get on up. Alright, I feel pretty confident about that being clear. Heart pounding for a second there, but we're good. How's our sword holding up? Pretty good. I'm gonna move up a little further and continue making sure that this area is clear, because I don't feel like having unwelcome guests while I'm trying to gather sand and gravel. This is my town, after all. This area looks surprisingly good. We definitely drew out anybody who was in the area. The only thing I would be worried about now would be anybody from very far away with pinpoint hearing. That's still a thing, I think. Funny thing is, if I became a zombie, I would probably have pinpoint hearing, because my video game reflexes have trained me to listen for sounds very carefully. So that would probably carry over to me if I became a zombie. I don't know if I would have pinpoint hearing as a character in this game. My hearing is not very good if it's not trained to very specific types of sounds. If I don't know what to listen for, it's useless. Okay, we are good. That was a little fun diversion. We are back to construction here. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to sit down, and I don't even have a book to read. I'm just going to sit down. We're out of books to read right now. That's what having a fractured foot will do. You're going to spend a lot of time reading. Like I even read Tracking and Trapping. That's how desperate I was for reading material. All right, all of these cars, I'm going to tow them out of the way because they're in the way. It's not really because I'm worried about them blocking my sand collection. It's just because there's respawns in this area, as y'all have just witnessed. I only have one live here at the moment, but anybody, I do have a few folks who watch the VOD, so ongoing commentary for them as well. At some point, I might actually bring all of these down to the, I set aside a garage area specifically for standard vehicles, as opposed to heavy duty or sports. And these are all standard vehicles. So I actually have a feeling that, this does not have gas in it. Okay. If it had gas, I'd probably take it there myself. I want to make sure not to block my roads either, so that works. See, look, there's yet another up there by the riverside. Somehow all those gunshots didn't pull him out. Somehow. Fast one, too. Alright, so now that I'm set for all of this, I can take the sacks out of the garbage bags, put them in my military backpacks, and start filling them up. Alright, there's one full military backpack of sand. We'll take the rest of this area And then we'll switch to gravel for the leftovers. Or we'll actually hold off on the leftovers. Maybe I'll take dirt to even out some of the missing tiles. Oh, this is a tree, isn't it? This one is most of the way full? It needs 2 more. Alright. So I'm going to switch to dirt now with the remaining 4 bags. And I'll just even out this area so that it's easier to traverse when driving. Alright, that is all the sacks I brought with me. I could have brought many, many more, but I only brought two full military backpacks worth so that I can top off the secondary garden. Make a little bit more room in there for... I'm starting to get room for the May crops. Because it's April right now, we've planted all the April crops. But we'll do May crops after that. And then the sand that is left over is crafting material. So as you can see, some of it smoothed out. The tiles that were not adjacent to anything didn't smooth out. But that's what we're going to fix now. So this tile, this row right here that needs sand. Same with this. If it seems like this is something hard to keep straight, nah, it's just alternating between sand and dirt, but then the dirt is 10 by, just rows of 10, and then the dirt rows of 10 are surrounded by one row of sand. That's it. It's less complicated than it looks, really. That has left us with still quite a bit of sand. Yeah. I'll go ahead and use, I'll make some more rows here. So that's sand right there, so this needs to be dirt, and then that needs to be dirt. So I'll make a row of sand leading to the other side. Just 2 more here. I've never heard this particular track from Stellaris before. It is pretty epic. Sounds like one of the DLC ones. Okay. That is incomplete. We needed 1, 2, 3, 4. We really needed 1 more bag of dirt. So we should have gotten 1 more. That's fine. I'm gonna go get that now, just so that I don't forget about it. I mean, maybe I'll go ahead and get... Alright, so there's 1 more to top off the current row. If we get another 20 tiles worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that is another even 2 rows. Feels good. I don't know exactly how many May crops that I need, so I'm not going to put too much mental effort into that yet, because it's a whole month away. This one I have heard before. I like it. I just haven't heard it very often. So it is another one of the DLC ones. So since we're doing another 2 rows of 10, another 20, we'll cut across with sand here. Wait a minute. I'm a doofus. I almost doofed. This is sand, dirt, sand. Okay, sand row right here. Okay, and now we switch back to dirt and do 2 rows. So now I'm out of dirt. This row is missing sand, so I'll do that next. Now I've got the sand going for several more rows. I'm gonna try to mark. Yeah, I'm gonna use some. I'm gonna use some of these empty sacks to mark the dirt tiles specifically. Okay, so here's 1 row of dirt. Here's another row of dirt. Here's another row of dirt. Okay. Now I do that so that I can measure where I need to put the sand, so that I can get as much sand out of my inventory as I can right now. So I can go ahead and put a connecting row here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Now we're on sand all the way over here. So we, basically that is another... So there's a row of dirt there. So this is another row of sand here. Okay, so we're short by 2 sand in this row. So we need 2 plus. We need 12 more units of sand. 12 more tiles. That's it. That should be it. Right? Yes, 12 more units of sand and 30 more units of dirt. It is close to our bedtime, so we will do that tomorrow. I'm going to write that down before I forget about it. Let's see if there's any reading material that I can read right now. I don't think there's gonna be, but I will take a look. Yeah, nothing right now. As expected. Oh well. I've got bonuses in all of the skills that I could possibly have bonuses in, with the exception of the ones that I do not have the books for, so... it tracks. It's alright. We're going to bed 30, 40 minutes early. It's whatever. We hit the sack now. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just currently filling out the last tiles of our garden. Secondary garden for May crops. It is, I mean, it's April now, but I mean, since we're on a roll, might as well get it on with. So it looks janky right now. Everything on this side, it looks pretty janky, but it's gonna look like the other side over there when we leave and re-enter the map tile. Then it will look pretty. For some reason, the borders of the water and dirt just don't get recalculated until you leave and re-enter. Alright, so we have a shopping list of sand and dirt that we need right now, and there's a bunch of sand and dirt right in front of us. Let's go get some of that. 12 tiles sand, 30 tiles dirt. Now that's all the sand we need. However, I'm going to get a little more because otherwise, you know, being completely empty on sand. Sand is actually a crafting material. Using some charges of a bag of sand is several recipes in glass making and pottery. So I'm going to go ahead and just get the rest of the sand over here. Dirt is one of the things that once you no longer need to put it down for, you know, tiles that you want to plant on, once you're done with that, you don't need dirt anymore, so... So we'll just get 3 more to fill out these bags. Alright. Does it for sand. We're going to get dirt. We need a total of 30 tiles worth. There's 20. And there's 30. That should be all we need to finish the garden. Look at that. We left and re-entered the area, and it looks quite pretty. Now, the only part that doesn't look pretty is the part where we had a lot of missing space over here. That's what we need to fill in. Currently wonking on sand, even though we can't see it. And this is the row that is missing 2 tiles of sand. So there's 1 and 2. That's dirt, that's dirt. And this is sand, and then that's dirt. Okay. So there's sand, dirt, sand, dirt, sand. Right. So this is the last row of sand right here. Alright, all the sand we have left is now classified for crafting purpose. Only 4, that's alright. We shouldn't need, like, large quantities at this point. We've got all the pottery done that we really need. You know, the crucibles and whatnot. So now we are putting down dirt. Should be a total of 30. Right, that's all of the sacks of dirt. Now the remaining sacks of sand that I have, I'm going to go put in the crafting area, and then get 4 more sacks of sand, or empty sacks, to replace these. So I'll put 2 sacks right here for pottery. And then 2 sacks over here for glass making. That ought to do it. And then I want to keep these sacks in groups of 18. So replace those 4 sacks here. Now I've got 18 and 18, and it's already bedtime. Perfect timing. Alrighty. I left the car running all night, I think. That's alright. Worse things have happened. Never claimed not to be a doofus. I am very much a doofus. In fact, you know what? We're gonna go refill it, and then when we come back, the ugly will have redrawn, the tiles rather. So the tiles will look pretty. For anybody joining, as a quick recap, we just finished expanding our garden. All of the April crops are planted, and now we've got a little bit of room for the May crops. I don't know if we have room for all the May crops, but we've made good progress in that regard, so... Is this thing not parked close enough? This is the only vehicle in the game where the gas tank is on the back of it. So sometimes you gotta do some dumb shit to make sure it's close enough. Look at that. We got Zeds respawning Spiffos. This is unacceptable. I'm gonna gear up for fight. Shouldn't be too bad of a fight, but a fight. Oh, speaking of, yeah, we got respawns in each kill zone here. So I'm going to go ahead and discharge the firearm, actually. We need to level our aiming skill. So I'm not afraid of a little bit of shooting. Level 5 aiming, it still sometimes takes 5 9mm shots to kill a zombie that's already on the ground. That means I only got 2 shots left. That's rather absurd. Shit. I'm not keeping good track. Fuck. That was a mistake. Alright, I'm gonna thin their numbers a little bit with the sword here. One north. Unacceptable. Falling back. I had a feeling that I might pull some from the north. This is what happens when I do not do regular enough patrols. Alright, we've got 3 in our primary firearm and 10 in our secondary. I haven't had to kill zombies in this area for a very long time. In front of the police station. Not since the very beginning. 1, 2, 3. Reload. This is my last full magazine. I'm going to let these guys split themselves up because they move at different speeds. Nine. 8, 7, 6, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. I no longer have any reloads, so we're switching to melee for a moment. Alright, should have 14 in this one. I'm gonna kill one of these manually. I hate it when they all of a sudden decide they're not gonna go down. 15, 12. Come on, start getting up, would you? 13, 11. How do I count? I don't know how to count. Imagine forgetting how to count. Now, when they're ragdolled, you don't want to keep shooting them. They're harder to hit while they're ragdolled. I like to wait until they start getting up. Now, of course, sometimes you don't actually hit the one you're aiming at. So I got no choice but to just finish them off now. Why is it treating ragdolls as if they were standing? I don't know. I don't really care. Sometimes the game is just janky. But that is all of the ammunition we brought with us expended. What? Oh, she's still ragdolled. Good night. Have any in my M36? Ah, failure. I never reloaded it from the last time I did a full discharge. Now you see, you might be wondering, why would I have carried around an M36 for that long without ever, using it? Well, carrying around dead weight in this game is actually not a bad idea. If you keep yourself in a constant state of low-level encumbrance, you're not taking too big of a risk in combat, as long as it's low level. But that also means that basic actions, such as running or fighting while you're over-encumbered, will generate more strength experience. And that applies regardless of what strength level you are. So, like, I'm level 9, so I want to be constantly getting strength experience. But, and it's been working out for me. I mean, we're coming up on 9 months, and I'm currently at, where is it? Strength. 86,500 out of 15,000. So a little ways back, we crossed the 2/3 threshold, and we're getting there. Take a look at that. That is our pretty crop plots. Now that is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more rows, times 10. Each row is 10, so that is 70 more crop plots. That hopefully should be enough for the May planting season, but I can't remember if May included corn. Because if May included corn, then we might not actually have enough. That's all right. We'll take it as we go. I picked up some assorted loot from zombies as I did killing sprees there, so I'm going to go ahead and empty that out of the trunk, get that sorted. I'm also going to go ahead and get myself cleaned up, because we got a lot of zombie blood on us now. I need to wash the jacket. Scrap that for strips at some point. Now the jeans, I'm just gonna tailor those with, I'm gonna shorten them for tailoring experience, so that I don't need to worry about cleaning them. Everything else, stuff for the epitaph here, and then So if anybody watching is not familiar, I have a lot of collection habits in this game. It's just, one of those fun long-term goals. All of the zombies that I kill in Riverside with unique personal information on them, so business cards, credit cards, ID cards, I collect all of them, and I'm putting them in this box to establish an epitaph. One of those big monuments with all the names on it. And I've got one for Riverside, and then this garbage bag here is full of everybody that I've killed in Muldraugh. So hardly everybody. I mean, there's a lot of people that some of the people here in this bin, this main bin, the epitaph bin here, some of them are from Brandenburg. So this is just going to be a combined, Riverside Brandenburg epitaph. The other one, I'll make a separate one for Muldraugh at some point. Just long-term goals to amuse yourself in a game like this. Got some scraps and jewelry bin here. This is a empty M9 magazine. Those need to be, I need to start refilling those. Watch for the electronics, caffeine pills for first aid. Okay. Over here is my firearm storage. M9 is right here. So we've got one full magazine ready. All the other magazines that we actually own for M9 are fully empty. So because we had to rack that one, I'm actually gonna... I have one loose round right now. Like one round that is not an even number for magazine fillage. So I'm gonna eject that magazine, top it off with this one bullet. This is how obsessive I am sometimes. It feels good though. I enjoy it. Alright, so our main M9 is reloaded. Now our secondary one needs a new magazine. So what we're going to do is we're going to fill a round of M9 mags. I like to do that 3 boxes and 15 magazines. So each box is 50. So that actually, it's really annoying the way they do this. A box of 50 is not enough for an even number of magazines. So if you open a single box and just put them all in your magazines, you're gonna have a bunch of rounds left over. I hate that. So what I do is I open 3 boxes at a time and then fill 15 magazines all the way up. Now that is gonna mean I have to open another carton of 9mm, which is fine by me. As long as I am getting aiming experience when I shoot something, I'm okay with it. So I'm gonna put away 11 of those and open this one. Open this one, and open this one. So that is 150 bullets, 15 in each magazine, so we get 10 more magazines. Wait a minute, no, I'm an idiot. I didn't enunciate that properly. 5 more magazines, 10 magazines, 15 bullets each, 150 bullets total. There we go, 10 empty magazines. Let's get these filled up. My absolute kingdom. For that one mod that makes it so that you can insert bullets in all magazines in a stack. That needs to have been part of the base game 20 builds ago. Just such a basic thing. Alright, that's 10 magazines filled up. Let's put one in our secondary. And let's put a few in our Alice kit. 3 magazines allocated for that. What am I missing? That key to that car can come out of there. Okay. So I have 6 more full magazines. I'm gonna put those back in here for now. Yeah. Okay, that's all of the stuff I've picked up has been sorted. And now we are, I'm gonna go get some gravel. Not just, for a couple of reasons, actually. first thing I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna pull up the local. So this area that's got grass around it, this grassy road. This is the road, that tiny little gravel road that follows the edge of the Ohio River in Riverside. Basically, this was here when I got here, part of the original map. Where is so B42map.com? If we zoom in on Riverside, where I've built this, you can see this road is already part of the map. Now, what that means is roads that are already part of the map are subject to degradation. So that's why there's, this ugly grass popping up through it. I want to get rid of all that. So the only way to get rid of all that is to remove the gravel and put it back down. So basically, this entire section of the road here, we're just going to pick it up, put it back down. Now, am I going to put it back down in the same spot immediately? Nah. I'm going to fill out the area directly in front of my base first. Here's my vehicle over here. This is the sack vehicle. This has all the sacks in it. I allocate them in individual garbage bags of 18. Because 18 full sacks is what you can fit in a single military backpack. I've got a little more cow milk than I need right now. I'm going to put some of it in the trailer right here. Okay. So I'm going to start with the part directly in front of my base. since that's a little more important. Long overdue to finally have the area that I drive the most in finally filled with gravel. Alright, and then I will continue filling this area in until I run out. I will run out. I'm not worried too much about the other parts of the road that I've dug up. Those will eventually get filled back up. I think I will leave room for one more welded floor out here. Yeah. Oh, I still got six sacks of gravel left, so I might actually be able to fill in the main drive area here. That would be nice. Nope, not quite. Okay. Now we are staged up for several more bags of gravel. And in fact, we are getting set for even more. Now, in order to build the gravel road around, leading to and going around my base, I have already had to pull up some local gravel. I kind of started all the way back at the neighborhood up here, the neighborhood that has like a fully gravel road, and just kind of worked my way back. Now, that being said, there's probably going to be zombie respawns in this area. So I fully expect to run into some interference while I'm here. Yep, I already see some on the other side of those trees. So I cut the engine here. I'm going to drop the one that's in my main hand. Here, there we go. And you know what? I'll drop the offhand too. Usually when there's one, there's more. They like to group up, so I'm going to run through these trees. I assume that there's going to be some hidden by the trees somewhere. No? Alright. I'm okay with that. I mean, there doesn't have to be zombies. I'm perfectly okay with there not being zombies. Especially respawns. I always felt like the game should kind of, you know, make it seem like respawns are not just respawns, you know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't just be zombies that just reappear just because zombies that used to be there are not there anymore. It should be a little bit more natural than that. But I'll leave that to the greater minds of the devs to figure out. All I can say is if they're going for vaunted realism, they got work to do. So I'm going to start by filling up my main backpack. And then what I'll probably do is before I start switching to the other backpacks, I will reload sacks from the trunk. I can do that twice before I run out of sacks. This is one of the reasons I collect sacks, to make it easier to build roads. Basically, whenever I look at a sack, I'm thinking, okay, that's going to make it 0.5% easier to build my road in large bulk. That's 8. You know what? Instead of even putting it back in my backpack, I'm just going to toss it straight into the trunk here. There's another 8. I hear some mouth breathing. Well, if I do, I got no eyes. This house has blue curtains. I need to remember that. Blue curtains are something that I was looking for at one point, and I actually gave up because I couldn't find enough. Neat. Okay. Also in need of some water here. There's a full set of 18 there. And in these garbage bags, we got 2 more of those. So that's how we do it. We do it in quantities of 18. I'm just gonna keep doing this until I get to my bedtime at 22:30, and then I'm just gonna sleep in one of these houses. I mean, what does it matter what house I sleep in, as long as it's got a good bed? Pillows, I usually like to try to make sure there's a pillow, but I'm not that fussed about it. Got all of it? Yeah, that's all the sacks I have right now. Get one more set, and we'll probably get like halfway through it before we go to sleep. Now this one, instead of going into the trunk, is going to go into our backpack. Or actually, no, not yet, because I need to have my backpack emptied when I pick up the other two backpacks. There's a funky thing with military backpacks. Even if you can afford to carry one while it's, you know, full of stuff, it's going to be so heavy that you'll need to lose some weight before you can actually pick it up. Little silly. But that's how the game works right now. Your inventory generally has a max size of 50. There's only a very small number of things that will let you pick up something heavier than 50 encumbrance. And 2210 is a tad early, but we'll go ahead and sleep in Grandpa's house here. I call it Grandpa's house because it has a doesn't have a TV, just has a piano and a nice floor with purple carpeting, very aesthetically pleasing. It's exactly what a grandpa would do. So you don't technically need light to pick up gravel, but I'm gonna turn the headlights on anyway. I like to be able to see. There's 60 sacks of gravel right there. I actually started eating into the ones in my backpacks. Didn't even realize it. I guess that's all right, because it's gonna come out of the backpack anyway when I start when I fill it up. Come on. There you go. Alright, so it is 3:50. I'm going to go to sleep momentarily because I go to bed at 22:30 and then 4. So I'm going to pull up next to the gravel road here, cut the engine, and just hop the fence here, sleep in this house tonight. I think this actually was one of my marked sleeping houses, but I can't remember. Been quite a while since I've been to this neck of the woods. Yes, okay, this is one of my marked spots. Basically, I just mark it if it has a bedroom with intact windows and a good bed with a pillow. That's the bare minimum for me. I don't really need, like, you know... Basically, if there's a window, then that's your protection from a zombie accidentally wandering up. Because, whatchamacallit, if they break the window, you'll wake up. So... I don't even know if it's possible for a zombie to randomly wander up to you and aggro onto you while you're asleep. But I do think it's possible for them to just randomly, like, you know, if there's an open window, then I do think they might actually randomly wander into the window, and then after you wake up, they'll rush you. So that's why the minimum for me is at least a you know, walls and windows. Oh, okay, this is my last loose sack. Okay. That means I can put the military backpack here into the trunk, fill this last sack, and we are full completely of all possible sacks we could bring with us. 3 and 4. Okay. So now I drive back, and while I'm driving, I will equip that military backpack, the third one, into my main hand, because I no longer need the shovel to be in my main hand. You just need to have the sack on your person, and then you can empty it into the, you can just empty it on the ground. You don't need to have your hands free. So that means all 3 of my hands I can now fill up with sacks of gravel, and as soon as I get out at base, I can start laying it down. And finally, at long last, all this space that should be gravel can become gravel. Now, I am carrying so much that I'm over-encumbered to the point of shedding health, so I'm actually going to take my heavy weapons off and put them in the trailer here. By heavy weapons, I just mean the firearms and the sword. That leaves me, and I don't need the entrenching tool right now either. So just the hammer and the hunting knife, I still have effective self-defense in case somebody wanders up, but nothing that I would be doing big fights with. It's so beautiful. I really like it. Okay, so we are now doing some gravel fill-in on the left and right wings. You know, usually by now I would have thought about parking. In many of my other base builds, I have actually thought about having, like, you know, designated marked parking spots for my vehicles. You know, seeing as I have an entire fleet. Nothing about that's changed. I still have an entire fleet. I just don't have organized parking like I used to in my other runs. I've also been doing like this diagonal parking thing. I'm on a bit of a craze for that. Not for any objective reason. I just have been doing it. But if you're going to mark your own parking spots, it's a little easier to make them in line with the grid, because then you can actually use tiles to just mark them. Let me go ahead and fill in this uneven bit here. Now, if I'm going to do like an entire area of grass, I like to think of tiles in collections of 9, and 9x9 regions at once. Just really for efficiency reasons. But if I was going to do an entire row of grass, I would probably scythe it first, and then toss it on the ground like I did over here. No, I don't think I'm going to have enough gravel left for the entire expansion to the road that I want to do. But I think I have enough to get started. Ah. This is why I think about tiles in groups of 9, because if you stand in the center of one, you can turn around and fill, you know, all 9 that are within one tile of the character. Okay, we are now out. Each of these military backpacks had 18 sacks of sand in them, and now we've expended all those. So all we do is go right back to our building materials transport vehicle here, this Spiffo van, and put back into the garbage bags each of these sets of 18, so that I don't even have to bother counting them again. The garbage bags are just waiting for them here. And then I just go ahead and fill all these military backpacks back up with gravel that I put right here in the main inventory. Or at least I suppose I will fill 2 of them, because that's all I've got room for. I did not get a third set of 18. In a perfect world, I would have 6 garbage bags filled with 18 sacks each, and that would be my construction vehicle, basically, because that gives me, you know, 2 full runs of full backpacks of gravel. But I think with 2 out of 3, we'll be fine for the rest of this road, and then some other fillings in. You know what? So we've reached the point of there's a slight difference between the tiles I just filled in. These tiles, you see, they're a little darker and they still got grass growing in them. That's because there's still dirt there. What that means for me is I could, obviously, you know, just put down the gravel, but then that would almost be a waste of dirt. If I need dirt, it would be a waste. And I actually think I'm at a point where I could extend the animal cages just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to give the animals a little bit more room to maneuver, a little bit more space, just for aesthetic purposes. I mean, right now they got functionality, but, you know, they're animals. They like to have room. They're going to be a little happier if they have more room, so grab some stuff to drink here. 2 of these bad boys. And you know what? I'm going to go pet one of the animals right now because my happies are surprisingly low. It's probably because of how uncomfortable I've been for a couple days. So I'm going to go just pet a bull here. I think this one is almost grown up enough to start knocking up the cows here. So he is a good bull. If I was to... You know what? Let me just go get all the dirt that is in front of me. And then I will reassess how much that I actually need. I went all the way back to base. I forgot to go get a trowel. That's alright. I left my trowel right here. Now, honestly, the logical choice for my parking lot would actually just be to extend the parking lot of the police station. That actually feels very logical. And in fact, that is probably exactly what I'm going to do. That's going to require a lot of gravel, though. Let me deal with the dirt work that I want to do first. I think I have enough sacks for this. You know what? In fact, I'm gonna alternate. I'm gonna pick dirt up, put gravel down. That makes the most sense right now, because that will also free up sacks. So this is why my character was becoming unhappy. She's just constantly sweating and then being uncomfortable. I'm going to take a couple layers off here. I'm going to take the long johns and the military jacket, and we'll see if that stops us from sweating too much. You see, it's still 34 degrees outside, so it's nowhere near actual springtime temperatures, or just, you know, we're not into the depths of spring yet. We came short by just 3 tiles of dirt, so just to finish off a sack here. Alright, so we'll extend, basically, the reason they have separate pens is because you can only have one bull in a single pen, otherwise the bulls will kill each other. So I need to keep these ones separate. I have a bull of each breed at this point, so the Seminoles over here, the Angus in the center, and then the Holsteins have extra room because I have more more Holsteins, and I'm also keeping the sheep over there. So let me go ahead and expand this. I'll expand them by... I haven't even decided. Let's just do 2 full tiles for now. See, I'm probably not going to have enough dirt to do the same for the Holstein. Now, when the temperature gets a little warmer, I'm actually going to start killing some of these Angus cows. Because the Angus cows, as the name suggests, they are valued most for their beef. They don't produce very much milk at all. So the Angus... definitely going to, at some point, put a couple of them out to pasture, as it were. Alright, those zones have been extended. Let's see if I can do at least 1 tile out for this one before I run out of dirt. Okay, yeah, I did run out of dirt, so that's 4 tiles dirt, 4 tiles of dirt that I came up short on. Now I can actually do something a little sneaky here. This is a little. If you put down dirt and you don't intend to farm on it, you can pick the dirt back up, and there will still be a tile of quote-unquote dirt left behind. You just won't be able to farm on it. So I don't intend on doing any farming back here. So, and remember, the dirt doesn't, like, if you're just putting the tile down so that you can walk on it, like I am now, so the animals have room to maneuver, I'm not really worried about the fact that I cannot farm on it. Theoretically, I could just put down dirt and then pick it right back up, and then put it back down and pick it right back up, and could do that indefinitely. Again, it's one of those things that it's a little gamey if you do it all the time, but in this particular case, we'll just say that I got away with it this one time. For the sake of convenience, it's alright. I'm going to go ahead and leave the area and come back so that the tiles no longer look ugly. Oh, and this is actually probably a great opportunity to finally get rid of those stumps. Tired of looking at them. I just need to go get my pickaxe. I don't use it very often these days, so. For that, I need both hands. The nearest one that I have is the field kit in this vehicle. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I could probably yeet the pickaxe from my field kit. I would probably not miss it. The only reason I have it is because you know, the purpose of the field kit is to make sure that if I get stuck in a situation where I can't get back to my base anytime soon, that I'm combat effective for as long as humanly possible. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. It's not letting me remove the stump. God damn it. What use is this thing if it can't even remove a stump? I'm gonna check to see if this has been reported as a bug. Where the hell is Steam? Hello, wake up, Steam. There you are. Lag. There's a thread about it that one of the most frequent posters on the Steam discussion forum didn't even know that you can remove... You're supposed to be able to remove stumps with a pickaxe. I'm gonna go get the... You know what? If I can't do it with a pickaxe, I'll see if I can do it with a sledgehammer. Why not, right? We got to get rid of those stupid things. I'm not just gonna accept them as a fixed object in time and space. I can destroy entire buildings. Y'all bet your ass I'm gonna destroy a stump. Alright, come on, please tell me I can. Nope. Can't? Okay, I am very seriously considering opening debug mode to delete these stumps. I mean, it's not fair. If the devs are just going to break the game so that we cannot do something that we've always been able to do, and they're not even gonna fucking tell us, oh yeah, it's broken on purpose, or no, we didn't know it was broken, or... fuck it. I'm pissed about it, I really am. One last thing I'm going to try before I resort to that. Did they change it so that you need an axe to get rid of stumps? I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm just going to bring this whole van up now that I've got multiple parts of its field kit used. To be entirely honest, what I really do... I need to retool these field kits. I need to remove the pickaxe from them. Especially now that it can't even do stumps anymore. Okay. So I cannot remove this stump no matter what I do. That is definitely a thing. Scything grass are 90% chance this is not going to do it, but... No, of course not. Okay, whatever. It's probably an artifact of the map being migrated. That is a possibility. I would not be able to confirm that unless I go to a part of the map that I have not yet explored. Right, so the game... before the player explores a map tile, it is Schrodinger's map tile. It hasn't been established yet. So basically, if there is an update to the game, any tile that you explore will be generated as if it was a fresh tile generated by that update. Meanwhile, tiles that were, generated on the previous version, the migration system doesn't always change it properly, so... Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to retool these field kits now, because at this point, these wood axes are too heavy, and sledgehammers, obviously I don't want to keep those, but these pickaxes need to go. They are no longer fit for purpose. So I have field kits in that vehicle and this one. This one needs its wood axe and sledgehammer, or wood axe and pickaxe removed. Now, I do need an axe of some kind. So that is going to be, I'm going to replace it with a fire axe. And again, I have no idea what pickaxes are even supposed to be used for at this point, so I'm just going to leave that here. As it might as well just be a decoration at this point. The sledgehammer, this one is for base use, for local use, so I'll just leave it here for now. I'm going to put together a couple of firefighter axes. Wait a minute, no, I have a couple up here. Right, yeah, I've got several. So here's one for each of my vehicles. And one that I'll keep outside here at base. You know what, I'm going to put one in the Corvette too. Firefighter axe is just one of those things that's always useful. Okay, that looks good for now. I still want a couple of other things in the Corvette, especially finger food. Just a couple of snack items. Last thing I ever want is a repeat of that situation where I flipped the Corvette and didn't have any provisions for a long period of time. Had to go seek out and find my own. So here's a firefighter axe for this van. Firefighter axe for this van. You get an axe. You get an axe. You get an axe. What does this one have that the other one doesn't? Is it a mason chisel? So this one is 23 encumbrance. The other one is 22. This one does not have a mason chisel anymore. That might have been intentional. I actually think I'm post-scarcity on mason chisels. Reason being is if I need a mason chisel, I can just nap one with napping now. Like, I can literally just go out and find some flint on the ground and use that to make my own masonry chisel. So I can actually remove masonry chisels from my field kits. The only reason I would ever use a masonry chisel out in the field, not at a base, would be like a really wacky situation. Usually a situation that is so wacky that I wouldn't have access to a vehicle anyway. It's a little hard to even fathom a situation like that at this point. This stage of the game, as it were. So we're just about to bedtime, actually. I got a little bit of gravel left that I can put down. Hello. Door right there. Now, the sledgehammer is a little too big. You know what? I was wondering if I should bother with a field kit in the Corvette. I'm gonna go ahead and fix the Corvette's trunk and establish a field kit in the trunk. To repair the trunk, I just need one steel sheet and a welding torch. I don't even need a mask. All of my welding torches are upstairs right now. Bunch of random stuff that I had that I dropped up here that needs to be sorted through. A couple of photo books. Alright, welding torch acquired. Yeah, let's get the trunk of the Corvette fixed up here. And let's get a field kit in there. So the trunk's already at 82% integrity, but we're going to bring that right on up to 100%. Only 39 at 100% That's, okay. Whatever. Now, what I kind of want to do with the trunk is make sure that it has room for a full trash bag of loot, in addition to whatever I put in there as part of its regular loadout. Okay. Yeah, that feels alright. We'll go get some other stuff for it in a bit. Okay, I need to do some quick math. 39 minus 26.1. That's 12.9. So 12.9 is the max encumbrance I can have in the trunk. So that means I've already gone over by 2. We're going to move the tire pump. Okay. So you want to have at least room for 2 garbage bags of loot. So one's going to go in the passenger seat, one's going to go in the trunk. So that means I can store all this other stuff elsewhere. This is perfect. That means I can fit the tire pump in the glove here. Yeah, and then the driver's seat for other provisions, like I'll put some chips on the driver's seat so that I have food in the future. And it is 22:30 bedtime. Perfect timing. My proteins are actually a bit low. So proteins, if you want to keep your proteins in the good zone, the good zone is between 50 and 300. If your proteins are in the good zone, then you will have increased experience gain for strength. So in order to maintain your proteins, you gotta pay attention to what you eat. Let's see here. Rabbit meat is a really good source of protein if you don't overdo it. If you eat too much rabbit meat, you will, your proteins will get nuked into orbit, and you'll spend many months above the 300 threshold of proteins. That said, I don't actually have any spare rabbit meat at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually milk one of my cows into a couple of 2 liters. Milk is another good source of proteins. If you drink an entire 2 liter of milk, not only will it completely fill up any hunger you have at the time, it will also give you, like, I don't know, close to 100 proteins. So 2 liters of milk basically will fix my proteins for quite a while. So I'm going to do that as soon as I organize the rest of this stuff here. I've got another firefighter axe. This one's staying... No, I'm going to put this one in my fire truck. Fire truck has a firefighter axe. Novel concept there. This is not... The fire truck is not a vehicle I intend on taking out far enough from base for it to need its own field kit. Like, you know, the field kit is basically something that you want to start using if you're far enough from base that you can't just run there. That's my policy on field kits. That and that. Photo books and CDs go over here. Huh, I do not have a copy of the CD yet. So I've got quite a few CDs. I don't even know how many that is that I just selected, but quite a few. And then I got some photo books. Okay. Let's, we're gonna milk a couple cows. Drink one of those 2 liters of milk right away, so that we get our proteins back. Now, because milking a cow is an objective that does not generate any body heat. So if I want to go milk a cow, I'm going to put all of my warm gear back on because it's snowing. Okay. As you can see by stepping out of the area and returning, my cows now have a little bit more room. You know what I need to do, where I start milking them, is extend the zone. Here we go. Click on that. Now, you can create a new zone adjacent to an existing one. I would prefer to just delete the existing one and remake it. Now, what you want to do is, if you have a zone that leads that connects to a river or a lake, you want to have some of the tiles of the zone be inside the river or lake. That will make it so that the animals have tiles they can drink from. And because I just filled in those tiles, now I need to expand it. Now the zone should once again have 12 river tiles. Excellent. I'm going to do that for the other 2 zones before I start milking here. So the Angus is next. Get its name onto the clipboard, delete it, and then remake it. And then we're going to do the same with the Cimetol here. Okay, all the zone redistricting is complete. And then we are going to do some milking. Okay, so we've got ourselves a 2-liter, and then a whole bunch of fountain cups. But we are over encumbered to high hell, so I'm going to go ahead and just drink this 2-liter, call it there for tonight. Put the remaining fountain cups, most of them away here. So that 2-liter of cow's milk brought us from like something around 20 or 30 proteins all the way up to 90. So not quite 100 each, but close to. Okay, and it is 4 a.m. We hit the sack. Athena is finally producing milk again. Excellent. That means our bull has finally grown up to be old enough to knock up the cows. Fantastic. And there's a level of animal care from all the milking I've been doing. I'm gonna have another 2 liter of cow's milk now, and then go milk another one out of them, and then we're done with the cows for now. Sometimes if they get pushed out of the zone, you can push them back in. Alright, these 6 2 liters are for protein reaccumulation in the future here. Now I have a little bit of, about to say something, and then I realized I don't have enough room in my inventory to do that. Let's try now. Really? Alright, that's more like it. I've been carrying around this M36 and I keep forgetting to reload it. I'm gonna fix that now. A spooky sound. I didn't realize that I could sharpen the firefighter axes that I left over there on the table. Neat. I need to get some. I need to get 5 rounds of 38 special. This is my current 38 special, or my current M36 here. Needs a reload. So the remaining gravel I have, I'm probably going to gravel up the area over here. Since this is a regularly driven over and walked over area. The other side is not quite as regularly used. So I'm going to focus on filling this side out entirely first. How much gravel? Tell me that used up all of my... It used up all of my gravel. That is surprisingly... I'm not going to question it. I'm okay with it. I am very okay with it. So back into the Spiffo van. Go the 18 sacks here. And you know what? I'm going to take sacks from other sources and establish another garbage bag full of sacks. So that I can have 6. So that would be an ideal thing for another mass construction run. The rest of my sacks should be in the trunk of this vehicle up here. Yes. So there are 6 sacks of 18... Or, I'm sorry, 6 garbage bags of 18 sacks in there. So now, what I want to start thinking about is parking spots. That will help me determine how much more gravel and sand I actually need. If I go with the idea of just simply extending the parking lot of the police station, that is something quite feasible, actually. I see a zombie over there. I could have swore that all of the respawns in this front area of the police station were done, but I guess not. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna go get a drink of water, replace my canteen, have one more 2-liter of cow's milk so I can put the protein problem behind me for a long time. This is why I usually like to carry around 15 cups of milk at the same time. That's basically 3 days of food. Okay, and we are locked and loaded to kill this zombie. And assuming there's going to be more, always assume that. You see one. What brings you to this side of town, neighborhood? Now, here's actually a real good question. Was that close enough to piss the cows off? It does not appear that it was. See, if the cows had been freaked out by me shooting, they would all be running in circles right now. Possibly even attacking the fence. That's always something you gotta worry about. I don't remember if it was only pigs who attack walls and fences if they're stressed, but any animal doing it is more than what I ever want to happen, so... Now, by discharging the firearm, if there were more hiding in these trees, well, only in a little bit will I notice. Okay, so I have a scythe with me. That's going to help me consider the parking lot that I want to build. And I'm just going to extend the police station parking lot, because that makes sense to me. Especially since it's already surrounded by gravel. I like how this lines up. It's in a multiple of 9. That makes me happy. It's the simple things. You gotta learn to enjoy the simple things. Otherwise, you might not have as much fun playing this game. Another reason I'm doing this is to establish exactly how many of these stumps I want to get rid of, if and when I enter debug mode to do so, because I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to do it. So I hate entering debug mode with a burning fiery passion, because debug mode, it's actually possible that it fucks up your character. That's happened to me before. I expect it to happen again in a different way, because they did fix it. It used to reset your fitness experience for no apparent reason. And so few people notice that because fitness takes so godforsaken long to level that nobody ever paid attention until, like, I don't know, one of the most recent patches after 42.8, I think it was. And remember, not all of this is actually going to be filled by gravel. Only a portion of it. I'm gonna make like a 2-row parking lot. Yeah, I'm just gonna make like a 2-row parking lot extending from the police station. Or maybe what I'll do is make the parking spots be in the middle of this area here, so that there's room to enter and then exit. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Okay. Grab another 2 liter of milk here. Alright, protein's up to 260. That feels good. So picking up these stones, I can get the small ones very easily. The large ones are going to take some effort to deal with. I'll probably bring the truck around for that. And it looks like we're getting one of those storms that's going to leave water on the ground, which means the water is going to get stuck on the ground until we restart the game, because that's Project Zomboid in the current year. I don't think I have a masonry vehicle established. The Trebane, I could do the Trebane vehicle for that for now. I was using it for a little while as a charcoal vehicle, but I've been doing the truck is a little better for that these days. Now these Electromax vans are gonna be my, I'm gonna start using them to pick up the large stones. Because I'm gonna need multiple vans to get all those. This one needs a fill up at the gas station anyway. So these stones are literally too heavy to actually put in my own inventory. So I literally cannot pick them up. However, I can put them directly into the back of a vehicle. So that I pull up the vehicle in front of the place where I'm going to pick it up and then toss it straight into the back. This is why I have an entire fleet, even though I don't always use them. When I do use them, it's great to have them. For the first time in a long time, my character is actually wet enough to be, like, second stage of wetness. If your character stays in that state for too long, or, God forbid, gets even more wet, that is a risk of getting sick. Getting sick causes all kinds of problems, so I am going to get a couple towels if I get too much wetter. Okay, that is all I can fit in the trunk of the vehicle now. Another 40 would require me to have 160. You know what? There is no reason not for me to not have the trunks of these vehicles fixed all the way up, so I'm going to do that. If I put one full steel sheet into the trunk of this vehicle, that should be enough to fix it all the way up. I even have some steel sheets on the ground out here. Oops, wrong button. This should bring it straight to 100%, theoretically. Yeah, and 100% capacity in a van trunk is 169. So that is, we can fit one more large stone in there. One thing I'm going to do first, though, is the tires of this van. They feel really sluggish. I'm going to pump them up. Yeah, some of them are like 10 PSI down. They're performance tires, so they should be should get some great traction once they're all full. Oh, that already feels a lot better. Definitely worth it. So I'm going to put one more rock in the trunk of this, and I'm actually going to go fill it up with gas afterwards, because this is one of the ones that I never put much more than like a 2 liter in. So I'm going to fill it the rest of the way up. This one, I think, needs another trunk repair as well. Yeah, it's only got 140 in the trunk. Another steel sheet ought to bring it right up to 100%. Boom. I love being mechanics level almost 10. Very close to 10. And each time I do this, I think I'm getting both welding and mechanics experience each time I do that. So that's good. Yeah, this one has even less fuel. So I'm just going to fill it up right away. I'm also going to get it a new rear windshield. Because, why not? I got a lot of parts over here. New rear windshield, and I think it needs a new side as well. Yeah, I'm not worried about the seats or anything else, but aesthetically, I want it, as many of my vehicles as possible, to have a pretty, you know, I want them to be pretty to look at. It's not too much to ask. All this smashed glass shit. I'm quite literally a glass maker now. And these broken glass can break the rest of the way. I use that for glass making profession. Get those tires filled up. And then the gas tank, and then we fill it up with some of them big rocks. I can make all sorts of things with these large stones. I don't really have anything in the immediate future that I need to make with them. But if and when I feel like making something with masonry that is not brickwork related, I can't really justify expending clay on bricks in this game, because bricks are, I mean, clay is just, it's annoying to get right now. I would really like the devs to give us more opportunities to get clay. Because, I mean, right now it's river tiles and lake tiles at a random chance, and that's it. foraging in very small amounts. I mean, like, where's our clay pits? They had clay pits in ancient Egypt. So, I mean, that kind of is something that needs to be in the game if they want their whole rebuilding society from nothing phase. Now, this other Electromax van here was designated for compost stuff. Now, you know what? I know a perfect place to put some compost bins, because I no longer need... You don't want to have a drying rack outside anymore. This is an artifact of a previous era right here. This is getting picked up, and I'm just going to put it inside for now. I don't have anything that I would dry with it anyway if I... Just going to put it in a crate over here next to the leather. So 3 composters in here. That ought to work. We actually have 4 garbage bags full of poo. So we want to... Probably we want to build a 4th composter. Yeah, that'll be something I do after I need 2 more planks for that. So I got 2 loose planks that I know of right now. I believe this van that I'm in right now does not need any new... Doesn't need any new windshields. How's the trunk? Trunk is okay-ish. I need another steel sheet for it, though. So that means my welding torch needs to get refilled. So I had left a little early there. I'm going to go ahead and leave these garbage bags of poo on the ground right here. Welding torch, empty. There is a propane tank I am currently using, I believe, upstairs. Yes. Oh, and there's also planks up here. Perfect. I forgot about these. 1, 2, 3, 4 for another composter. I think it's 4 and 4. Okay. That also means I can finally get this poo to compost here. Get the trunk fixed on this bad boy. Went from 141 to 169. Should probably move this before I forget about it. These lantern glasses can just go somewhere a little bit lower priority, like over here. So for context, for anybody joining, I've pre-allocated some cow poo in these garbage bags, and I am just now emptying the garbage bags of cow poo into the composters. Good old Farmville Zomboid stuff. All this compost. We probably already have enough compost for the May crops, but it's good to have extra, especially since we can afford to store it now. We got plenty of sacks. All right, got all that sorted out. Remaining task today is to get this van filled back up with gas at the gas station, and then fill its trunk with more stones that we want to get out of the way. There's exactly 4 more stones, and we can fit exactly 4 stones into the trunk of this van now that we've fixed it up. These large stones are too heavy for our inventory, so we're just putting them straight from the ground into the trunk. We'll be a little late for bed tonight. I usually like to go to bed at 22:30. That's all right. We will be just a little late. So this sapling right here is one that missed the purges of the area. That's why I was carrying around this wood axe. If only I could get rid of the stumps with the wood axe. Unfortunately, stumps are currently broken, at least as far as I know. I was saying before, it might be a thing that happened because this map was generated on 42.10, and the current version is 42.11. Don't know. In any case, stumps are now immutable objects. So one of the things that I've been doing is getting sorted out where I want to remove the stumps from. Then I'll just pop into debug mode briefly and delete them manually. Okay, so in each of the trunks of these 3 Electromax vans, there are 4 large stones. So if I ever need stones, I got tons and tons of them. I had plans for these Electromax vans to eventually be vehicle part storage for non-heavy duty. For now, I'm just kind of storing that stuff on the floor over at my garage area, so at some point. Okay. So all 3 of these Electromax vans have been gassed, tires pumped, trunks fixed, and they are currently storing temporarily a bunch of locally sourced stones. It was the Corvette that I took the tire pump from, so I returned that. And this wood axe was base use, so I dropped that on the floor here. Forget exactly which vehicle I took the e-tool from. Most likely it was an agriculture one. Not 100% on that, so I'm going to go ahead and sleep here. Now, this may or may not be what causes it. If you look outside right now, we got snow, but there's still a bunch of fucking water on the floor, because the temperature is constantly going above and below freezing. So it's constantly changing from snow to rain to snow to rain. I think that confuses the game's system, that whatever it is that keeps water on the floor. I'm not gonna try to think about that too deeply. All I know is this water is now probably never gonna go away until we restart the game. However, since we're gonna be restarting the game to get into debug mode at some point in the not too distant future, we can kill two birds with one stone that way. I need to screw around for exactly 1.5 hours. I suppose I could use that time to get my Spiffo vans sorted out. I think they already were mostly sorted, but I could top off their trunks. Why not? Yeah, let's top up their trunks and their tires. I think they're gassed. They should all be gassed. I mean, I started getting my van sorted, so I might as well finish. This one has 100% in the trunk, so that's good. So this one needs it. How about Trebane? Trebane probably definitely needs it. Especially the tires. This one feels exceptionally sluggish. Oh yeah, we got old tires. One of them is dog shit condition. And it also needs a steel sheet. So that's 2 steel sheets in the trunks. I'm not even going to touch the sports car yet. It needs way too much work. I don't want to think about it too hard. Let's check on these 2 Spiffo vans. This one's already got the E-tool. 166 in the trunk. That's close enough. That's fine. I don't need to fix that one. Okay, so that's 4 steel sheets, I think. Also, this one needs a new windshield. Yeah. Alright, we go get 4 steel sheets. I think I have enough gas in my welding torch to handle these. So I think 2 of these need a steel sheet in the trunk, and all 3 of them need the tires topped up. Listening to this music actually makes me want to play Stellaris again. I unironically might start a Stellaris run. That is a game that I've considered streaming. I have a big problem with the developers. Anybody watching my streams, you guys know I don't generally get along with the devs of the games that I play. It's just a thing, you know. It makes me terrified for the prospects of my own relationships, because if familiarity breeds resentment, how can I ever make sure that that would never happen in real life? I can't. But yeah. Anyway, if I can get over the fact that I don't like the Paradox very much right now. Paradox Interactive is they're trying to catch up to Games Workshop in terms of ruining their IPs. They got a long way to go in that regard, but they're trying. Alright, so that one's completely sorted. This one just needs a steel sheet in the trunk. And then that's all the vans on this side sorted out. It is 4:30, a little bit past our bedtime. That's okay. We have had a productive evening. See, one of the things about Stellaris is I don't know if I have the heart to carry through a Stellaris campaign if I get a really bad start. That's actually something that's been a problem of mine with Stellaris. If I get a bad start, I just want to restart. And that's another thing with Terra Invicta too. I absolutely despise getting bad starts in those games because they're both very long games. And it's completely unlike a game like Zomboid, where, sure, you could get a start that puts you out in the middle of nowhere. But a bad start in Zomboid is, like, you know, about 100 times easier to come back from. You know, I could spawn in this game surrounded by a bunch of zombies, and I would most likely be alright. Most likely. I mean, depends on how close they are. If I was, like, you know, say I was in a building surrounded by them, fine. I can dodge zombies. Dodging them for short term is no problem. But, yeah, I don't know how I feel about, see, because my streaming style, my live streaming style, is whenever I'm going to stream a game, I stream, my stream starts at the very beginning, like the main menu. You guys, if you guys ever follow any of my long plays, you'll see it from the moment I start creating it, right? If you go back to the playlist for this character right here, Annie Mae, you can see me in the character creation screen for her. I don't do anything off stream ahead of time, ever. That's just a policy of mine that I've, for better or worse. I don't even know if it's really affecting anybody's viewing experience, but it is a approach that I've chosen to stick with. Okay, that one's got its trunk fixed, and then this one here, and that will be all of my vans. All of my vans brought up to 100%. That one didn't even need it. Is that everybody? I'm pretty sure my ambulance is already... Yeah, ambulance is as good as... fire truck, I think, is as good as... I was never really impressed with the trunk size of these Chevaliers. Yeah, 143, despite being at 100%. I've got one steel sheet. I don't feel like putting it back. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on it. I'm not gonna finish off this sports car, but I will fix its trunk because it's right in front of me. Okay. So next I need to get... Here's something slightly useful about the rain. It helps me see when there's twigs on the ground. That is... okay. That's actually helpful. I don't really like the lyrical versions of those songs. I always wondered how Paradox could afford to have a vocalist do those tracks when they never even appear in game, or at least, you know, got 800 hours in Stellaris. I can't remember the last time I heard the lyric version. I guess, does it play at the end credits? That's a bit of an indictment on me. I've never gotten to the end credits. That is a massive... I just outed myself. I've never actually finished a game in Stellaris before. Mostly just because I get to the near end game, and it's just like basically janitorial work, cleaning up the rest of the galaxy. I've never really been incentivized to finish that. Also, I just pathologically love starting over in Stellaris. The early game, the exploration phase, that's always the most interesting part of it for me. Okay, that's everything except for this smooth flat. See, this is the instrumental version of that same song, Faster Than Light. It's an alright song, I don't usually do vocals if I'm doing it for background music. The large, smooth flat can go... where? Trebane? Yeah, sure. Trebane is taking stones aside from the large ones. Our base is already looking much nicer than it was even just at the beginning of this stream, so I'm really happy about it. We're doing good things here. Okay, looking alright. I was gonna go fill up this last Spiffa van, because this Spiffa van over here is actually the only van that I know of off the top of my head in my entire fleet that has not had its tank filled up. It also has a busted up windshield, and I want to get rid of that. Remember, 99% of the time these vans are just going to be sitting around looking pretty. So, yeah, we got to make sure they actually do look pretty. Let's stop by the vehicle depot and get ourselves a new windshield. Oh, that's sport. Nothing there. Front windows. Now, it's actually not a... It shouldn't be a surprise to me that we don't have very many windshields to go around, because those... Yeah, I don't have any windshields at the moment. Windshields are they're a wear item. Like a significant wear item. This one on the floor? Okay. They are a significant wear item. You know, to be entirely honest, there is part of me that is just considered just removing all the glass from these from the vans that I'm only using for like storage and stuff. I've considered it. I'm not quite at that point, but there's a possibility I might get to that point, especially if the windshields start drying up. And actually, in this case, because I have not used this Spiffa van in a while, I will leave it running while I fill it up, because that will help charge the battery. so this one is my logging materials vehicle. It's got, actually, I should put the wood axe in here. I'm not carrying it around anymore, am I? Shit, well, at some point I'll get the wood axe into the trunk of this vehicle. Now, since I'm not using it for logging at the moment, I will use it to pick up some of these loads of grass. I'm not going to be able to fit all the loads of grass. That's alright. So I'm only going to be able to pick up part of this third load of grass here. I refilled this one, right? Yeah, this one's gassed up. The trunk of this one does have some room. This is just the garbage bags for... No, I need this one to be free, because that one's going to be... You know, I like to designate my Spiffo vans as land working vans. So I do kind of feel like I should repurpose... Give me a second to... I'll think that over while I take a look at the trunk of this last one. I think this one... empty? Or did I leave in this one? Oh no, this is compost. Okay. Look, I thought I had compost in the other one. That's a wood truck then. Huh. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's a part of me that wants to go get more vans, only because I'm starting to fill these all up. But that's all right. The Electromax vans are not really. I can't like consider them full, like long term. Right? They're short term full. They will be filled pretty quickly when I start purposing them for vehicle parts, because that basically is what they're gonna eventually be. But until then, I'll go ahead and fill this one up with grass. You know what? I know of another van. I know where there is another van that I have intended for a while to go recover. It's a little ways out. That would be a tow job with the Corvette. I don't know if I'm necessarily feeling bold enough to take the Corvette on a long-distance tow job yet again. I don't know if y'all saw the video, but the last time I did that, let's just say that I got home eventually. Let's put it that way. There were a couple of unexpected delays. So these 6 garbage bags full of whatchamacallits, I can actually move those. I'm going to move those to my main workhorse. They can go back in here later. Yet another one where they paid a vocalist for a track that you almost never hear. That's the Paradox money right there. Going to good use. There's actually an objective reason that I'm cleaning up this grass. It's not just so that I have it staged for when I need to feed the animals. It's also because leaving large quantities of items on the ground, like, you know, thousands of grass blades, is actually not a good idea for stability. See, I mean, look at the game is stuttering just because I'm in front of an inventory, which is the trunk, which is currently full of grass. Okay. Now this Spiffo van right here can receive anything that I can potentially burn for charcoal. Does that include a large handle? Nope. Oh, yeah, it does, technically, but I would need 18 of the things, plus scrap wood. So I guess it counts. Scrap wood is something I'll get more of eventually. So basically the trunk of this is not just charcoal, but also firewood. Compelling gameplay, isn't it? Mechanics level 10, and there's nothing I can do about that. Or, you know, close enough to level 10. I would really like to have a clean windshield on the fire truck here. Not possible right now. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do exactly what I was saying earlier. I'm gonna remove all the glass work from one of my vans. Just the tray bane. And the reason I'm doing that from the tray bane is because it has a darker color to it, so it would actually match, it would match in appearance without any glass work. There's nothing particularly wrong with having a vehicle with no glasswork on it, as long as you don't ever as long as you don't ever let a zombie near it when you're driving it. That is, do not ever let a zombie catch you if you have no window on the driver's seat. they will reach into the driver's seat window and instantly bite you. There will be no contest. You will not be able to push them back. So, intact windows on the driver's side are a bare minimum if you're ever going to be around zombies. But that van particularly, I'm okay with that one just saying I'm never going to be around zombies. It's fine. Oh, you know what? I can't believe this. I'm finally in a position to see whether or not the devs have fixed light bar repairs yet. So I've got the fire truck here was originally a wreck. I did a full rebuild on it. Everything in it is now as good as it can be with the exception of the light bar. Recently I finally organized the light bars that I recovered from the red ones here. I recovered, I think, from the Groton Fire Department. So I've got one right here. I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to see if I can repair it. So repairing light bars, you got to use another light bar. It never worked in the previous build. Let's see if it works now. Okay, it works. It brought it from 9% up to 27%. For something as rare of a find as a light bar, that's pretty pathetic, considering I'm level 9 mechanics. So I'm not doing that again. I will be level 10 mechanics before I ever go anywhere near something like that again. But good, we learned something. I don't even know 100% if the condition of a light bar degrades from anything other than direct attacks by a zombie. I do believe if you leave a siren and a light bar running, a zombie will actually attack it. If you leave it running constantly for a long period of time. I think the devs added that so that players couldn't use vehicles with light bars as indefinite noise machines. Okay, so we are gonna go get another large collection of gravel soon. Before that, however, I would like to measure out what I want to do for parking spots back here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 8. So if I do count this side, we have a little bit more. I don't think I'm going to count that side, honestly. It doesn't need to be the entirety. That's fine. Yeah. Some of this stuff on the ground over here can go in the trash. I need to get a dumpster for the vehicle parts area. Can I leave some stuff in here? Oh, right. Police clothes. I peeled them off a zombie that died in here. For someday when I can repair clothing. Which, that is today. I can repair clothing. made a long-term deposit, as it were. Also collecting broken glass now that I can actually do glass making. Ooh, you know what? These stop signs. If you ever want to incorporate a stop sign in your base design, you got to do it before you start putting gravel down, I think. Can't remember for sure. But for some reason, yeah, look at this. You cannot put them on gravel, despite them being in gravel when you first find them many times. So that means if I want to do stop signs in front of my road here, I should also consider if I want to do... See, I mean, as you can see, I got parking spots here, informal parking spots. Do I want to formalize these? That is something I've been thinking about, but I don't actually have a solid answer to. If nothing else, I do want to at least get them straightened out so that they're all facing the same direction. It's really hard to park with a trailer on the back. There's no reason for these generators to not be directly in front of the base. Form lumber and not that one. Definitely not that one. That's logging. This one's compost. This one is small form lumber. Here we go. I'll go ahead and leave my other trowel over here on this side. Or, sorry, not trowel, E-tool. So we're actually full up on broken glass here. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up some of this glass. Just because I have so much of it, it's starting to fill up my inventories. You do it six glass at a time, so that used up most of it right there. I'm also gonna finally smelt down a lot of this stuff in here. All the scissors, the can openers, that kind of stuff. I've got a lot of charcoal at the moment, so I'm gonna get to work on that. Melting down broken claw hammer heads now. Got 5 of those. Let's do hatchet heads next. Got 4 of those. Then what I'm going to do is actually turn some of these steel chunks into steel sheets. I believe I can do that at a ratio of 1 to 4. Oh no, so I have to make a block first. Now here's an interesting thing about welding. I'm very close to the next level, at which point my welding experience gain will come to a halt, because I actually do not have the 5th book yet. So if I were to just forge 4 small steel sheets first, dos, tres, cuatro. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do that another 4 times. Put these small steel sheets somewhere else, because those will be used for floors at some point, just not yet. These are literally just decorations. I'm just gonna put them there. Alright, I didn't do anything with those buckles. A belt buckle does not qualify as something to extract iron from, nor does doesn't look like it counts as anything. Yeah, belt buckles I cannot break down for resources. Good to know. I mean, you know, belt buckles are also used for crafting actual armor, so that's a thing. Axe head, that needs to be broken down. Got some knife blades, 2 of these large knife blades. That guy's iron instead of steel. Not okay with that, but also I don't really need it. Now this is unfortunate. It looks like mace heads, despite being made from steel, are meant to be broken down into iron? That can't be right. Yeah. So I guess using steel to make a mace head is actually a waste of steel, because when you break it down to recycle it, you get iron. That's kind of dumb. Whatever. Kitchen knife blade. Surely I can smelt that down, right? That's steel. Yes, that is steel. And all of these scissors, finally. Okay, so everything but the wrenches have finally been smelted. Long overdue on that. I should have done that a while ago. These scissors, blunt scissors, cannot be smelted. And you know what? These belt buckles, I'm going to put in this bag right here, because they count as tailoring. So if I put it there, I can access it while standing right here. It's a little too far away. Damn. Where should I put the buckles? How about on the... If I put them on the ground right here, that's actually not bad. Doesn't look too ugly. And it's functional for when I want to build armor. Safety scissors, I genuinely don't think I have a use for anymore. Can I sharpen them? Nope. Into the household for now. Empty welding torch. That needs to be fixed. Refilled, rather. That goes upstairs. Holy crap! The water went away. I'm not going to question it. I'm happy. I would rather it actually go away instead of sticking around the way it usually does. It's just about time for bed here. Just doing a little more cleaning up. We're on a roll right now where it's so much... The base is looking so much nicer than when the stream first started. It is night and day. So as you can see, we still have a lot of roofs left to do. Is what it is. I'm just going to do some of them with metal, and then the rest will be wood. So we're coming up on 22:30. That's bedtime. I'm going to go shut the lights off for tonight. I wish I had some more reading material right now. I'm going to refill my welding torch and resume working on the floors up here until I run out of propane. Or, sorry, until I run out of, until I ding to the next level of welding. Because once I get there, I need to put a moratorium on welding work. Because it literally will not be worth the resources spent because of how little experience I'll be getting compared to how much I could be getting when I get the next book. I have to be very, very careful. This is how I sustained my injury last time, doing floor welding. Once again, the angle-headed flashlight no longer works for the purposes of lighting for crafting or building. Why? Fuck you, that's why. I don't know. I don't think the devs know either. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay, you know what? I need to put this light in the correct position. It needs to be in the dead center. That is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tiles in from directly above the stairwell here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is where it needs to be right there. That should hopefully reach most of the way out. So what I'm basically doing is stopping there. Yeah. Stopping there, we're going to go back to carpentry. Because basically, welding, just the materials that we have for it are so finite that it just does not make sense to continue using it while I'm not gaining optimal experience. So, to more fully explain, we're level 8, which means we need to read Volume 5, and we don't have Volume 5, so that is it for welding for now. No more of that until we have the next book. All the materials I picked up can go back into the welding duffel here. Someday I'm going to put this tire pump back where it belongs. I keep forgetting to. I'm actually going to put all the combat kit, all of my combat kit somewhere right now. Because if I don't, I'm going to forget. In the trunk of the fire truck, yeah. So that's the mace, the spear, the sword, and the guns. They're just going to be weighing me down if I'm going to be doing construction. Don't remember exactly how many planks I got here, but yeah, not quite a full load. That's fine. I'll just use them up and we resume from there. Alright, that is the planks. So I use walk 2 so that my character automatically navigates this perilous area. And I'm going to drop the nails on the floor right here. Not that I have very many. Backpacks, back in my main backpack. And off to bed we go. It's a little early, but that's fine because we don't really have enough time to do anything substantial at the moment. Maybe I'll bring the nails upstairs. That's not very substantial. Bedtime. Let's go to sleep now. Okay, I'm going to cut the generator for now. I would rather finish working on the driveway before I start bothering with the second floor of the base here. The driveway is a little bit more functional. The second floor of the base is almost entirely fashion. So we're going to do function first before fashion. I have an idea. Just a stupid idea that just occurred to me. I have no idea if this is going to work. But I noticed that for some reason when you put down a stop sign, it deletes stuff that's on the floor beneath it, or some stuff. Like I saw it delete a tree in a bush. Does that mean it could possibly actually delete delete one of these stupid stumps? That would be amazing if it could do that. Because remember, we've tried everything that we know of so far. Axes, sledgehammers, pickaxes. Nothing seems to work on the stumps so far. But I would laugh very hard. Nope. Damn. I'm gonna try a couple of other things before I resort to debug mode. Why not? Why don't we try a floor? I don't have any nails on me. Just a little experiment. We're gonna put a wooden floor on top of one of these things. Nope, didn't work. Oh well. At least we didn't lose anything. We just dismantle it. I'm a little salty about it. Yeah. You know what? Going in debug mode now. I just want to double check that I've actually identified all the stumps that I want to get rid of right now. I don't even know if I plan on building anything over here. But I hate going into debug mode so much that just as a preemptive measure, I'm going to delete the ones over here. And I'm also going to delete these things because these things shouldn't exist. Fucking... Thank you for being a volunteer to help me level my short blade. Anyone else in the local area want to be a problem for me? Do a little orbit around the stupid trees, blocking my line of sight. I don't think there are any stumps directly underneath. Wait a minute, there might be actually. I'm gonna pull the vans back a little bit. Yeah, look at that. There's a stump there. Figure if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it right the first time. Okay. So we've identified all the stumps that need to go, right? I don't know if there are some in front of the Electromax vans, so I'll pull these guys forward a little bit. And yes, I am aware that I'm leaving all the vans running. That is somewhat intentional. It wasn't at first, but now it is. Okay. There are no more stumps hiding around. We now know all the stumps we need to remove. About this side. That's alright, I can already see them from here. There's nothing that could potentially be blocking them. So, time has come. I'm going to exit the game, and I'm going to open it back up in debug mode, and I'm going to delete these stupid stumps that are fixed objects in time and space that I cannot delete using any of the tools that the game has given me because B42 bullshit. So to make your game load in debug mode, just go to Steam Settings, General, selected Launch Options, and type -debug. And then the next time you launch it, you'll be playing the game like the devs always do, with their cheat menus and everything. They open the game for 5 seconds like this to test something and then close it. Hey. I think Tile Painter is going to be on by default. Tile Painter, that's the whatchamacallit, the cheat effect we're going to need to use to remove these stumps. $14,536. Need to write that down really quick. I think they fixed the glitch. I think they fixed the glitch where your fitness experience got reset for no reason when you enter debug. I don't know. I don't know if they actually fixed that. I'm not going to take their word for it because I don't know that. Alright, cheats, brush tool. Close. So now I should be able to right click and destroy anything anywhere, ever. Beautiful. I shouldn't have to do this, but this is what the game is forcing us to do at the moment. Now make sure not to accidentally destroy the grass tile beneath it, because then you will have a hole. And yes, I believe your character can fall into a hole, and then just fall and die. I I think. I've never risked it. I've heard people post bug reports saying that they fell into an open floor tile before, and it sounded existentially terrifying. So I've made a point never to let it happen. Not even in debug mode. You'll just have to imagine the fire. I might be going a little far afield here. I don't really care. If these objects are fixed in time and space and I cannot delete them any other way, then fuck them. I'm gonna delete them because I don't like them. They do actually, unironically, they slow you down if you try to drive over them, and your character can trip over them. So if they're a hazard that I cannot remove any other way, then yeah, I'm gonna remove them. Literally every other hazard in this game you can remove. Or build over, or whatever. Okay, I think that's all of them in the surrounding area. One more here. Just for good measure. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I hate these things so much. I want them all off my lawn. See, the simple fact that I can't destroy them makes me want them all gone. Okay, there's no chance of me building out any further than that. I've already gone way far afield in that regard, so those are done. And then there should just be a couple left in the dead center here that 100% need to go. Remember, these would just take about 2 seconds in real life time, normally, to destroy with a pickaxe. If they were functioning properly, but there's just something broken about them. Okay. We are leaving debug mode. We are done destroying the undestroyable stumps. Right? Yes. Yes, everything's looking good. Wait a minute. The most obvious of them all. Somehow I missed this one. Okay. Now we are leaving debug mode. Back to properties, delete debug from the launch option. The only one thing about debug mode that I will miss is that for some reason it does not show any of these silly little banners at the very beginning of the game. It's faster to load when it's in debug mode. It would have ever guessed that the devs would make it so that the mode they spend all their time in is faster to load. Alrighty. And so we resume work on our driveway. Got this beautifully open area here to fill in with gravel now. Now it's going to be a mix of gravel and sand. Sand is going to mark the parking spots. If we look at my previous base designs here, scroll down a little ways, this is, that's actually a bit of an early screenshot. Here we are. So this is from July 9th, 1994, on my 42.7 character. Also anime. This is her previous life. In her previous life, in an alternate universe, she did 3x6. That looks like 3x6. Yeah, that's 3x6. So that is what we'll do again. We also used, she used stones to mark the parking spots, which that's a winter thing, right? Because when winter comes along, you're everything that's covered in snow for a period of time, and the snow makes it impossible to differentiate between the sand and the gravel. So the little stones would help mark the parking spots in that eventuality. So one of the things I'm going to do first is actually pick up and put back down the gravel over here because it's getting guffed up by the natural decay mechanic. I only have one sack on me, so I actually have to put them back down 4 at a time. I'm eventually going to get to a point where I'm going to get sick of looking at all the busted asphalt, and I'm probably going to want to replace that with gravel eventually too. One of the things I hate most about the shortcut mechanic in this game right now, if I push Z, Z is currently bound to switch vehicle seat. If I'm not in a fucking vehicle, it shouldn't open that menu at all, but it does. So I can't bind it to both or build menu and switch seat. It's a little stupid. The switch seat mechanism should never open if there's no seat. I'm not in a vehicle. That's doofy and goofy. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and just cut the engines where they're at least for these vans, since we're going to be in the process of building more roads. The roads they're parked on right now are nice and clean. These ones, I do kind of want to move them out of the way, because the road here needs a rework. It's ugly. This one I will put back up here, just to keep the route open from the other side if I need it. Highly doubt I will, but just in case. I'm talking about this direction right here. I don't necessarily have an intention to use that road, but being able to use it is better than not. It's too close to my base to want to remove the gravel for aesthetic purposes. Since I have a spare plank and nail, might as well. So we need a metric lot of gravel. So that's our next goal. We're going to go acquire some more gravel. There's plenty of it to go around. Combat kit is going back on. Part of it, at least. Just the guns. Always trying to level aiming when I get the opportunity. Now, when the time comes, I will pull up some of the gravel that's in this big pit area over here. Not quite at that point yet. Now, where did all these fuckers come from? I was just here the other day, and I ain't seen none of these fuckers here, but that's respawns for you right there. Let's do a killing rate over here, I guess. I'll also discharge the firearm, because if these guys are respawned, then... Go ahead and stand on that guy for me, would you? Thank you. So that brought all the boys to the yard. I see 3 fast shamblers. I lost count of my shots. Very unprofessional. I hate it when I do that. I don't want to kill the one that's directly below me. I want to kill the one directly in front of me. Fuck. I'm alright, I'm clear. I just... brief moment of heart attack there. Hate it when trees look like they're shaking. Did another one break through the fucking bait shop? Come on, get out of there. How about no? What happened there, huh? Not sure what happened there. First stab didn't go on him. Alright, well, I'm actually kind of glad that I brought my my main vehicle for this. Because there's some of these trees I've been meaning to get rid of. Sick of them just being in the area. Start with the bushes. I'm gonna make like Obama and remove bush. Now I should have a fire axe in the driver's seat, or the passenger seat here. For the explicit purpose of tree removal out in the field. As fate would have it, I actually do need lumber. I just wasn't really expecting on getting it right now, but if I'm gonna have trees in the way and get rid of them, I might as well come back with some. Some of these trees I have no objective need to get rid of. I'm just tired of my line of sight being blocked when I'm trying to clear the area near my base. So some of these trees I literally am just cutting down out of spite. Anything need to sharpen? Yep. Tell me I lost integrity on it already. Nope. Head is still great. That's good. Alright, you know what? This axe is going on my back. Going back and forth too much. I do not need to worry about bushes on sand, because when I remove the sand, the bush actually goes away with it. I literally just said it out loud, and then I started doing it. So this right here, this is a prime respawn area. So it would be nice to just have all obstacles out of it. If nothing else, this is just more small form lumber for charcoal eventually. Gas in this bad boy. Oh, can't tell if it's locked. Ah, there's some gas. Okay. Good to know. So here's what I'm going to do with this car right here. I'm going to use it to tow the other car that I have in the area. I'm just going to tow it right down to the area where I'm disassembling some Chevalier Nialas, and then sprint back here. Is this one of those good ones right here? No, not even slightly. There's also some gas in the tank. Maybe more than 2 liters. So I'm going to bring a can with me. so I can siphon it out of this. You know, if I'm on a bender of removing obstacles, I could hardly blame myself for getting rid of these bad boys right here. Not to say that they won't start regrowing sometime soon, but now I have an opportunity at hand to prevent them from regrowing too much. As you can see, I already have a little collection of Nialas over here. Partially to repair the LEO one in the corner, but also for generally for standard type parts. Whenever you get a vehicle that you find out in the world, there's generally almost always at least one part on it that's useful. So even if the rest are shit or mid, sometimes there's at least one. Not always, but most of the time. I already siphoned all of these. Yes, in fact, there's another gas can on the floor right there. This one full? This one's full. Cool. Just enough to get it in position, because ain't nobody gonna tow that up against that fence. If I need to break into it, rear left. I'm good. Any keys? Yeah, we got a key. Even got a bandage. Nice. Engine quality is only 46 on this one. So the key, whenever I have a vehicle key, I leave it on the driver's seat instead of in the ignition. And I saw some dudes over here, so we got to deal with these guys before I forget about them and they multiply. Looks like we got slobies. Let's split them up. Part of me wants to discharge the firearm, but another part of me really doesn't want to pull the parking lot of the area on the other side of that fence right now. We're in a location where if we pull the firearm, we're gonna pull more of them here. Alright, that's nice and clean. Also been meaning to pick up these green arrows for the longest time as well. I've already got one out in front of my base. Maybe this will help remind me that traffic needs to flow in one direction. I no longer have any water fixtures inside there. I was about to step inside and get some water, but no. That's not currently happening. That is a very well disassembled Spiffos right there. Now the remaining, there's actually 2 cars left. Both of them are standard types. I'm just going to go ahead and tow them out of the way now, because otherwise they're going to become a permanent annoyance anytime I want to drive through the north entrance to my base. So these 2 up here, I'm just going to use one to tow the other. Either of them have gas. Not that one. Not this one. I'm going to assume this one has the better engine. This is a vehicle that, despite being locked, you can uninstall the windows. Try as they might, the devs have not yet successfully removed all instances of those. It's almost as if it's a case-by-case problem with the vehicles, and the devs have been neglecting the vehicles for literally years. I can't wait for towing to be nerfed. That you need a large chain with hook. Large chain with hook is a thing that doesn't currently have a point in the game, but I think it's going to be a requirement for towing, especially because of the fact that it spawns in garages. I think this is the first time I've had a vehicle that feels like it's about to bottom out while towing in reverse. That's pretty bad. But it's not like it's a regular workhorse. There's going to be a tight fit, but I think we can make it. As always, just a couple of bushes in the way. Okay, you know what? Nah, it's not. I'm already done with these bushes. There's a reason I remove them all whenever they're anywhere near somewhere I like to go near. Hate these things. They are the most hostile form of life in this game. Worse than zombies. At least zombies have the dignity to attack you. These things just stand there and get in your way. Ah, open road, finally. So that experience tells me that these things both probably have really shitty tires on them. I literally don't have a way to get in, do I? Once again, there's a reason I like to destroy trees and bushes in my local areas. Shit like this. This I need to keep this area open. At least a way through here. gonna try something. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't gotta hotwire this. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. These are all slated for disassembly someday. I don't have a particular time. Oh, no prerequisites to be met, just whenever I feel like it. Oh, look at that. We do have a friend over here. Hello, friend. Why don't you come join the pile, would you? Poke. Poke. I did it right the first time that time. I still don't know exactly what triggers that. I don't know if anyone does. I've seen a gif of somebody, like, doing perfect jaw stabs every time, and I'm just like, okay, bud. Enjoy your time with that. Enjoy your time sticking your hand into zombies' mouths when a single scrape of the tooth is all it takes to get infected with a lethal, guaranteed lethal virus. You keep doing that, buddy. I'm gonna use a weapon that gets me a little more distance. Remember, sprinting around while encumbered is also a good way to grind your strength experience. So what I'm doing right now, just sprinting around with a bunch of logs in my bags. Strength, lots of it. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just, we're doing a lot of things at the moment. Primarily, our primary objective is to make progress on our main road coming into the base. We're going to expand it and also turn part of it into a parking lot. For that, we're also clearing obstructions along the way. And gathering logs for the 3rd floor of the base. Well, when I say 3rd floor, I really mean ceiling for the 2nd floor. But it is the 3rd level, if nothing else. These garbage bags really should be in the main inventory. Okay, and now what we do is I'm going to actually leave the trailer because it is mostly full, just of logs that I've picked up along the way. I'm just going to pick up the trailer when we're done filling the trunk of the vehicle with, whatchamacallit, stacks of gravel. So the gravel that we're collecting is going to be collected a little further down, because we want this road connecting the main road to the north there, we want that intact. So we're not pulling that up. Hopefully 2 more cups of cow's milk will be enough for, probably not, actually. It's probably not going to be enough. Because that's 2 more times getting hungry. I don't think that's going to be enough. We could search for food in the field, or we could just go back to base. I'm just going to go back to base now before I forget about it. We still have daylight, so I can swing by base, grab some food, and come back out here. You can see why I've been meaning to remove obstructions. They're very tedious. It's a tiny road to be using. all this, for anybody joining if you didn't see earlier, this is our target destination that needs to get mostly filled in with gravel, but then we're going to use sand to mark parking spots, following along with the design of my previous base here. Now, we are tired at the moment. The character's tired. That it's fine. Honestly, as soon as we get to our bedtime, which is 22:30, there's a couple of places we can sleep out here. We don't have to go all the way back to base. So I do sacks of building materials, 18 at a time. I got 6 garbage bags full of 18 sacks. 18 is the magic number because that is what fills up a military backpack of dirt or gravel or sand. Turning them in increments of 6 would be perfect, but I don't always keep track of that. Sometimes I go a little over. So that time I had 5. That's alright. Honestly, what I'm probably going to do is, I think I have enough time tonight before my bedtime to finish out this road, possibly. If not, shortly after I get my first sleep in. As a restless sleeper, I gotta sleep twice every night. My first bedtime is 22:30, my second bedtime is 4 a.m. Last 2 sacks from that group. That's actually probably a good spot to stop it for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and hop into that house directly to the north and fall asleep there. And then I can pull forward and use the headlights for nighttime activities. Any of these? No, they're all full. We're good. Alright, third set of 18 sacks. And we're just about done with this, this entire road. What is this road called? This is, Easter Lane. We have almost completely dug up Easter Lane. Easter Lane and Fern Road. Both of these roads have been basically eliminated. Ain't nobody using them no more, so, you know, not, that ain't no problem. I mean, I don't think Grandpa's gonna come back. He went out to get milk. And then the apocalypse happened. Oh, we need 3 more. Also, yeah, those need to be in the backpack. Okay. Beautiful. That is one road pretty much completely eliminated. It was just a microcosm of me doing what I always do, consolidating resources that ain't nobody else using no more. Now that we've completely eliminated that road, I will actually continue taking from it a little bit and then transition to pulling up the sand lot over here. So these last 5 tiles, I'll go ahead and finish these off. And then start taking up gravel from this side of the, this area here. Might actually come out to a nice and even amount of gravel. Uh, 54, give me a second. 54 divided by 18 is 3, right? Yes, okay. I did not fudge my math. That is, the trunk now contains 3 full military backpacks of gravel. It is 4:20. I should have gone to bed 20 minutes ago. So I'm just gonna park the van here and go sprint back to Grandpa's neighbor's house. Take a quick sleep and continue where we left off. And before I forget, I'm going to pick up the stupid water. Water in the canteen, that's what I've been thinking of. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, I need to get another round of sacks here. It was not an odd number. Good. Very good. I dislike odd numbers a lot when it comes to gravel because you need, there's 4 units of gravel, 4 tiles worth in each sack. So if you come up short, it's annoying. So I use sand for parking spots and gravel for driveways, so still need quite a bit of sand to get those parking lots out. I didn't quite get a total tally because it's okay to have extra sand because sand is a crafting material, unlike gravel. You don't craft anything with gravel, but sand you do. Go ahead and relocate this a little bit easier. I'm going to do this the way I mow lawn. Take care of the ugly parts in the corners first, and then do the bigger areas. There's all those, so that is, the trunk now contains 4 military backpacks full. At some point, we'll run out of space in the trunk, but that's fine. We'll just start putting them into the main backpack at that point. Alright, last round of sacks. What I'm going to do with this before I fill them up with material, I'm actually going to fill a few with dirt, and then spill the dirt so that it looks even over here. So thankfully when you remove dirt and when you put it down, the end result visually is the same. So just to make it so that it doesn't look so ugly down here, I'm just going to pick up and put down a couple of 4 units of dirt here. This will largely prevent the stuff from regrowing around this area too. Alright, that's not, like, complete, but it's a lot less obnoxious to my eyes to look at. And we resume with sand for the moment. Alright, that is every sack that I brought with me. Oh, look at that. The trunk is actually full. So I'm not worried about anything else then. We're going to go ahead and head back to base because we got full everything. Just remember to pick up the trailer here. Leave any of my armor on, did I? No, I'm just getting uncomfortable because of all the sweat. Constantly picking up gravel and putting it back down is a very sweaty thing to do. And our girl loses happiness when she's sweaty all day long, so can't blame her for that. I would absolutely feel the same way. Alright, time to establish some parking spots. I believe the contents of the trailer are mostly meant to go back to the base. So I'm just going to actually drop that off back at the base area here. See, I had this vision of a parking system where the trailer goes between the vehicles in its own little spot, so it's easily accessible by more than one vehicle. Alright, so now comes the fun part. This is where the fun begins, as the kids might say. We put a military backpack in our primary hand and our secondary hand, and we fill each, including the one on our back, with stuff. $18 bags of gravel in each. Now, you know what? Actually, I want to do, I'm going to put some of those back. I want to have sand and gravel in, like, half amounts. So, like, one of these bags will be full of sand, 2 of them will be full of gravel. So let's assume that we want to have a gravel driveway on either side of the parking spot, so that each one of them is a pull-through. I like pull-throughs in real life and in video games. They're superior to regular parking spots in every way, in my opinion. Keeps traffic flowing. It's also a little wasteful on space, which is why most places don't do them. So if I want everywhere to have a pull-through, let's also establish a little bit of space on this side. Yeah, 3 will be fine. Okay, so this is our first parking spot here. Like I said, in this particular instance, I believe I did 3 by 6 for parking spots. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Was it 3 by 5? Let's start with 3 by 5 and see what that looks like. It might have been 3 by 5. I think it was 3 by 5, yeah. I don't remember exactly where I got 3 by 6, but 3 by 5 is fine for a parking spot. Now, the distance between parking spots, I did 1, and then I used, like, a set to 2 to separate them. Now, this base design is outmoded by the fact that we can no longer have drying racks outside, and also I'm not parking in front of the crops anymore. That's several versions ago right there. I don't have crops anywhere near my parking lot no more. So gravel here, and then sand here. And I'm just going to keep alternating between parking and, yeah, I'm just going to keep doing parking spots until I run out of what seems to be a visual room here. Or until I run out of sand. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got enough sand for that not to be an issue, but I don't know for certain. Let's get a drink of water here, or a drink of milk. Yeah, we have now officially been sweaty long enough to make the girl depressed. I'm gonna fix that, like, not immediately, but, you know what? I'm gonna fix that immediately. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that immediately. Take these stupid layers off. Long johns and military jacket. We're gonna go pet an animal. That'll restore the happiness. Look at this. Bella is sticking her head out. She's sticking her head out the gate to be pet. She's a good cow. Thank you, Bella. How am I still sweaty? I've literally taken off almost all of my layers. This is getting annoying. Seriously. I mean, yeah, okay, there we go. Just took a little while for it to dry. No, 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 no. Ooh, I cut her off just in time. Almost wasted a tile. Oops. That would have really bothered me. It's just, I could obviously I could pick the gravel back up, but that wouldn't return the grass. The grass would be gone forever at that point. Oh, out of gravel. That's what we got more for. So all I do is start putting the sacks that are left over after I empty them of the gravel. Just put them right back into these garbage bags for the next round. And then we do have a little bit of sand left, but actually not much. So we actually came away with a pretty decent ratio. Filling one backpack with sand and then two with gravel. Not a perfect ratio, but pretty close. There we go. Let's do that again. Gravel. And gravel, that's the last of it. So we definitely got more sand than we actually needed. As expected. That's not unexpected in the slightest. But we definitely need more gravel than what we have. I'm just going to put down the sand for now. Oop, almost. Stopped myself. See, it would be nice to just get all the sand that I need out on the ground now. And then I can just focus entirely on gravel. Just about to run out of daylight, too. 3 more sacks of sand. This is coming out to be perfect, actually. Sweet. I did not plan for that. That just happened organically. I'm perfectly okay with perfection by not quite design, but close enough. 2200, bedtime. Just gonna stop by the kitchen, grab I'll grab a 2-liter of milk. Get some more protein in the system. Now, it's 50 degrees. It's going to get even colder overnight. I'm going to go ahead and put on I actually have some warm clothes right here on the bed. So I'm just going to put the military jacket here on, sleep in that, use it as a blanket. It's what it's there for. Alrighty. Oops, sorry. So I suppose we'll do a little bit of work at night here. We only have a little bit of sand left to put down, and then it's all gravel from there. One of the military backpacks all done. We've got a total of a little over 18 sacks of gravel left. A little over 20. Now the flashlight that we have does not work for crafting or construction at the moment, so I need to make sure I'm using the vehicle light for that. These headlights reach pretty far. I'm willing to bet that I can reach Almost all the way back there with those. And not quite. Wait a minute. Nope. It's gonna cut me off there. Well, I tried. How are we doing on gravel? We're getting there. We're almost empty. Damn it. It doesn't look like I would run out there, but I did. Run out of light, that is. Building, whatchamacallit. Large material floors is a bit tedious at night. So we'll just continue like this till we run out of gravel. Okay, that's all of the gravel. Now we do have some sand left. How much? We've got 12 sacks of sand. That's actually quite a bit. So not quite enough. I don't want to be allocating 12 sacks of sand for crafting. That feels a bit gratuitous. Oh, I know. I know exactly what I'm going to do. First I'm going to sleep because it's 4 a.m. Time to sleep. Sand is gonna go on this this area. I'm sick of this being blocked by shit that grows on it. So I'm gonna use the sand here until I run out of it. Oh, I ran out of one tile. Oh, that's gonna bother me. Fuck. I'll pick back up 2 bags of sand and set those aside for later. These will be my bags allocated for crafting. Looks like some of the lemongrass is progressing to the next stage. Can't remember if I think that's a 30-day grow. Alright, here's 2 more sacks of sand for the crafting area. And since I want to keep 18s, or counts of 18 sacks, that's 2 more out of there. Alright, we're going to go get a full load of gravel. And that means the time has come to pull up the gravel in this area here. Now I'm going to be in this area for a while, and there's a lot of corpses, so I'm actually going to put the bandana on my face so that I don't get too sick too quickly. I think this is where I'll do the road, just so that it's still traversable. I'm gonna relocate a little bit of gravel instead of taking it, just so that I have a nice straight road over here. And I know what I need to take and what I need to leave. And then I'm going to do the same up here on the top. I left it parked there so that I could mark where I needed to keep the gravel, but I was off by a little bit. There we go. Now the van is not in the way. Okay, so now everything above this line I can take. Alright, that looks good. We're done hanging out near the corpses, so we can take the mask off now. The next place I shall take gravel from will probably be... I have a couple options. I can't remember how far I made it down this road. Let's kill these guys with... sword? Yeah, let's sword them. Steadily creeping through our next level of Longblade. I need to pull them out of the trees too, so ideally I'll discharge the firearm. That one needs a reload. Good opportunity, I suppose. Getting some carpal tunnel here. Alrighty, folks, right this way. Step up and get flipped. We got fast from the left and the north. This guy's got an umbrella in him. This lady's got a bread knife in her. Neat. Three rounds left. Anyone else want to step up? Oh yeah, plenty from the south. Looks like we've actually pulled a bit of a smorgasbord of them. Let's use this fence to its fullest extent. Would you come on over that fence, would you? Thank you. Now this road particularly, I actually do. I want to keep a road intact, leading out of town. I don't think I need this one though. This one I do not need, so we can do this road next. I won't be pulling up this entire road. That's not happening. Let's see. He's slow. These two are fast. We'll do with these two first. Shit. That's what I get for not paying attention how many rounds I got left. Come on over. Who else wants to come from the south here? All y'all want to come? Alright. That's alright, I got enough bullets for all y'all. Just want to make sure there's nobody flanking me from angles that I can't see. I'm going to check around the other side of this house too. Yeah, see, we got Charles over here. Charlena. It's alright, they're all slow. Just gotta keep track of them. We've got 1 round left. Why don't you absorb this one for me, Charlena? Thank you. Said go down. Thank you. Down, girl. Ain't wasting ammo on you while you're standing up. Come on over. Water's warm. You gonna rush? No, he's not. He ain't rushing. Firearm usage is not very physically intense because I'm actually starting to get cold. But thanks to the repeated firearm discharge, I believe we've cleared most of the imminent vicinity here. Well, that means we're going to start pulling up the road from this side here. We've got 10 rounds left in our primary pistol here. Sorry, carpal tunnel. Got to take a moment. Okay, we've got another 18 sacks here. Oh no, wait. We never actually filled up the ones we currently have. We've got 11. I always like to park somewhere where there's a lot of visibility around me. So I'm a little far up, but that's alright. These I'm just going to start putting into my main backpack. Because we've only got 1 round of 18 left after this. Oh, look at that, we got another guest down south there. She has not noticed us. Fill this one so I can put this away. Now, I don't want to start discharging the firearm this far back. We will attract more unwelcome attention from the junkyard area. So I'm going to go ahead and knife this bitch. Now, why am I not doing the jaw stab? I'll leave that up to your interpretation. You, the viewer, will have to come up with your own interpretation as to why my character decided to not do a jaw stab just now. Because I got nothing. I got nothing. I've tried very, very many things. And sometimes it just don't work. Is there any wine in this? No, that's just an empty bottle. Oh, wait, there are 2 more. Okay. So I was slightly off. So these 11 can go back. One of these goes in my secondary. And I'm going to take the sacks in both. So that's all the sacks I have left. They're just going to go right into my bags. So I don't have to return to the truck until my bags are full. Hey, look, there's another one. I had a feeling this lady here wasn't alone. By Grapthar's hammer, I shall avenge you. Oh, we're done? We are... Yeah, we're done. Excellent. That's actually perfect timing, because now it is close to bedtime. So we've got full loads of gravel here. You know, just a little fun fact for anybody joining us. This happened a very long time ago. but if you look on the road right here, you'll see that there is a bunch of blood on the ground. That is my blood, because I rammed a vehicle, whack, right into this fucking pole here. Luckily, I caught it before it became anything serious, and the vehicle that it happened in, I've already long repaired it. Yeah, I'm leaving that blood stain there forever as a reminder. Don't wrap yourself around lamp poles. Not a good plan. Gonna have a bad time if you do that. So this is where we're gonna start putting the gravel down. But since it's already bedtime, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the engine and the headlights now and go sleep. And when I wake up, I'll turn the headlights back on and we'll start filling all that in. Get the rest of our driveway put together. We'll have plenty of gravel left over after we finish that section, but we will find a purpose for it. There is always a purpose for gravel around my base. See, it's literally going to be snowing outside, but we're going to be working in short sleeves because that's how much body heat generation happens when you're doing gravel work, apparently. Honestly, what this game should do is make it so that just pouring gravel is very easy, because it is. Pouring it is easy. Tamping it down so that it's a good drivable surface, that's hard. I've tamped gravel before. That is a... yeah. Tamping gravel is it's a lot of fun. It's April 10th and we're still getting snow. That's interesting. You would imagine we got a nuclear winter or something. I think we're going to run out of headlights momentarily here. I'll probably have to move the van up a little bit. Yeah. Couldn't quite make it. So for anybody joining, if you're not familiar, the layout is the sand marks parking spots. The gravel is drivable surface because your vehicles go significantly slower on sand. So it's actually that's what I want. You know, when I'm going into a parking spot, it'll automatically slow my vehicles a little bit for me. Some of the weaker vehicles will have a little trouble pulling out of the parking spot. That's fine. That's all right. All the vehicles that matter will have no trouble. Okay, that's all the gravel we had on us, and it's bedtime again. I know we've had one, yes, but what about second bedtime? We have 2 bedtimes as a restless sleeper, 22:30 and 4 a.m. So we're going to grab a quick drink of milk and then get to sleep. Now, the cool thing, I do believe, because it's snowing, that should water the crops. Should. Since I should. I'm not 100% sure if it actually does. Or at least I know the winter crops that it does, but I've never even looked at spring crops when it's snowing before. Never had spring crops in the snow before. In real life, this would be a death sentence. So it is... I think it's going up. But in any case, they're all well watered at the moment, so not worried about that. Looking good. We are looking good. Not long from now, we'll be able to resume working on the second floor of the base. I decided to postpone that, take a little break from the danger of working on the third floor. Oh, I've already been at this for 9 hours. Jeez Louise. What can I say? I really enjoy building in this game. Despite the frustrations, and there are plenty, I still very much enjoy the building in this game. So, let's see here. It's not a question of... I have a couple of ideas. It's mostly just a question of where to put it next. There's plenty of places to put gravel. Where is it most needed next? Let me. I'm going to shelf that thought for a moment, and I'm going to actually position all of my vehicles now. So these are my 4 primary vehicles: the ambulance and the step van. This step van has the biggest inventory of all of my vehicles, so it's my primary expedition and local workhorse. The fire truck has a couple purposes, mostly for lumber gathering, for charcoal burning, because it's easy to throw stuff into the trunk. The Corvette is the best towing vehicle, obviously. Yeah, obviously. This fucking sports car is your best towing vehicle. Ambulance is basically the middle of the road for everything. It is not quite as strong as the Corvette, and it doesn't have quite as much trunk storage as the step van. However, it has a very nice, 8 out of 10 at both. If I wanted to if I had to pick a single vehicle to take with me anywhere, it'd be the ambulance in a heartbeat. That being said, 90% of the time if I'm going to go somewhere, it's because I want to bring a lot of loot back with me, so I usually do bring the step van anyway. But the ambulance is probably my favorite vehicle all around. It is good as a combat vehicle, especially because you got the sirens to draw in a lot of zombies at once. But yeah, those 4 are going to get their own special parking spots. The other parking spots here are for the rest of the fleet. I'm going to start with the Electromax vans, because eventually these are probably going to get repurposed as storage for vehicle parts. Even though I've already got 5 vehicles storing vehicle parts. Everything down here at the garage, I quote-unquote call this the garage. Everything out here is storage for vehicle parts, with the exception of the step van in the middle, which I just haven't gotten around to taking out of there yet. Yeah, let's just go ahead and start parking the Electromax vans down here. We'll do Electromax vans first and then Spiffa vans second. I actually haven't even counted the spots yet. 2, 3, that's Electromax vans. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Spiffa vans. So that does leave us with 3 spaces. 1 for the Trey Bane over here. And that actually leaves us a couple spares. I will probably park the fire truck and the Corvette, like, preferential spots up here. That way the ambulance and the step van can get directly in front of the base. They don't even need their spots marked. They just get the general spot wherever feels good in front of the base. I'll put the Trey Bane between the Spiffa vans and Electromax. So this bad boy right here can go right here. And if it looks like he doesn't have any windshield, no, he doesn't. Windshields, I have so few of them at the moment because they're a wear item. You know, anytime you run into anything, windshield damage. And I do not acquiesce broken windshields, so some of my local use vans that I'm just using the trunks of, they're not going to need windshields forever. We'll do the open front dune buggy look eventually as we go through more of our windshields. Not like we can make our own. We could be level 10 glass making and we still couldn't make our own windshields. Just not a thing yet. Hopefully yet. It would be very nice if the devs gave us the ability to make our own windshields at high-level glass making. Now, honestly, these parking spots should be pull-through. That was the whole ideal. I'm gonna give that a shot. This one needs to be closer up, right? No, this is small form lumber and charcoal burning right here. So this one can just be right in the middle. That's fine. There is actually a purpose to the coloration of the vans. The white ones, the Electromax ones, right now they're just storing large stones, but eventually all these sports car and standard car equipment will get picked up and put into the trunks of these 3 Electromax vans. The Spiffa vans are all some form of agriculture or woodwork of some kind. See, like the one that's already parked right there, that is small form lumber and burnable stuff for charcoal burning. This one is basically just all compost and leftover sacks. This one, I believe, is going to be rope, lots of rope and grass. Before I put down all this gravel, I cut the grass so that I can actually use that as animal feed once they've finished chewing through all the actual bags of feed. Now you might notice a frame rate drop while I'm driving this van. That's because there are 1,100 blades of grass in the trunk. Game doesn't like that very much. 42.11 has a nasty little inefficiency when you've got high quantities of items in one container. Same with this one. We've got this is entirely grass cuttings. We've got 1,690 grass cuttings in the back of this bad boy. And that is why the frame rate is tanking. Okay. Now the sports car over here, this one right here, the sedan, that's actually for pulling the animal trailers. I don't know if and when I'll ever need to use the animal trailers again. 'Cause, I mean, maybe when I go pick up some more sheep, that's a possibility. By the next sheep breeding season, which would be next October, I would like to have some more sheep. So this will be the Corvette's parking spot, I guess. And then the fire truck. See, I'll sometimes use the fire truck for local patrol, and then sometimes I'll use it for lumber gathering. It's just kind of a generic vehicle. I use it whenever it feels like I need something with an open bed trunk. So there's the parking lot, one part of it at least. Now this trailer right here is my best trailer. I have two trailers. One of them has 124 encumbrance in the back. This one has 130. So this one is the one that I take on expeditions. So it does need to be kept separated from the other ones. I say ones, but there's only one other at the moment. You know what? I'll put my trailer parking lot over here. I used to have composters over here, but there tends to be zombies that get drawn to this area because of the generator up here. It'll sometimes pull respawns from up north that I haven't caught yet. So this will be this will be the parking lot for trailers. Now, parking lot for trailers, you need to have a lot of room for vehicles to come in through the front. So let's go ahead and get a lot of gravel down. What happens if I put gravel on top of the grave here? It just covers it up. Okay, fine. That basically made all those zombies disappear forever. Goodbye. They would have despawned anyway. Alright, so this gravel right here, this is a pre-existing road, which is why it's all ugly looking. If you pick up and put back down the gravel of a pre-existing road, then it will no longer look ugly like this one does. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Not for the entire road, just far enough that it's not edging into my base, cramping my style, as it were. Ah, shit, I ran out of food. I believe I left my milk in the step van here. And let's also grab us some, get a refill of water. Much cleaner. The way gravel should look. Alright, now if I wanted to mark a parking spot. For now, I'll just leave it as dirt and then come back and fill it in with sand after I go get some in a bit here. So we're going to do trailer parking spots, which means we want to have a lot of room to maneuver around them. So we'll do I think I'll orient them the other way. And look at that, it turned from rain, or from snow to rain. How predictable. So I think trailer parking spots are going to be a little bit smaller than regular vehicle parking spots. But let's test this out. Okay, I like that. I actually do like that. I need to get rid of this stupid-ass tree. I'm just going to get these stacks out of my inventory really quick. And then I'm going to come back and annihilate some of those trees that are in my way. I'm going to annihilate all these trees, actually. Sick of looking at them. I hate small saplings in this game. Fiery passion of 1,000 tons. If you kill them while they're young, they take less effort to kill. Don't read too deeply into that, regardless of how true it may be. Now, this generator is not placed here randomly. This is a strategic placement. This generator right here, if I were to power it on, it would not be powering anything. Because what it does is it reaches only what is directly up against this wall right here, which currently only includes the washer and dryer. In the future, after the spring harvest. So all these crops up here that are currently planted, I'm not going to be able to jar all those. And I'm sure as hell not going to be able to fit 90% of them in more than just my fridge. So what I'm going to do is I have some chest freezers just chilling inside containers. They're not deployed yet. When I deploy them, some of them will be on this wall right here. One of them will be on the wall over here with this fridge, which is currently powered by the generator out here. And then what I'll probably do is have yet another generator somewhere else, possibly out in the animal pen, and have some freezers along this wall as well, depending on how many I need. We'll see how many I need. Open question on that, because I have no idea how many of my crops are even going to survive. Like, that's an open question too, unfortunately. So here's one of our trailers already taken care of. So it looks like a 3x3 parking spot is probably fine. I mean, I'm not even using a full 3x3. I'm actually going to reorient it a little bit so that it's parked a little bit better for a 3x3. If I am going to do a 3x3, that means right here. Well, also that means I only have 2 trailers that I really care about right now. So the animal trailers, I don't need to give them their own goddamn parking spots. I just don't use them enough. Okay, you know what? I need to be able to pull through, and when I come out the other side, it's oriented properly. Not quite, so I need to turn a little earlier. I mean, honestly, if I just go straight through the parking spot, that should work. As if I was parking the ambulance, and then just pull forward. Almost. That's better. And you know what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to do something a little silly. I'm going to mark the parking spot even better. So you know how in real life, people will put, like, tall, like, orange rods, for example, somewhere, so that when you're looking in your rear view mirror, you can identify easily where you want to park stuff. I do have a cone right here, but cones, nah. I'm gonna use something a little more creative than that. This game has given us a 3D placement system. I am going to exploit that to the fullest of its potential aesthetic use. Oh, you know what? I've also got some broken suspensions over here. Literally no use for them whatsoever, because once they're broken... Oh, shit. There we go. Accidentally closed that. So once they're broken, you can't really do much with them. I'm going to use them as parking spot markers. Yeah. So these worn suspensions, I have no use for really anymore. So I'm going to take 4 of them. And then I'll even use some brakes. I'll use brakes. Broken, worn. Yeah. That one's about to be worn. Okay. So we got 2 suspensions and 2 brakes for each parking spot. Yeah, I like this idea. It'll make a lot more sense when I finish placing the items. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. So I'm going to put where the wheels are. I'm going to put a suspension and a brake. And then you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about here. The rest I'm going to drop over here until I get the other trailer over here. So go to extended 3D placement and we'll do the suspension first. Here we go, 270 on the y-axis. I already like it. I already like it. We'll just say that I welded these together and used them to make a parking spot marker. So I'm gonna copy the suspension is 270 on the y-axis, 0.07Z. The X and Y don't matter quite as much. Actually, they do. I'm gonna do this the easy way. I'm gonna use snipping tool to take a screenshot, and then just use the screenshot as reference. Perfect. $47.1807. Damn it. Now we got somebody that picked that up in literally 13 minutes here. Where were we? We're doing 471807. Hello. 0.07. Come on now. There we go. And then just 270Y. $90, 57, 27, 17. I'm gonna need another screenshot there. To 727.17. And then it was just 90Y? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. We've got our ideal spot marker for the trailer. Now, will it always be parked perfect? No, not a chance. Now, because we need a little bit of a wide berth, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a couple of extra tiles between the two parking spots. Okay, so that means all I gotta do is copy the screenshots again, but I just gotta make sure that I drop them in the right tiles. So the trailer's not even here yet, but I've already got my screenshots. 471807. And then 270Y. Let's do that again. And then 57, 27, 17. And then 90. Beautiful. We've got a marked parking spot for the other trailer now. I think it still has the light bars in it. I just got to find a new place to store those. I'll store them in the trunk of the Ranger car. Why not? Yeah, I got a couple of light bars, a couple of car battery chargers, and then just a heavy-duty vehicle battery that I can put that somewhere else. Surprisingly large amount of storage space in a Chevrolet Niala once you fix it all the way up. Now let's see if my theory pans out as well as I think it will. I've already missed the spot. Let's try it one more time, shall we? See, I need to go through as if I'm parking it with the ambulance first. Okay. It takes a little finagling. It's not perfect, but it is a good marker of where the wheels need to be in order for it to, when I release. Hey. Again, not perfect. You know what? You know what? We're just gonna get a little nudge. Now it's perfect. Alright, we're good. We're good, we're good. I just gotta get 18 tiles worth of sand for that. That's easy. You know what? There's some sand over here that I never should have put down. Like, I have so much more gravel and sand at the moment. Let's pick this sand back up and replace it over here with gravel. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Got all this free sacks I have at the moment. That's alright. We'll start emptying gravel. I started putting sand because I thought I'd have more sand, but that did not prove correct at all. Plenty more gravel around here in totality. I actually need to top up the van's gasoline anyway, so it's not a bad idea to have the van down here. I keep calling it the van, but it's the ambulance. There are many vans, there are not very many ambulances. I may have 2 of the only pristine ones on the map, short of the Louisville Hospital. Getting pretty hungry because I neglected to bring any milk with me out here. That's all right. We'll tough it out for the moment. That's it for the gravel? That's all we had on us, I guess. That's fine. We'll come back with some more because we got a lot to use up, more than I actually immediately need back at base right now. Having easier access to my gas station, guaranteeing that nothing will ever grow back between the... Yeah, that's actually more important at the moment to me. Okay, those stop signs are probably going to be relocated. It's not like there's a chance for me to hit them, but there's a chance for me to hit them. Alright. Trailer parking spots. Hello. Let's mark them, please. There we go. Why is she stopping? This doesn't make any sense. She's freezing up on me. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it's because she's cold. Get it? Freezing up on me because she's cold? I've been playing this a little too long. Alright. Now these 6 bags of sand left over here. I've got enough sand set aside for crafting purposes. So these 5, I'm just going to place them out here and make sure that I remember that they're set aside for building, not crafting. We're going to go inside and get a nice 2-liter of milk to drink, because we're pretty thirsty right now. Before the rain starts to cover it up, something I want to do really quick while I have the mental focus for it. I got a bucket of water here with a little bit of... I don't have a bucket of water here with a little bit of bleach in it. Yes, I do. I have a paint bucket here with bleach, and I have a mop. And I'm going to get rid of some of these annoying-ass zombie blood stains that literally will never go away even if you pour gravel over the dirt where the blood stains originated. It's a little silly. Bloodstains in this game are just a little too permanent. You know, you would think a year of rain would wash away a bloodstain. Not in this game. Again, what we're looking at here are bloodstains left by zombies that I killed back in these woods literally like 8 months ago, most likely. And when I say woods, I mean like this area was literally covered in trees at the time. And yet now, despite putting gravel down and removing every other trace of the forest, the blood remains. Maybe zombie blood has supernatural elements to it. You know, the devs of this game have always kept it obscure as to what exactly is causing the zombie apocalypse. Is it a virus? Is it supernatural? Is it God's wrath for all of our sins? If the supernatural element would suddenly explain all of this blood literally never going away. Or bad game design might explain it too. Okay, we're clean. Put this mop back for the moment. And it is 22:20. That is, our bedtime is 22:30. We're gonna very epically go to sleep to this soundtrack right now. Now this is the checkmate right here. When it starts snowing and there's still puddles on the ground. That can muck up the game, I think. Basically what it does is it makes it so the puddles never go away unless you restart the game. However, if it turns back into rain, I think that actually fixes it. Based on my observations earlier in this stream. Let's see. First thing I want to do, I want to move these stop signs. Their current position, nah. It feels like they're blocking me a little bit. Where would I want to put them if I wanted to put them somewhere? I'd probably put them right in front of my base. No, I couldn't. Because you cannot put them on gravel or wood floors. However, I think you can put gravel or wood underneath it. Let me try something real quick. Hello, come on. Disassemble it, please. So she disassembles the floor. I put the stop sign down. The stop sign is layered behind the fucking restricted area sign on the wall. That's funny. That's funny. I'll put it on the corner. Why not? Now it's layered in front of it properly. Why wasn't it before? Just Zomboid things, I guess. Now, the flashlight on my chest here, it's good enough to see zombies with, but it ain't good enough to craft or build with, because the devs broke it. I don't know why. They just do things. They're dogs chasing cars. They wouldn't know what to do with one if they caught it. So we're going to rebuild the floor now. And look at that. Stop sign on a wooden floor. If I tried to put it down initially, you would have thought it wouldn't have been done. Let's do that again. It is my privilege as a level 10 carpenter to most of the time get all of the materials back when I deconstruct something like a floor here. Now I'm gonna give it a couple minutes before I start assuming that that's gonna be blocking me. Because you see, I normally stay away from the wooden floors anyway. Like, even though I don't have to, I can drive on the wooden floors. It's no problem. I just I kind of use them as a way to distance myself from the building to reduce the chance of ever running into it when I do the drive around there. Okay, I like it. That's not a bad spot for stop signs. I'm gonna re-equip my gear here. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and do another load of gravel. Might as well do that before we gear back up. Boom. That's all the gravel I have left in the trunk here. Now loaded into my person. Let's go start putting it down in the gas station area. So it's about to be my second bedtime at 4 a.m. As fate would have it, the gas station is still fully equipped to sleep me. So, in just a moment here, I'll just crash right here in the gas station. It was a temporary base for a while before I started building this, the main base over there. I will get a little cold tonight, because I didn't bring my other layers. That's fine. It'll just be mid-40s when I go to sleep here. Our girl's tough. She can handle a cold night once in a while. It doesn't actually reduce the amount of fatigue you recover. It just makes you uncomfortable. I've been waiting my entire life for an excuse to pick up the trash. Kind of like with my bedroom. No, it's not that bad. Nowhere near as bad as it used to be. I was a messy guy. Well, I still am, but nowhere near as mad as I used to be. Now. I wish free attacks hit trees better. There's a reason most of the time I'll just right click. Now I don't think I'm gonna fill out this entire area. Again, I don't base here. Like, I just, you know, I go through, it's my gas station. But I do want to be able to drive right up in front of the gas station and then pull through easily, which means preventing the growth of anything in this area is to my direct incentive. I expect that this snow will turn into rain any minute now. The temperature just went slightly above freezing. There it is. Temperature goes slightly above freezing and everything changes. It really shouldn't do that very often during precipitation. I mean, how often do you guys see that in real life? Snow just randomly turning into rain. It doesn't happen very often. Almost ever. And if it does happen, it usually is, I don't know. I feel like you're not going to see very much of either, right? You'll see a little bit of, like, you'll see some freezing rain. Freezing rain is actually usually the halfway point that I've experienced. We'll get freezing rain long before, like, just, you know, snow instantly turning to rain. Like, there'll be some freezing rain instead. But I don't even know if this game has the programming capability of doing freezing rain. They have fought tooth and nail to prevent us from having any cheap or easy way to freeze our food. You can't just put it outside in a container when it's, you know, like 20 degrees below zero outside. No, that would be too easy. The only way we can ever have our food freeze is if we put it in the freezer, powered by a generator, so that we're wasting power, or we're wasting electricity, we're wasting gas. Gotta be miserable. Can't have anything for free. Can't make use of our environment in a very creative way. That would be too easy. So we should still have a little bit of gravel left. Actually, just 2 sacks. Sweet. We have gotten rid of most of our gravel. It's great. The rest I'm going to go ahead and use to widen this road just a little bit. And now, since we've widened this road, we accept formal responsibility for the uglification of this section. So I got to pick it up, put it back down, make it pretty. All right. That is all of our gravel work done for now. I'm not going to be messing with it much more for the foreseeable future because we've done good work here. We've done great work. I feel very good about our driveway here. So this is actually, because I've already had to take a few layers off, this is a perfect opportunity to reassess my padding, leather strip padding, because I've been overdue to redo them ever since I got the tailoring level 8. Or I can't remember if I've redone them all yet, or just part of them, or it's a mess. I need to verify that everything that I have currently is the best that I could have. So we're gonna be spending some time inside. I'll go ahead and turn the lights on. I have a separate generator for the base lights. Silver lining to having such a massive base is that I can have separate generators for pretty much everything. This makes it easy to turn the lights, all of them at once, on and off at the same time. Let's see, we need to do some sorting. Let's get rid of broken glass. Hello. Right here. Got some shotguns and shells for the shotgun bin. That's enough shotgun shells for a box. Hell yeah. Empty M9 mags and overflow shotguns. Let's pack shotgun shells into a box here. Almost enough for another carton. We've been getting a lot of shotgun, which is great. I'm not even going to touch shotguns until I'm high enough aiming that it no longer takes 5 M9 shots to kill a zombie. That's my current paradigm. Ah, we are clean again. It feels good. Now, we're going to take a look at this formal shirt. So, 5% bite, 10% scratch, 5% bullet. That tells me these leather strips are all out of date. My current tailoring level is level 8. So that means all of these patches should give 8% bite, 8% bullet, and then twice that for scratch. So we are due for an update here. Let's get out some more leather strips, because we're not going to recover all the ones we pull out here. Let's grab ourselves one of them there needles, and a thimble, and an awl, and several spools of thread. And we're gonna do some we're gonna upgrade our armor. So the scarf has a leather strip at 5%. Let's bring that on up to 8. Military jackets. Does not have leather padding at all. Partially because leather padding looks really fucking ugly, and I would rather not have it be visible on the outer layer. So Long Johns is an inner layer. A lovely platform to put leather strips on. Because as you can see, it's got coverage on the vast majority of the body, below the neck, and all the way to the outer extremities here. So let's put those back on. So we're going to be getting a lot of muscle strain. Despite being tailoring level 8, we're going to get a lot of muscle strain in our neck, just for doing a lot of tailoring at once. Because that's how that works. Not allowed to have fun, remember. You've got to be miserable all the time. And if you're not miserable, then the devs are going to find a way to make you miserable. So we've got a bandeau and a denim briefs. The briefs are actually, they count as underpants. So you make denim briefs with tailoring, and you get yourself a little bit extra protection around the groin. Normally, there's no other way to actually get protection, like, actual scratch or bite protection around around that area. But thankfully, with some of the new tailoring options, there is now. And I'm a big fan of that. So the bandeau is upgraded, the crop top is upgraded. Like I said before, the leather pants, they are an outer layer. I would sooner just deal with the fact that they don't have optimal protection than look really stupid ugly. The military jacket, though, I think the military jacket has a little bit of neck protection, and I don't think that even shows up if you add a strip. Yeah, you can't even see it. My hair is blocking it, so that's perfect. My neck needs a little more protection anyway. So we'll do that. Gloves? Yeah, we'll upgrade my gloves. Again, this is an outer layer. I'd rather not, but it's so hard to say no to this. Bringing your hands up a little bit so that it's green instead of ugly mustard yellow. Yeah. Because again, this loadout right here, 0 discomfort as long as we're not sweating. If we are sweating, then we'll have to take a layer off. But otherwise, this loadout right here, no discomfort whatsoever. There's no way to get around the discomfort if we wear a helmet to protect the head, which I'm just doing the peacock thing. I'm wearing the anime bunny ears because if there's a single part of my body that's exposed and the zombies manage to bite me there, then that's just RNG screwing me over at that point. I'm not going to let that bother me too much. Remember, every single bit of this protection concept, it's all a fallback. The zombie should never get close enough to ever touch you. That should be your first policy of defense. Everything on your person is a fallback. That's why I don't do the armor thing. Armor, there's heavy armor that could give you 100% bite protection to most of your body. You'll just be fucking miserable for every second while you're wearing it. And I don't do that. It also reduces your movement speed. It reduces your combat speed. No, it makes you heavy as get all. So I don't do none of that. So the long socks give you a little bit of extra shin protection. I think that's everything. That is all of my clothing layers that I feel comfortable adding strips to. Because everything else that I could add strips to would be an outer layer, and I'm not doing that. I don't do outer layer strip additions. That being said, let me take a quick peek through my armor collection here. Wow. We finished the 10-hour Stellaris soundtrack. Fantastic. Also lost most of my live viewers. Props to anybody who's still watching at this point. This is all part of the game, unfortunately. Not much we can do about that. Have a spiffo apron. That's for when the temperature gets really warm. Oh, I can actually I can put a leather strip on my bandana. It doesn't even show up. So the bandana that I like to wear when there's zombies, you know, their corpses are stinking up the area. This particular bandana I hold on to because it's a good match for my gear. I can also put a leather strip that will actually increase my head protection a little bit there. Shit. There we go. Don't want to close the protection menu. For some reason, sometimes it goes away, and I don't like that. So the bandana, I usually don't wear it if I'm not in combat because, well, one, I don't really need it, but two, it blocks you when you try to eat or drink. So I don't want to block that. Make that difficult. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, that is all of my gear upgraded for now. Long overdue. I should have done that a while ago. I've been tailoring level whatchamacallit. I've been tailoring level 8 for quite a while actually. I actually should have probably done that as a way to pass the time while I was healing. That would not have been a bad idea. Too late now. Already healed. Let's get our girl something to drink here. Now, I do believe many of my crops out here have ascended to the next stage of growth. So what that means is the carrots and the onions and the lemongrass, the first set of lemongrass here, those are all ready for compost. So I'm going to bring my compost vehicle up, and that's exactly what we're going to do. This one? No, this is grass. This one is rope. This one is compost. Just a little bit here. So I filled up my backpack, and now I put one primary and secondary. I don't actually know exactly how much compost I'm going to need, because as you can see, we're doing an odd number of plants. The ones that are currently, that have green on them, those are the March plants that survived after I had a couple of zombies come in here and fuck around. The generator lured them in, and because I had not cleared them after a while, so. These are all at the same phase. So let's get to composting. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just getting some compost out on our March crops, which have ascended to the next plane of existence. So I almost had enough. Just one more bag here. This actually means that I did not have enough compost for both the March crops and the May crops, but that's alright. We still got a couple weeks before May. Two, We actually are probably going to run out. That is unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. We have a leftover here. We do. This will get the last one on this row. See, all the way up that this one has been composted, right? Or no, we're missing 2 over here. Damn it. Oh, well. That tells me we probably could use some more compost bins. See, these 4 up here have already been filled up, and they're already working, churning out compost. But yeah, there needs to be more where that came from. Compost bins are 4 logs a pop. I'm sorry, 4 planks a pop. So we got a few logs, actually loose logs out here already. Let's just take those with us. Make some more composters. So that's 6 planks, 9 planks, 12 planks. That's 4 composters. That ought to do us for now. Need nails. Most of them I left upstairs, all the way upstairs. All the way upstairs. I said that for a reason. There we are. And we're going to need to open another box. Let's take exactly what we need here. We need 12 nails. There we go. I don't really have a good place for compost bins, unfortunately. See, what I wanted to do was a nice long row of them right here. This is where they used to be on this riverside here. That's not a good idea because if a zombie wanders up, then the compost bin is the first thing they're going to hit. Because when they wander up, they're going to be wandering in the general direction of the generator. So they're going to path, like, come out of this bullshit up here and kind of hug this wall and then go around it. And then that's why all these crops in the middle are dead. Because that's exactly what they did. They wandered in, they pathed over, and then they walked over to the generator and fucked around over there for a day or 2 while I was inside recovering with my fractured foot. So we are going to put and the same thing theoretically could happen over here. This side is not immune to that phenomenon. So that's actually not a good place for compost bins. So what that tells me is we need to put them elsewhere, like elsewhere entirely. I could just start putting them back here. That's an option. If I put them right behind where I'm parking the compost truck. But that's not really a good place either. Alright, you know what? This side, we're gonna put some compost bins over here. I'm thinking about this a little too much. See, this side doesn't have the same problem as the other side with the, there's not going to be a generator running over here anytime soon. So we're gonna do a sit down, and we're going to saw the logs we have. Really? Oh, I can only build 3. Right. What's 12 divided by 4? That's goddamn 3. Wouldn't be the first time I've failed at basic math. I've been playing this for exactly 10 hours now, so we've been at this for a minute. Let's go get some poo. Fill all 3 of these bins with cow poo. Maybe I'll make another 3 after that. I mean, all I gotta do is cut down a single tree and then go get 12 more nails. I just want to make sure that we actually have enough cow poo for that. So what I'll do is I'll make sure that I have 10 in each of these bags. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to take all the poo I got. I'll just take all the poo I got and overfill it if I have to. Doing pretty good at chewing through these feed bags. That's good. Sounds like, oh, look at that. Look at that. We've got a lot of chicks. That is a lot of chicks. Okay, cool. That's actually more chicks than I would ever need. So we're going to... We might need to do something evil to get rid of some of those. I mean, there's a reason that in factory chicken farms, they literally just have a fucking grinder. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Alcoba, you're going the wrong way, boy. Now, here's a really cool thing. He just wandered. However, all of my cows love me, and therefore I can do this. 100% of every one of my cows love me enough that if I call, they'll drop what they're doing and come try to reach me. So, Alcoba decided to exit. That's alright, I can just nudge him back in now. Same with Anita and Bella here. Okay, we got a lot of poo. Probably plenty of chicken poo in here too. That's a lot of chicks. I think what I'm... Shit. This is actually a bit of a conundrum. I don't think I can get away with killing them inside here. I don't think. Because I think the cows will sense that I'm killing animals. And they'll freak out. Because, yeah, I think we have more chicks than we do chickens right now. I was not expecting so many to... See, for the longest time, I wasn't having a single chick hatch. So, I was not expecting any, I was not expecting very many of them. Yeah. I'll figure out what to do with that later. That is an open problem. For now, I am focused on well, uh, uh, the chicks are probably good compost. Um, I hate that my brain had to go there. If I run out of poo, I've got another source of compost now. A bit of a darker source of compost, as it were. So what we want to do is have 10 encumbrance of material in each of these. So we're going to have a little more. That's okay, because we want to build a couple more here. Yeah, I'm going to put the rest in here for now. Until I get some more built. So in order to build another set, I just need to go get nails. I'm going to go do that now, and I'm going to get more than 12. Because I would like to not have any problems with compost ever again. It is possible to get post-scarcity on compost. If you look at my other base screenshot, look at all those compost bins to the north. You just got to be diligent about building them and filling them up as the... I think there actually is a poo limit. How much poo can be in a single cow, like, animal field area. I think if you hit that limit, they stop pooing. So, yeah, you actually want to pick up the poo so that they make more poo. Otherwise, they'll stop making poo, because that's how animals work, right? I'm pretty sure if I had a farmer watching this stream, he'd be chuckling very, very heartily at that. Because I'm pretty sure animals will literally crap themselves to death if you put them in a small enough pen. Don't give them room to move around. Alright. Let's get rid of some more of these ugly trees, because that's what we need to do if we want to get more wood. Of course, he talks about getting rid of trees, and then he immediately goes for the bushes. The more I cut in this direction, the easier it is to see if any threats are approaching. Parallel to the river, at least. And most of these trees are too small for a full log. But that's alright. As long as they're gone. I'm about 2% happier. I'm gonna come away with 2 extra. Right, me with a good time. I'll make use of them. That is not even a question. Logs are always going to be useful to me somehow. I'm probably going to run out of daylight any minute now, so I'm just going to pop these on since my flashlight no longer works. Since I don't feel like moving the car, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to build them here, and then pick them up and put them back down over there. Because you don't need light to pick up and put things down. Gaming the system a little bit here. So I'll do rows like 2x2 rows like that. That's the start of another row there. Now we have like 22 encumbrance of poo in here, so we'll split that here. And that means at least 4 of these are full. You know what? I'll make these... I don't need the river to tell me what to do. I'll make these 4x4s. So that way I can say that one row is full. Yeah. Okay. We're late getting to bed, but we are ready for bed now. Wanted to get all that done before I went to bed because compost is a time passage thing. Okay. Speaking of time passage, until I've been streaming for a while, I'm sinking further down in my chair. I don't know why it feels harder to sit up after a long period of time streaming. The wacky things you get up to. I'm going to take a couple of screenshots of my base here. What it looks like at night and then during the day. Because I think we're looking good right now. But yeah, we want a night shot at range. Night shot up close here. The Steam screenshot doesn't capture that. So I can put that down in the corner for a moment. Okay. She can capture anything else. Not the second floor, nothing to look at right now. Still needs a roof before it really matters. This screenshot is mostly just so that we can see what the exterior looks like from the second floor here. And the third floor, it's just an unfinished roof. Not worth screenshotting yet. And I'll have to take some during the day, but that looks good for now. Okay, we need to pass about 1 hour here. You know, I think I actually left some stuff in the trailer over here that I need to empty. Not this one, but the other one. Yeah, bunch of stuff here. I need to put these signs down. And a bunch of logs, actually, too. The logs I'll come back for, because that's a lot of logs. I wouldn't be able to carry them all at once right now. The arrow signs are to mark which direction traffic is supposed to flow. It'll serve as a reminder to me. I'm the only one who's driving around here, but, you know. We're here to LARP, right? Fun to LARP. So I do need one more green arrow sign next time I'm passing by a Spiffos. Yeah. Still also short by 1 Kentucky State flag here. This spot right here is reserved for Kentucky State, because we're short on those. This wall is entirely filled up with decorations, so that ain't a problem. Second floor. Oh, work in progress. Evermore. This walkie-talkie needs to get dismantled. We got a perfume bottle. It's actually full. That would look great in the salon here. I already have a cologne bottle there and another perfume bottle over there. So let's have another one right here. Yeah, looks good. Matchbook for the fire starters. And an extra sack over here. It is a little early to be going to bed. I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack because I have run out of things to do that I could, make any meaningful progress in the next 30 minutes. So I'll go ahead and sleep now, and we'll get an early start. I want to get the rest of the roof done. At that point, I'll probably call it for this stream. Usually I like to go pretty long on the weekends, but I feel like that is a good stopping point for now. So we're just going to unload these logs over here. And I'm going to pick one more up to make it an even number. And look at that, there's one more on the ground. Didn't even have to look very far. Oh, come on now, don't do this to me. I've got to drop some stuff. Whatever. It's also partially because I didn't empty the stuff out of my inventory after I dismantled that. Okay. Carrying a little too much milk, too. No need to carry around all that when I'm right here at base. You know what? This hammer is just about to break, isn't it? I think it is. I'm going to go ahead and, just because the head is still almost perfect condition, I'm just going to repair the handle really quick. I have some tape and duct tape here, I think. Literally just fix it with adhesive tape. Boom. That one, that hammer will now last me another couple hundred floors. Okay, so originally I wanted to do metal floors for the entire ceiling. But then I ran out of, I hit level 8 in welding, and I do not have the 5th volume of welding, so I cannot proceed trying to level welding anymore. It's not feasible without the book. Complete waste of materials to try to level welding without the book, so I'm just going to do wood floors for the rest of the ceiling here. So here's 36 tiles now. I'm not going to do I'm not going to do that, what I was doing before. We're just going to do good old-fashioned 9x9s here, starting at the edge. I'm not going to try to find the book right now. Yes, and I have, this is where we just hit about 10 hours and 20 minutes on this stream. We're currently doing the 3rd floor with just wood here. Most of what you would have missed, Bloody, you would have just missed mostly my work on the driveway here. So if we look in this direction, You can see I got a nice driveway built down there. All that gravel and sand, a large portion of this stream has been spent gathering and placing that. An unholy amount of this stream has been done grabbing all that material. It is, it really is. It would be amazing if there was a more efficient way of doing that. I just, I'll just deal with it as it is for now, but in the future I would like being able to order NPCs to do all that for me. And that would be great. I would very much enjoy that. Alright, drop the leftover nails up here. These splinters can come down with me. A more thorough logging operation would probably be necessary to finish the roof in its entirety. As fate would have it, I actually probably was. I'm pretty close to wrapping the stream up, actually. Having gone at it for quite a while here. Oh, I was literally just doing metal floors to level welding. Because floors are probably the least material consumptive in terms of the experience you get. For all of level 7 through 8, I was getting 39 experience for each floor. And it's just one metal sheet. One small metal sheet and one welding rod for each pit. So that was a really good return on investment. Getting to level 8 welding was absolutely worth it. I believe I can make anything now with welding, up to and including the biggest containers. So that is actually something I could do in the future. Is make myself some of those big metal lockers. I've never made those before. A craftsman metal counter. Can make those too. Metal crate craftsman. I don't even know what the storage capacity of those are at craftsman level. If it's the same as build 41, I think it's like 130 something for somebody with organized. But then there was a large metal locker, if I recall. The big metal locker in Craftsman requires welding level 10. So yeah, there are still recipes I have not unlocked for welding. Craftsman metal shelves requires level 9. Alright, game. Whatever you say. That doesn't seem like a level 9 recipe, but alright. Yeah. Oh no, that's probably a much healthier thing to do. Playing this game for 10 hours at a time is probably not healthy for me. It is what it is. I have a bit of an impulse control issue. Let's see here. This area is fine. We need to... We're not really doing anything other than the roof right now. Now, we are going to set out on an adventure at some point to try to secure the next volume of metalworking, which means books, which means going out finding zombies to kill. West Point is most likely what we're going to do next. So next stream, I think I'm going to do a bit of a hybrid thing. I'm going to do both base work to get the 3rd floor done, and then we're going to hit West Point. Get our field base established right here at this, this is like a, warehouse for metalworking of some kind, but not like the kind that I like to do. It's basically like you'll find a bunch of storage crates in this unit here, and it will have a bunch of steel ingots in it, which I mean is cool, but I've already got a billion of those. Yeah, well, no, that's true. There is a little bit more to life than just enjoying yourself all the time. I'm not necessarily that impulsive, that short-sighted, but at the same time, I don't have too much on my plate right now, so steel ingots times 13 times about 4 crates. So I don't even know if I would go out of my way to bring those home from West Point right now. Like, even if I went to West Point next stream, I don't think I would bother bringing the ingots back with me anytime soon. So we've got another leather drying right there. You know what? I never even looked at the leather rack that I put in this shed. This shed is supposed to be indoors, but it's not. As you can see, when I go inside, the temperature does not change. So, for all purposes except precipitation, this rack might as well be outside. And it still has 3 days left. So for more than a month, it has made almost no progress. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, I mean, aesthetically, speaking aesthetically, I'm not really worried about roofs not looking consistent. Because, I mean, the amount of time I'm going to spend on the roof is not very consistent. But yeah, I care more about getting a ceiling up at this point than I do maxing out welding. Because like I said before, I was going through the build menu. There's not very much that I really need to level welding for. I'm just kind of doing it as a background activity. And the fact that I've hit a wall on that means that now I have an incentive to go out and find welding 5. Let's get these bags out of my hands for the moment. We are going to have some more logging to do. And you know what? We could hardly do worse than to get rid of this blemish right here. I'm just going to go ahead and start cutting some trees now. I'm so tired of this blockage on my line of sight here. Oh no, yeah, that possibly, yeah. I mean, once I get the 5th volume of welding, there's nothing stopping me from just welding metal floors on top of the wooden floors. The wooden floors are overridden by metal floors. So basically the wooden floors are just filler for the moment. I do not have to disassemble the wooden floors in order to put the metal floors on top of them, thankfully. All of these obstructions to driving down the road here. I mean, if I'm gonna get logs, I might as well get them from the place that is the most irritating to have obstructions on right now. Yeah, I mean, some of them are really pretty. Just the ones that are directly next to the road. Yeah, they'll look prettier as charcoal for me. Now it's deceptive. The trunks of these trees are like several tiles away from the road. So these trees, despite the fact that they block the road, they're not a problem. It's these small ones that are like right next to the road. These have all got to go. It just makes driving on the road harder. Oh no, summer is the best month. I mean, so winter, I have a little bit of enjoyment for winter because you can get away with wearing more layers. But honestly, summer is a lot easier to stay consistent on everything. Especially now, given that they've started creeping temperature-based mechanics into the crafting repertoire. With the leather racks, that's just first of many right there. The plant racks and the leather drying racks requiring specific temperatures. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that in the future. I'm pretty sure they're gonna start adding that kind of stuff to. I can't wait for them to come for charcoal burning. I'm enjoying it while it is as easy as it is right now. All you got to do is go up to the charcoal bin and just click the button and you get charcoal. I can guarantee you the devs are going to make that extremely tedious. Sounds about right. I always like to play, whenever I play RimWorld, I play it on a temperature, planet with a above average warmth and climate, and that usually results in it being a relatively miserable experience until I get all my electrical infrastructure and air conditioning put in. But once I got everything, and most importantly, once I have Devil Strand clothing, that's when I actually enjoy the whole hot climate stuff. Devil Strand clothing is always the gate for that. Shit. I'm just shy like a couple of... You know what? I'll just drop the axe. I'll come back for the axe. Now I can bring all the logs that I've gotten upstairs with me. Ah. Alright, we sit on the ground, we do a little log saw. Oops. I'm carrying so many planks at once, I no longer have any room to carry nails. Oh, never mind. I fit some in my Alice kit. Okay. We're going to run out of nails before we finish all these planks, but that's okay. I think we'll have enough to get all the way to the end here of this row. Oh god, yeah. Now the crafting or the custom structure building, I get the feeling they're not gonna mess with that for quite a while. But I have no idea. That is a almost purely guesswork on my part. Just because it's something that they haven't touched for so long. Just, you know, general structural stuff. They haven't touched that for so long that I feel like they're not going to touch it anytime soon. Kind of like how they haven't touched vehicles in so long. Right? They're constantly adding recolors of vehicles. And that's it. We're not getting any new vehicles. Nor will we. I don't think. Okay, that is all. We do have one more plank, because we ran out of nails here. Fill in that gap at the very least. Now at some point I do plan on removing the scaffolding from the exterior here. I'm not yet at that point because I want to be able to put decorations still. So we're not quite ready for that yet. When I do end up removing the scaffolding, I'll probably rebuild it, use the planks and materials as a railing up top for the upper floor. That is all of our backpacks emptied. Yeah. No, that's one situation where the devs are very happy to outsource everything to the modders, unsurprisingly. Alright, so I'm going to take a couple of screenshots really quick here. What did I do with the van? How did I lose track of a van? Did I park it around side? I think I did. Yeah. I left it running too because I'm a doofus. I am an absolute doofus. That's been running for half a day, I think. That's alright. This one is one of the vans I actually did need to top off its gas tank. At least I don't need to worry about its battery anymore. Some of the vans I had not left running for a long time. Hello. Fucking random ass guest over here. Always happy to accommodate you in the ground. You know what? Looks like we got multiple.
Hey.
Oh yeah, we got lots of multiple. You never would have imagined that I just killed a whole bunch of assholes in this area. Yeah, I got nothing on that. Alright, be cooperative and fall over for me, would you? Alright, you know what? Come on, get up. Got places to be, things to see, people to do. Assholes. Blacking on the job here. What kind of zombies are you, huh? Fine. I'll give you the knife. Why am I not doing a ground stab on them? That's because ragdolled zombies count as standing. Generator has to be below 20% condition. This is actually a great way to level Shortblade. They're basically a free kill when they're down, but they take so long to target with ranged weapons that I can't. You don't want to waste bullets shooting at a ragdolled target. It just doesn't work. However, you can stab them with a knife a million times, and each stab gets you experience. You guys may notice that my character has a stress moodle. That's because there's zombies over here pounding on the fence. So I need to sharpen. I need to sharpen. Alright. Who's knocking on the fence over here? 1, 2, 3. Get off of the fucking fence, asshole. I'm right here. Alright, I'm not doing this no more. Sword time. Great, now they're on the other side of the fence. Come on, make up your mind. I can do this all day. I will get firearm experience the easy way. Damn it! I spoke too soon. That's what I have a second one for. It's alright. There's a reason I always carry around multiple firearms, and it's not just because I want to be Rick O'Connell in real life. I swear, if we ever had double whatchamacallit, double shoulder holsters, this game would just be so much more complete for me. Come on, into the pile. You're not blocking my driveway. Okay. I only ever wanted to come down here to get some friggin' gas. But of course, we've got to have respawns all over the gas station now. Why were they not here 2 days ago? Because, fuck you, I guess. I'm also tired, so I'm doing lower damage. Not with firearms, though. That's good. Look at all these fuckers. I literally genocided this region just a couple days ago. And now we've got all these assholes. Y'all are really cramping my style here. My second firearm is probably getting low now. Yeah, down to 3 rounds. I mean, I'm shooting it. I'm shooting intentionally. This is very intentional. I want them to come out of the woodwork sooner rather than later. Okay, that's it for that. Now I've got 5 rounds left in the M36, and I'm out of rounds entirely. Why don't you come over here and take a seat? Chris Hansen, CBS News. Why don't you take a seat? Thank you. Why don't you also take a seat? M36, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking... Get out of my gas station. Look at this. This is the Giving neighborhood down there to the south. That is a full pop respawn right there. Oh, our girl's stuck looking at the ground again too. There we go. That fixed it. Don't you fucking rare at me? Don't you fucking rare at me? I'll rare at you. It's actually fitting that my character is tired right now, because I'm tired too. Tired, boss. Hello. Alright, it's sword time. Tired of messing around here. Y'all are lucky I ain't got no spear, otherwise I'd be one-shotting you even though I'm tired. Let's go. Oh, look at that. You got another one. Let's go, Charles. If I use Serpentine, will he have trouble hitting me? Anyone else? I could do this all day. Come on. Losers. Bring more next time. I just thought it was going to be 3 or 4 zombies. I would have shut the generator off if I had thought that it was going to be that many. Hey guys, let's refuel the compost van. Why not, right? Hey, look at that. We can collect a couple of logs while we're down here. Forgot about these two. The day that I pull through and land a perfect parking the first time will be a happy day indeed. Today is not that day. Today is a day where I saw the logs over here and get this final, whatchamacallit, get this final compost bin over here put down. Look at that, we got a lot of budding over here already. I can't wait to find out how many of them are cursed. That's a thing, by the way. Crops can become cursed, and what that means is they just fucking die for no reason. I mean, there's a reason, but I refuse to accept it. Crops that are cursed in this game they're just dying for no fucking reason. Alright, we'll expend the rest of the planks we picked up here. See, I don't want to start another massive logging operation because I'm about to wrap up the stream. What I'm going to do is I like to end my streams in the morning for my character so that I get a fresh start next time. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to saw. I've already sawed all the logs. Okay. Close enough to bedtime now. I'll go ahead and drop the nails up here. Head downstairs and let's reload our firearms. We did a full expenditure. All backup mags and all backup firearms have been expended. So we've got some full M9s here. There's the backup magazines. There's the primary magazines. And let's get ourselves 5 of them there, 38 special rounds. That's full again. See, I remember for a bit there, it seemed like ejecting the spent casings and then reloading was going to be like a separate thing. Thankfully, the devs have had enough mercy on us to just make it all one go if you hit the R key. They've granted us that small mercy. Imagine if you had to eject the spent casings manually before reloading. Ugh. I would gag. I would retch. I would have a bad time. All these ones on the floor, those are guns that I modded and tried out already. It still takes 5 shots to kill a zombie sometimes. You know, with 223 or 308. Like, fuck that. Why would I use a high caliber weapon if it still takes 5 shots to kill a zombie? I'll just use my lowest caliber. I'll just keep using M9 for now. Hopefully, maybe, when I get to higher level aim, the higher caliber will actually be worth it. Right now, it doesn't seem to do anything. It's the stupidest part about guns in this game. The current balance of damage is terrible. It should never take more than 5 rounds of M9 aimed directly at a zombie's head. That's just wrong on multiple levels. we need any sharpenings here? Nah, we're good. We do, however, need a refill of water. Oh, they will show us realism. So basically, right now, all of the vans have something filling them up. Every van in this area down here in the outdoor garage, these vans all have their trunks full of vehicle parts. The three Electromax white vans over here, right now they just have a bunch of stones in them that I picked up. Break those down later. The Trebane van is, I think, smaller form stones. And then the Spiffa vans are all some variant of wood or agriculture. So basically, these two are, this is small form lumber. This is rope for large form, wait, no, I got that backwards. This is the compost vehicle. That's the one that I've been using. This one is small form lumber for all the materials for charcoal burning. This one here, yeah, this is going to be for the logging operation tomorrow, next stream. I'll do that then. This one is literally full of nothing but grass right now. Like, the entire trunk is full of nothing but grass, so that the animals will have infinite food once they finish chowing down on those bags of feed. I'm kind of procrastinating dealing with the chicks. We have a bit of a chick problem. There was only one rooster. There was only one rooster, and now there are more chicks than... I mean, food's not a problem. It's just, there is a point where you need to get rid of them. I'm going to procrastinate dealing with that. There's no solution to it that's not going to be tedious, because you know, if I just kill them, it'll freak out all the other animals in the area. So that's not necessarily an option. Alternatively, I could remove the other animals and then kill them, but that's also a very tedious option. So I'll sleep on that IRL and figure out how I want to deal with the sudden chick explosion. Not used to having so many chicks. Not even in high school was I that popular. Alright, overnight activity. We got 3 hours to burn, and then I'll end the stream upon tomorrow morning there, in-game here. So, you know what? I've been tired of these gold bars being mismatched. These gold ingots are so heavy that I'm never going to put them in a container. I'm just going to put them... Why is this one upside down? What the hell? Okay. Sorted that out. These ingots need to be placed at regular intervals here. What was I doing for them over here? I'm doing... So basically, these ingots are so heavy, you can only fit 3 on a single tile. What you're looking at here is the corners of each tile put together. That's one of the reasons they're spaced out so much. It's a little silly. Gold ingots weigh 16. For comparison, steel ingots only weigh 6. I don't know what's going on there. The devs don't seem to understand that gold is nowhere near as massive as steel. But, whatever. I can at least get the ones that are in uneven amounts out of the way here. Could put some of them on the bar here. Yeah, I'm going to put 3 on each of the bar. Well, you know what? I can't, because over here, these two boxes, they're not just decoration. They weigh 20 encumbrance each. By putting them there, I'm not taking up space in my storage. Yeah, let's do the remaining gold ingots on the top here, since I'm not really putting anything up there right now. And here we see another problem of 3D versus sprite, where the gold bars are 3D and the whatchamacallit, the taps are 2D sprites. The taps just look silly by comparison. So that means I just want to make it so that the ingots here actually look nice. What was I doing with these? I'm doing like, it was 0.1, right? Just 0.1 difference between them. So 0.1 there. Yeah, 0.1, 0.1, and 0.1, right? Yep, okay. Should be easy peasy. Should be. The theory is sound. Now that already looks nicer. No, not quite. That should be 0.8, right? Yeah. 0.8, 0.8, and then 0.8, 0.7, right? Or 0.8, yeah. 0.8, 0.9? No. Yeah, 0.8, 0.9. Okay. Or was that all wrong? No. 0.8. Okay, good, good, good. The two back here, you can't even really see them, but I know that they're there, and it would bother me if they're not aligned perfectly. Therefore, they will be aligned perfectly. I can actually use these for crafting. I just haven't really gotten around to it. I have to break them all down into much smaller pieces of gold before I can even do anything with them. Points, no. 0.8 and then 0.3? No, 0.2. Okay, there we go. So now they are perfectly aligned. All 8 of these tiles are completely full of nothing but gold bars. But it looks neat. It doesn't look ugly. Metal armor is way too restricting. I will make metal armor for getting tailoring experience, and making a mannequin look wear it just like over here. I'll get a mannequin for a full set of metal armor at some point. Right now I've got the full metal forearms and articulated metal shin and thigh armors. I do not have enough. I do not have enough. What am I missing? Aramid thread for the rest. Aramid or sinew thread. I would have to butcher a few cows in order to make the rest. But I can show you what this set that I'm currently wearing looks like. That needs to wear on the right thigh. So this, I've got the forearms and the leg set. Um, it's probably hard to notice the difference, but there's a significant movement speed difference already. And the just having the forearm armor, there's already a significant attack speed debuff. Again, it doesn't look like it because it's kind of hard to tell, but if I did a frame count measurement, you would absolutely see it. And also, the wacky thing about the forearm armor is you can't even wear a watch with this. That's how tight it is. So I actually have to put my watch back on when I take this off. That was on my right wrist? Yeah, it was. Okay. I don't think the thigh armor was actually blocking anything. So theoretically, nothing would stop me from wearing this thigh armor, other than the fact that it slows me down, and no thanks. If I wanted to wear the thigh armor, I could actually get away with it based on my current gear outfit. But that's all right. I'm not really interested in being weighed down as much. Also, the discomfort would build up very quickly. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I'm the one who's making the armor. Let me cut a hole for the watch. It's not going to be that big for a zombie to attack. There should be like a watch mounting slot for the armor if we're going to craft it ourselves, right? I mean, we've got attachments, firearm attachments. It'd be pretty cool if we could make a watch into an attachment for a piece of armor. But yeah, okay. 4 a.m. Time to go to sleep, and when I wake up, that'll be the end of this this particular stream. We just hit 11 hours anyway, so I wouldn't have that much time anyway. Good progress, though. We actually made a surprising amount of tailoring progress. We got 1,500 tailoring experience, mostly just from redoing our protection padding. Our protection padding has been reworked. We now have 30% or higher on everything except the hands and the head. Like we got the neck and the groin all the way up to 30, 31, 36, that's pretty good for not wearing any armor whatsoever and just having clothing padding. So, good stuff, folks. I will catch you all in the next one. Well, you can't see the eyes very well. I'm sure there's the corners are bloodshot. But yeah, I will catch you all later. Now, for anybody who's not familiar with my streams, something I always want to show everybody at the very end is backing up your saves. It's a very important thing. Down here at the bottom, I've got my save folders. In the middle here is my save, and on the right is my backups folder. This is the part 22 today, so I make a folder called 22, and I just copy the entire save. My save folder is currently, how big is it? It's going to be big. 247,000 files across 645 megabytes. So this is going to take several minutes to complete. So I'll deal with that, and I will catch you all in the next one.